And many thanks, Dara, here in the booth. Welcome to part 2 here of the 24 Hours of Britcar, here brought to you by Cosworth here at Silverstone. 8 hours down, 16 hours to go. It's nighttime here, Lorenzo. It's mighty fun to jump back in the booth with you here for GT3s and GT4s around Silverstone. We've had lots of action coming through, and I'm excited to see how the next hour goes while I'm here in the booth with you before one Mr. Ewan O'Leary comes in and takes over with one Mr. Ron Mons.
Yeah, c'est moi, Mr. Brad Dalton. I hope you're doing well, and hope Ramiro is doing good, as we have issues with the Armed Forces GT4. Spun around just at the exit of Village. I think that was between Village, right between Village and the loop, coming for entry, that he got spun around. A little bit of a bad situation, but still battle for the lead. It has widened the gap between 2 seconds, and hoping everybody's doing good, especially Ramiro, that I know he's a football fan. He has to put up with me now, knowing that Brazilians have tied with Argentinians in the Libertadores Cup.
I know nothing about soccer, to be honest with you. And yeah, I said soccer because I'm the American here. So football, soccer, depending on what time it is.
I forgive your crimes.
There's also NFL going on right now, so there's a lot going on in the world of sports, and of course a lot going on if you're a motorsport fan. While motorsports is mostly winding down, in real life, Formula One, of course, has chaos coming in about 15 hours time, and here on track for the virtual 24 hours of Silverstone, there's battles for the lead. There's battles all over the place. Project 91 Racing Team here having a moment down the front stretch, and that is Jose Manuel Monteugdo, who is not having a good time there. Getting in, the rejoin, almost worse than the first accident there.
Yeah, a sketchy moment. They had a sketchy moment before on that team for the Project 92. I think Toby Cole have a little bit of a moment as well around Brooklands. Don't know if that's cold tire related though, because we've seen, for example, the Simcast Racing Team was actually driven by Starsmore spin out on his outlap, and that could be the same stuff maybe for other cars around the race field, as the gap in the GT4 as we're looking towards Eric Grove is widening to 56 seconds. We're nearly approached the 1 hour. Sorry, 1 minute. No, not a 1 hour. If that was 1 hour, I could say race is over for the GT4s. But for these guys, however, it's going up to a point that it's going to be hard for Arette to pick it up, as Grove's going to do his pit stop.
Yeah, looking at the times going through here at the pit stops, as you said, in GT4, it's a 55-second gap. Pit stops here are showing about 40-ish seconds or so. So we're looking at pit stop times, and I don't think they're actually too bad. Correction, no. Time in the box is 40 seconds. Time in the lane is about a minute 20, minute 15 to a minute 20. So with that being said, they will get passed through, but of course, depending on how pit stops cycle through, as WSR Esports Britcar GT4 of Eric Grove is in the lane there going through here soon. Arete Esports should be in as well though, so that will reset that gap back to about where it was as we watch here in the pits. The lights flashing here. GT4 has been a fairly competitive class so far. I think pit stop cycles are kind of mixing things up here, as Sean Handy in driving Miss Daisy, big replay there, big moment there into the wall. That's a weird place to lock up and cut left. That almost looks like a hardware failure.
Or the car just losing out of control. Sound a little bit weird, but definitely he was driving some daisies. I don't know if that was for the car's funeral or something like that, but he was driving something. As now we're looking towards the Dutch Jeffrey Ross going into the lead for Arette Esports. The gap is staying about 7 seconds, but that is going to widen up to about 10-something seconds. Of course, the drive-through they had, I think, just put up a little bit of cold water in the beer that was being being drinked by Ross and the rest of the Canadian esports outing, but of course, still more than 15 hours of race lap. That could change in the blink of an eye.
Well, and the thing that I'm kind of looking at as well, something that I don't know if we've talked about too much, is we're watching this battle for 10th, down to 0.4 of a second between Thomas Inge Sim Racing and TSRC Esports. They continue to battle along. Near the end of this race, we are expecting a chance of rain, and if we get some rain near the end of this race, as would make sense because we are in the UK in Silverstone, and well, it loves to rain in the UK. That's just kind of the trend. Sorry, but it's true. I mean, rain can always mix anything and everything up as we watch this great battle in 10th for GT3 continue along with TSRC Esports and Thomas Inge Sim Racing battling it out here. And the fact that we're 8 hours in and we have gaps 0.4 of a second for position, and the gap in the lead is like 22 seconds, Lorenzo, is absolutely amazing.
It's great. I was just having this conversation with Dara. Normally we would eventually see the mid-pack and the midfield and maybe potentially some of the back of the field being in the more forefront of battles, because right now the gap in, let's just say, top 4 to maybe the rest of the top 10 would be a little bit of a more gap racing, like we used to call it from time to time. But it's been good, and I think right now Thomas Enge just got a little bit of a worse traffic position, and it's gonna have to go side by side as Maggots and Beckett's. Not the best place for you to go to side by side.
Side by side through Maggots and Beckett's definitely not fun. Hard on the brakes through a GT4 we go around, and that is going to allow this battle to sort of get breathing room for a moment. The GT4 not causing much chaos, but causing just enough chaos here in the run for 10th place is Thomas Inge Sim Racing, that number 50, driven by Kevin Mueller currently, with Andrew Pike for TSRC Esports chasing down there a few laps back. P9 of Aiden Carter is currently in the pits, and this should allow them to close that gap up here to Fry Guys Motorsports. Gap was about 11 seconds. That's going to close through. Again, pit stop cycles, we're deep into this race, so pit stops are all over the place. And what does that mean? It means that some of these gaps might be artificial due to pit stops and not true. But right now, these two with TSRC going through and around and continuing to battle, it is really the gap.
Yeah, that is as true as it will get. But of course, they are approaching, if I'm right, I think they're approaching the tail end of their stint. Just catching right here, I think they are 16 and 19 laps, so they are on the final half. They are starting already the final half of their stint, but not into the final laps though. So they still have about 10 something laps they can exploit. Maybe the guys in front, the Thomas Enge car, can exploit a little bit more, but it's still a good battle between them. Meanwhile, Brad, pay attention on Alexander Davidson. He's still yet to pit on the that WSR car. He's 50. He's basically started all his second half of the stint, has last laps in the top 2, and is being faster. That lead gap is gonna blow out of proportion, I think, whenever Davidson approaches his final laps. The top 3 battle is gonna be open in about 10 or something laps.
Yeah, that top 3 battle is going to be amazing. Here's Chicken Kebab and Fast Track Setups. Mert Menderes is now into the pits. It's the infamous commentator's curse. We see the battle, we call the battle, and then somebody pits and spoils the battle. That has to happen there. As Mert Menderes is in. Alexander Davison of WSR Esports will come across the line here in 3rd. We'll move up to 2nd as Chicken Kebab and Fast Track Setups is in the pits. That gap to the lead GT3 of Project 91 Racing Team's Christian Swarska is currently showing at about 10 seconds. But as you said, I think that will continue to decline as we go, because they're lapping about 2 seconds lap faster right now.
Yeah, illegal car, some would say. No, I'm just kidding. Just a quick question to you, Brad. How do you like your chicken kebab?
I'm a big fan of chicken and pineapple together, and then if you can throw just some nice bell peppers, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. That's kind of that's how I like chicken kebabs.
Okay, it's kind of like you go for the tropical style of chicken kebab, don't you? I know some people will call it a crime, kind of like pineapple on pizza. As Robert McNaughton's gonna have a moment for Dexter's Motorsports. I'm gonna be honest. I think this incident right here is weirder than the Driving Miss Daisy one, because the car looked straight at one moment and simply decided to not turn at all.
Here, big replay, lots of traffic coming through. This is the number 714 of United Sim Team. And that was a big drift. That's what that was.
I want to know if that was a Thomas Enga car that actually braked in front of Patrick Den, because that was really close. That was great awareness at the moment from one of the GT cars that was hanging around the Maggot section.
Definitely would be interesting to know here and get an idea of who that was, but either way, I gotta say, great car control to drift that car through Maggots and Beckett's going through, heading towards Chapel. On board here with Andrew Pike, TSRC Esports, P10 still trying to chase down Thomas Ingay Sim Racing in 9th place. The gap there still continuing to close out about 0.4 of a second, and sort of steady here. Nobody able to really make headway over the other. They're following through, and you know, Lorenzo, this is the point of the race where I kind of ask the question, what is the plan for the team? You know, do you want to be really aggressive in racing, or do you want to just sort of see if you can get an advantage in pit stop? What are we thinking here? This is the nighttime, and traditionally I say the nighttime is survival time. That is what I've always said looking through, is that you're not looking for anything crazy. You're not looking, you know, to gain seconds upon seconds of time, depending on the situation you're in, as we see the 714 here get in the mix and kind of open the gap up for P9 and P10, and oh, that's the 714 of the 99 with a little bit of contact there. That's TSRC Esports Andrew Pike. Again, we've been following his battle with Thomas Ingay Sim Racing, Kevin Mueller, and that unfortunately is going to be neutralized for a while, because the United Sim Team Patrick Den just gave some contact there, and that's going to open that gap up. We'll get a quick replay of that.
Yeah, in my point of view, I think that was kind of like self-inflicted from Pike right there. You're going to see right at Littlefield. I think he just stays way too close to Patrick Dan's Mercedes, and there's nothing that Dan can do right there. He was just staying on his line, and unfortunately for Pike, two don't make one, he gets spun around. If you're going to look from the aerial cam, there you go. I think he just turns way too much in the way of the United team, you know, car, and TSRC goes for a spin, and that's pretty much it. As we have more pit stops, I think that's Caleb Koski for the No Limits T Racing Academy. Oh, they have a black flag as well. Oh, they do.
Oh, that is not good for them. They will swap drivers as well in this pit stop for No Limits Sim Racing Academy. Connor Gibb will now swap through and go into the car here for the 322. Looking at teams can have 2 to 6 drivers here. If you're just joining us for this second stint here, we're 15 minutes in now into the next 8 hours of racing. 8 hours down, 16 hours to go here for the 2025 Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 Hours of Silverstone. Winners here today, first, second, and third place in each class will get a free subscription into the Pi Toolbox Plus from Cosworth, 12 months, 6 months, and 3 months respectively. And then the winning team for each class, courtesy of Butt Kicker, is going to be getting either a Gamer Plus or a Gamer Pro model, plus the ultimate version of their Haptic Connect software, which is pretty awesome to see here. So a lot to race for, a lot to battle for here at the moment, plus just the pride of saying that you won the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. I feel like that alone is pretty sweet, let alone cool. Getting everything that Cosworth and Butt Kicker are offering here for the teams as they go. Checking in with P2 and GT4. 59 seconds. Yeah.
But not only that, as we look into Sam Derbyshire, it's good to see Sam driving around a car, race cars. He's usually working also in production and commentary for, I think, for some sim racing events. It's good to see a fellow sim racing commentator doing some driving. But back to my point, did you see the pretty boy PI toolbox running on our broadcast?
I saw it earlier. I would love to see it again, though, because it is quite sweet to look at. So if you haven't seen it, it's definitely awesome to check out. So would recommend it. Because it's really, really cool to look at. Yeah. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's insane. It's really cool. It's something refreshing, I think, from my point of view, because normally we don't have that kind of stuff. Here, let's just say... we have AFO, right? We as producers, Ramiro, Iku, Hugo, whoever over here in RaceSpot, we use AFO to use telemetry, right? I think the telemetry comes from AFO, and eventually from my racing, they give us that telemetry. But we often don't see the brake and probably the brake appliance and how much brake is used on the cars itself. So getting that read from an external point of view into the sim is cool to watch. Really cool, as Sarsmore is going to stay for one more stint in the Simcast Racing Team UK car, and hoping that we can see maybe that box be used more. My team says that, oh, there's a car spun around at the exit of is that Lufield, or that is actually Cops that had a little bit of a half spin.
I'm going to say the line. You can't go side by side in Cops Corner. I'm just going to assume that that's what happened, but it probably wasn't, to be honest, and it's just an excuse to say the line here. Watching this battle for 8th and GT3, Pineapple Racing Club on board with Thomas Inge Sim Racing, who is trying to catch up here as they go forward. This is, again, hard-fought battles continue along and continue their way through. Ned Wharton here ahead in the number 16 for Pineapple Racing Club as we race through the night here around Silverstone. This is a track that this is one of those tracks that I always say every driver should have in their sim racing repertoire. You should be able to get on Silverstone in a variety of cars and put down fairly competitive laps. You should be able to pretty well within a couple laps get up to speed in most cars on this track, because it's a track that you should just know. You should know this traditional Grand Prix layout very well. This is a track, though, that at night is a completely different story for me. I have a bad time with this track at night.
All right, I was gonna go hard on your take, okay? Because your take on chicken kebab has actually opened up the chat for top 10 favorite foods, and I'm actually gonna leave. If Chad is actually listening, give me your top 10 favorite foods. I know some people already said chicken kebab is on the top 10, but anyway, okay, continuing on. You say it's a track that within a few laps is easy for you to put laps down. I'm gonna agree with that, but the problem is with Silverstone, this track is more difficult than some other tracks I have probably in sim racing for you to master appropriately. It's hard for you to actually find, whenever you are in the very rim of the limit, that extra tenth in a consistent basis, because this track has so much track variations in corners that it's hard for you to find that fine tuning around the racetrack, as Thomas Enga is gonna try to go for 8th place around the outside.
Yeah, and it's one of those tracks that I don't think you have to be ultra quick on. As we watch around the outside here, Thomas Inga, Pineapple Racing Club continue along. Let's see how this battle goes through. And hard on the brakes we go for the number 16 Pineapple Racing Club. Great defense here coming in through the final corners, heading through Vale and Club, coming around to the Lewis Hamilton straight, and now hard on the gas we go. And to the inside, trying to move this through around DCW Racing Blue, and does just that. Now moving through and around. great run here, great battle still going. That's going to be frustrating for Thomas Inge Sim Racing, trying to get past. You're just there, you're just close enough. You feel like you've got the pace, but you just don't have that little bit extra to get up into P8. And sometimes that is hard to deal with. It can cause drivers to overdrive the car and push. So for Kevin Mueller here, who is still running in, trying to get past Ned Wharton, is going to need to just remember that and, try to set up the pass again. Sometimes it's okay to take a little bit longer to get a pass done, especially in these 24-hour races, if it means that you don't make an unnecessary move and cause damage to your car, cause damage to others, and you survive to get to the end.
Yeah, that is a very fair assessment. I think just going really quickly, number 3, Chicken Kebab, has actually switched drivers. I think you mentioned that for Isaac Fairweather, driving the car right now. And Davidson's gap is now 6 seconds to Zaruta. If I'm Zaruta, I know he's coming back he's coming into the pit lane for his service right now. There you go. I'm Nostradamus by Lorenzo Bond. I know, I knew it because it was 30 laps. But I would throw up a little bit of a yellow light on the Project 91 car, because I think their lead is about to be in danger whenever Davidson's done with his thing.
I'd agree with that. Side by side coming through here, Pineapple Racing Club, Thomas Inge Sim Racing again. The number 16, the number 50, they're just not done. We keep seeing Thomas Inge's number 50 here of Kevin Mueller getting side by side. But again, down the Hamilton straight we go, not able to make the pass. Just able to get close, not able to get past. And that is so hard to handle sometimes. You see here trying another move, heading into Village, heading for the loop we go, and still not able to capitalize here. Aston Martin versus Mustang, and I got to tell you right now, the Mustang is surprisingly nimble in the corners. It's something that a lot of people don't recognize about these GT Mustangs, is that they can actually handle pretty well around a track. That's why they're a GT3 car. Yeah, they're a Mustang. A lot of people think of Mustangs as muscle cars, but these cars handle really well all the way around sometimes. And you can see, too, just the difference in lines that's being taken here between the number 16 and the number 15. Dive inside, dive outside, kind of hold the corner a little bit tighter, run a little bit wider. And it's showing in the difference here, the fact that the number 16 is able to hold ahead at the moment as they head down into Cop's Corner.
Yeah, but I think at the same time, there could be a little bit of praise for Multimatic, because for those who don't know, this car is a combination of the work done between Ford and Multimatic, as they got a little bit squirrely around back kits right there, but both cars managed to go through. But normally, what is the biggest issue? And you should know as an American, Brad, otherwise I'll revoke your U.S. citizenship. What is the biggest thing that the Mustang has in terms of other cars that is a big problem?
It's the back end loves to kick out. That is a big thing with the Mustang. You get on the power and it loves to slide. And yeah, it's just a natural problem that car has because of the way it's weighted. I mean, you see it there exiting out of Club into the Hamilton Straight. The 16 there got a wiggle there, and now, again, we head into Abbey Farm Curve. Going through, the Mustang, it's very easy to spin up the tires in the rear because of the way the weight distribution is. And it's something that they try to fix more in the GT3. But
I was waiting for that word. I was waiting for that word. I was waiting for those two words. Those two words are the key ones for the Mustang, historically speaking. The Mustang weight distribution. The biggest problem with Mustangs, historically speaking, is weight distribution. It's not 50-50, as some other cars, for example, this Aston Martin. I think the weight distribution of this Aston Martin is nearly 50-50, if not 50-50. But of course, this is a sports car. The Mustang nowadays is more of a sports car than... So here's the thing. This is another bone I have to pick. Nowadays, I would say the Mustang is more of a sports car than a muscle car.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that a lot. And also, here's a fun fact for you, just because you've reminded me of it with the weight distribution. The BMW GT3 has a 48-52 weight distribution, but the Porsche GT3, I believe, is a 40-60, if I remember right. It might be slightly worse than that here, as we watch the Aston Martin and the Mustang still battle it out here. Pineapple Racing Club coming through, holding on that run, and man, still holding on in the Mustang ahead of the Aston Martin. So very clearly that little bit more muscle endurance is doing great. And also, someone in the YouTube chat has asked top 10 foods. I think my number one food has to be a New York strip steak.
New York. I was gonna ask from Outback, or in general.
I would prefer one that I make at home, but if I'm going out to eat, Outback is probably my go-to. In terms of going out to eat and getting like some sort of steak thing. Phoenix Sim Racing, very clearly thinking about food here on the late night, as they had a big moment there going through. Thankfully, wasn't anything too severe. I don't think they hit a wall there going through cops, but it looks like the car just snapping loose as they went through. Yeah, I'm going to say steak, number one, and macaroni and cheese, number two.
You need to give 8 more. You are still missing 8 more foods. You asked for the top 10.
Okay, so number 3 has to be chocolate cake. Number 4, I'm going to go with Luna Rose Sim Racing Spinning, which is not food, but that is a big moment there, going out of club, and it looks like able to get away with it and get going. I think pineapple is going to make my top 5. So I would say pineapple would be number 5. I think number 4 is going to go to American cheese. I think American cheese in general is just really good. I'm kind of getting a little too specific with this. Number 6 is a steak quesadilla from Taco Bell. Number 7 is probably going to be a Big Mac, because I've been on a kick lately. Number 8, Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets. Number 9 is going to be a chocolate milkshake from Cookout. And then number 10, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
The famous PB&J.
How can you not like a PB&J? I feel like we're about to see a PB&J between a yellow and pink car, though. Look at this. Pineapple and Thomas Inge still going at a battle here. And I've never had pineapple cheesecake. Someone in YouTube chat just asked that. I've never had pineapple cheesecake. We're about to see a pineapple Inge Sim Racing, depending on how these two continue to battle it out.
Fair. I still have to give mine, though, as the problem is we have too many battles around the racetrack for me to calm down and actually start squawking at my top 10 foods. But the cool thing is, this is actually a battle for in front of them. You can see the TSRC car is right behind them at the Wellington Straight. So you can see the dive down from Thomas Enga. He's going to have a little bit of an overlap, but he's going to shove the Mustang towards the outside part of the corner. There was a little bit of a flashing of the headlights, and I do agree with that. I think that was overly aggressive from the Thomas Enga car, and that could be reviewed by the racing stewards. But that actually could come back in the favor of the Pineapple Racing Club car. But anyway, just gonna wait to see if I can actually start speaking as they go around the Arete GT4. I don't think I'm gonna be able to. Back to you, Brad. Even though I have my top 10 locked in already.
What's your number 1? Let's at least get the number 1 out there, and then we'll go, because apparently my choice of American cheese has offended
it's pizza.
people, so.
Oh, it's pizza.
I'm not specific toppings, or just a pizza?
No, pizza. I'm half Italian, so pizza.
Okay.
Period.
Fair. I could see that as well. Okay, so pineapple on pizza, yes, I think that is allowed. There's a pizza type in the U.S. that is Hawaiian, and it's literally ham and pineapple. I think it's good. I don't know what's wrong with people saying pineapple can't be on pizza. I can tell you right now, something with Team Bennett Sim Racing has went wrong, and never mind, they're all good here.
No, they just done the overtake.
That's wide from the 338, I believe that was, going very wide in the background. And that is the 131 Simcast Racing Team UK, who is now holding on and moving that car along. A lot of Aston Martins here today, I believe. A lot of Mustangs, a lot of Aston Martins. They've been the favorite in the service lately.
It's the best car, is the best GT3s, I think, overall in the service right now in the season. That's why. If you go on fixed races in GT and GT Open Sprint, you're gonna see the best. 9 out of 10 cars are gonna be either a Mustang or an Aston Martin. They're just well balanced. Maybe in a track that maybe has, for example, some elevate height, like high variation, like Mexico City. You might see maybe an M4 GT3 Evo here and there because of the turbo engine. But maybe some other tracks. The Lamborghini is kind of good. Over here would be a good track because it is kind of cold, but still. As now we have the battle between P10 and P11 as that Mercedes AMG GT3 just got really in the back of the TSRC Esports. And I'll give you my number 2. It's pasta. Okay, this is my number 2. Once this is all said and done, this battle, I'll give the other 8 foods that I have on the top of my head.
I feel like pizza, pasta, wings would be a good top 3, honestly. Going through, and here's the number 10 or 10th place car of TSRC Esports, Andrew Pike, pulling into the pits. So another pit stop, neutralizing another good battle. But welcome to the overnight stint, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't watched a full 24-hour race and seen the overnights, well, this is where the fun things happen. This is where you bust out the chocolate cake and you really enjoy some good racing.
Yeah, or you order yourself a Burger King whenever you're all said and done, and also you get your Minion cup. They actually started a marketing promotion over here in Portugal with Minion coffee cups. My wife already told me to get 2 once this is all said and done. And well, happy life, happy wife. That's what they say. All right, number 3. Okay. Number 3, I said pizza, pasta, lasagna. Right, number 3 is lasagna.
Okay.
Number 4 is gonna be risotto.
Okay.
Usually, if it is usually with some risotto with like Parmesan cheese, some provolone cheese, and either prawns or meat, it's all good and great. Number 5 is a Brazilian delicacy called pão de queijo. Ramiro will know what I'm talking about, okay? Ramiro will know what I'm talking about with the pão de queijo, because if he hadn't had one in São Paulo, I swear to God, I'm going to chase him down in Argentina and actually going to have him to chew one down. It's kind of like cheese ball. It's like kind of like cheese balls, but they're made of, cheese, and you can put any type of stuff in it. But anyway, number 6 is gonna be McDonald's cheese fries, the French fries from McDonald's.
Okay.
Number 7 is gonna be the I was gonna say McDonald's McFlurry, M&M McFlurry. Okay. Then number 8 is gonna be cheesecake. Number 9 is gonna be a lemon mousse. Actually, sorry, I'll switch it. Number 9 is gonna be passion fruit mousse, and number 10 is gonna be lemon cake.
That's actually a really good top 10 list.
It's
Lorenzo,
solid.
Very, very good taste. I feel like we need to get you with Gordon Ramsay and have you do some food testing with Gordon Ramsay. That'd be an interesting stint here on Race Spot.
The type of question that was asked about what kind of top pasta dish. So I usually have spaghetti penne, and sometimes, I know ravioli is kind of a pasta, but these are my top 3, and usually I go for pesto sauce, pesto cheese. I usually put like grated cheese or something like that on the pasta. Or if I don't do it, my wife does that from time to time. And she does a mushroom, kind of like a fungi sauce that is heavenly. We found the cheese over here in Portugal, like a truffle cheese over here in Portugal. If you try it, it's delicious. You can go with anything. You can put like picanha in it. You can put like anything, literally anything in it, and it's gonna taste good. You cannot screw this up, you know. And look it up, pão de queijo, Mr. Brad Dalton. You're gonna see they are like tiny things. They're on the tiny breads. They're round, but when you eat them, they are so good. If you catch the interviews from the F1 drivers, they're going to be asking, what's your favorite Brazilian food? They're probably going to put pão de queijo in their top 3. Or any actor or anyone that goes to Brazil is going to be in the top 3, period.
I'm going to have to look into it here a little bit later, because that sounds... I mean, anything that is cheese is just sounds delicious. Yeah.
Going further in, I actually
really
have a cheese chart over here on my bookmarks. Not even lying. There is actually the ultimate cheese chart over here in front of me, sitting right now. Of course, we have the production feed. I'm looking at the production feed, but also at the same time, I can look at these charts right here, see what kind of cheese are from cows, from sheep, from goat and buffalo, and now the sub levels of it. It's insane.
See, this is one of those moments where I'm not so happy to be American, because this is stuff that I'm not nearly as fortunate with. I feel very uncultured with food right now.
Where are you from, Brad?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm from Kentucky.
Ooh. All right, so here's the thing. On my 11th thing, I got KFC. So trust me or not, I love the KFC chicken wings.
See, here's what's funny, is I'm from Kentucky, and nobody from Kentucky likes KFC.
I figured that as much.
There's a restaurant chain called Lee's that is essentially... Yeah, and I prefer Lee's to KFC every time. I find that it is much tastier.
I think because KFC just got over-industrialized. That's pretty much it. That's why.
I mean, whenever it's taken over by... Yeah, I mean, it's ran by an international corporation now called Yum Foods. So, and it also...
Yuck.
I believe Yum Brands also owns... they own KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell. I know those 3 off the top of my head, but I want to say that they own even more brands than that.
One thing that I saw a few months ago when I went to Leeds was I couldn't believe the light of day was not. I saw Wendy's. I don't see Wendy's here in Portugal. It's not a common thing for you to see Wendy's in Portugal, but I saw that in Leeds. I was like, what the heck? Wendy's in but then again, I think about, like, there's a lot of, communication between the Brits and the Americans. So I'm like, Wendy's in the UK? It's kind of like, are you trying to kill Nando's or something like that? But anyway.
There's a food that I left off of my top 10 that I think I'm going to put at P11, since we're talking about, like, really international foods. Excuse me, is this Battle for 8th in GT4?
It's good.
It's caught my attention.
Been a while.
Vulcan Motorsports and Lion GP Esports Academy. They're having a good run here. I'm going to put number 11 as poutine.
Okay. I never had poutine, though.
So it's essentially just French fries, cheese curds, and
I know about
gravy.
The food. I know about the food. I just never had it because I never had the opportunity for someone to do that for me. Or I go to Canada. I nearly to say Canada. If I said Canada, I know everybody from Ret would actually go on chat and hear our RaceSpot chat and basically verbally abuse me. But and Ryan Walker, if you do not order a pizza, I will not order one for you over there in Scotland, and I hope your Scotland rear is ready to get a butt kick in 2026. You know why. But anyway, yeah, it's something. It's something.
Man, I'm hungry now. And what's funny is I just ate before the broadcast, but now I'm hungry again. So
worse is what Ramirez is putting on our broadcast chat. He's tempting. He's tempting us.
I'm looking at it and I'm just, I'm kind of sad I'm only going to be here until a little bit past the hour whenever Ewan O'Leary jumps in, but I'm also kind of happy because it means I can go get some food. So also, for those of you talking about what pizza topping, Hawaiian pizza is good, but also just straight up sausage pizza. Sausage pizza is a good pizza. Also,
sausage?
Macaroni and cheese pizza.
No, hold up. But I cannot say hold up because Brazilians, they butcher the pizza. If proper Italians went to Brazil, that World War III would properly start, I think. But we butcher some pizzas, trust me. For me, it's pepperoni margarita and or corn and beef.
Ooh. See, we have something here called corned beef hash that's really good, and it's essentially just corned beef and potatoes in a can. Also,
what?
Are you all really arguing about mac and cheese on pizza? Have you all never had a good mac and cheese pizza? I do also want to context one thing really quick. My wife is allergic to tomatoes, so my taste of pizza is slightly varied because I don't eat anything tomato-y nearly that often.
Okay, I know where you're getting at. Yeah.
So I tend to find very out-of-character pizzas like the macaroni and cheese, the chicken bacon ranch. There's a chicken Alfredo pizza that's from a very local place here that is Alfredo sauce.
I heard about that.
Chicken on top and bacon and onions. So, but yeah, so some very out there taste, I'm not gonna lie, is while we've been talking about that, the battle for first overall here, with 15 hours and 15 minutes to go, is 0.3 of a second separated here as they head down the Wellington Straight.
Yeah, Camille is right on the rear end of Jaruta. I think Camille just got out about 9 laps ago, so basically the same on fuel stints. On field, the problem is what Jaruta is going to do. I think this is the first true time he's going to be put under pressure with a driver that has kind of like done a lot of stuff on the top tier levels of sim racing on Kamil Grabowski.
Such great battles here going on with the top two separated by 0.3 after nearly 9 hours of racing. This is amazing to watch here. Some of the big things that have happened throughout the last run, if you don't want to go back and watch the last 8 hours highlights, WSR's number 123 and the number 2 Phoenix cars made contact very early on through club, and it gave the 123 a stop go. As you can see, the stop go, well, it didn't stop them. They basically just took it and decided to go now, as they are going to dive to the inside here, looking for a pass for the lead, hard on the brakes, and, well, after having a stop-go 15 minutes into this race, they come through, and WSR Esports now in the lead of GT3 and the lead overall here of the Cosworth Britcar, 24 hours of Silverstone. That is insane to say that at the top of the race, there was a stop-go, and now all of a sudden they're leading.
Yeah, it's completely insane. It's kind of like your never give up mentality. You can never give up even though some adversity is out there. It's kind of weird for me to say. I just had a situation like that a few weeks ago where I think we spun out on lap 2 or something like that in my car, and then at the end of the 24-hour race we got 3rd place, and we ended up pocketing about 400 Brazilian dollar bills, y'all. But that was enough to cover the expenses of 1 month of us doing Instagram stuff. But anyway, coming back to the point, it's good that you don't have that never give up mentality. You try to do your best, and you try to put the cars to the very limit of it. I'm just trying to confirm if that is the end. I think that will be the second back-to-back victory. That will be a back-to-back victory for the WSR Esports, even though last year's they had the WSR Esports butt kicker. Now they don't have the butt kicker as their partners anymore.
You know what? I just realized what I forgot to mention here as I'm looking over the penalty sheet for WSR Esports 123. They've had 2 stop and goes for incidents that they've been deemed responsible for. So 2 stop goes in 9 hours, and they're here. So, I mean, this is something else to see here. Beautiful moves from them, and I tell you what, talk about a butt kicker, a kick in the butt for them, to be honest, to be up here in the front. So we'll see how they go. I would say that definitely they are eating some chocolate cake at the moment to keep up this level of energy and pace in that number 123 Aston Martin. Lorenzo, as we watch these racers go through, I mean, it's late night, and 11th in GT3, Thomas Inge, we've talked about them basically the entire 45 minutes we've been on the air and a little bit more with DWR SimCoach setups. Yeah, this battle is getting feisty.
A little bit of a door-to-door action cannot hurt anyone, but a good job from Thomas Inge to the Thomas Inge team to hold the ground for now. So good job from Wojtek Dvorak to hold Zane Smith in place and not allow him to go through. And just let you know, it's not Zane Smith that you guys are thinking about. This Zane has a Y on his name. Otherwise, there could be a really good chance that is Zane Smith, former driver from Road Motorsports, which I would not get into NASCAR discussion this weekend. I'm just letting the world board for now.
Yeah, we won't get into any NASCAR discussion at this point because, well, I don't know that I want to have that discussion today here as we watch this battle for 8th. I'm looking at 2 things at once. We're watching the battle here for 2nd place in GT3. On board here with Christian Swartza, who is trying to chase down Kamil Grabowski, who is about a second up the road there in that 123 WSR. We saw the pass happen. Now we see trying to make it back through Chicken Kebab and Fast Track setups. Isaac Fairweather is about 5 seconds behind this in 3rd place and would love to try to get involved here in a battle for 2nd place and try to chase down for the lead. It'd be a nice little fast track with a Chicken Kebab to run through. And we'll see what happens here. Here shortly, Lorenzo, you will be stepping out of the booth, and Ron will be joining us. I gotta say, did we get Ron in on the food talk here on the late night 2nd stint broadcast as DKS Motorsports goes around there in the Mustang? Do we get Ron to give us his top 10 foods?
He either has to say his top 10 foods, or he has to go into his music knowledge and sing something.
You know what?
You guys brought up the discussion. I am out in 10 minutes, so you guys have a problem to fix right now. I'm out in 9 minutes and 40 seconds and counting. You guys have a problem to solve. My problem is trying to make my wife happy. Nice dive.
Oh, great dive there.
Never
mind. Nope, never mind. Spoke a little bit too soon about a nice dive there. That was not as nice of a dive there for Zane Smith, the DWR and SimCoach setups number 80. Unfortunately, I don't think a setup can fix it whenever a car ends up on your inside quarter panel.
I had a more aggressive take, but I would not say it. I think that was overly. You can see he's just. Can I be very honest and say, what are the chances of this not happening with no one giving an inch towards the other driver? What were the chances of this not happening?
You have a good point. See, that feels like one of those we could break down and analyze 27 times over, but thankfully we have live stewards for that I already know are going to be looking at that one. And yeah, that is what we let the stewards look at because, well, I have my opinion on it. You have your opinion on it, Lorenzo. I'm sure our opinions are probably similar. And I will just reiterate, there are 15 hours and 8 minutes to go in this race is what I'm going to say.
Yeah. It's kind of like maybe my opinion is the same one as yours, but yeah.
Yeah, with that being said, before we get people to riot with pitchforks and come at us here and throw the cake that I want to eat in my face, on board with Lion GP Esports Academy here in the battle for 8th in GT4, 9/10 of a second off and going, so keeping that battle very much there and alive here. Plenty of battles left to go, and I mean, it's hard to keep going at night like this. Sometimes the night stints I find are the worst, as we have some pit stops.
I love night stints, man. All right, so I'm gonna give you a true breakdown. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Lorenzo Bonder, and I'm about to give you a driver breakdown of a day stint to a night stint. Oh, okay. Ferrari just shoved a GT4 off the track. That was Vulcan that got shoved off at Cops, but survived the ordeal. So here's the thing. What is the worst stint for you to drive? Your first stint or the night stint? Let's just say you have a 24-hour race. What is the worst stint for you to drive?
For me, the worst stint to drive is
the first one or the last one. The first one or the night stint?
I think it's the last one. I think it's the night stint.
It's the night stint. All right. So I actually have something to back it up. So I did a 24 hours of spa race not long ago, and the one thing I think there is a GT3 car on the inside. I think Teichmann just lost connection. Is that it? No, he didn't lose connection. But my average heartbeat during the first 2 stints that I had was going around to 120 to 140 beats per minute. During the night stint, I did a double or triple stint. My heartbeat was sitting at max 105. I was sitting about, I was very chill. So the thing with nighttime is people would say, oh, it's worse, maybe because you're driving in the night and you only have your headlights and stuff like that and blah, blah, blah. Don't get me wrong. You could be right. It could be different for you. It goes from driver to driver, of course. As Vulcan just played with fire one more time. It just goes to show that for me, night stints are easier. I'm more chilled. Also, of course, I was used with the car already, how it'd be handled. But I was just more laid back on the chair over here, just driving my stints, doing less mistakes. And basically, my lap times were basically the similar from daytime. I was just pushing the same way I was pushing during daylight.
That's interesting, because I have the opposite experience. I tend to find that during the day, I'm a little bit more relaxed, and at night, it tends to be a little bit more tense for me. So I don't really have a reason why. So, yeah, so that's interesting. See, for me, and maybe it's just a little bit of a lack of experience coming in with that one. Night stints are not typically what I prefer to drive to begin with, but it's usually just depending on my team makeup. Usually I don't find myself driving night stints that often. It just sort of depends. So that's kind of interesting to hear that take out from that, because it's again, that's one of those, I think everyone really has a preference. And Lorenzo, you and me would probably make a good team because of you driving in at, if you like driving at night, I can drive okay during the day. Well, there's our different times covered. We just got to find people to cover the middle ground.
Two things. Number one, if you're driving with me, you're driving RaceSpot's finest, because I am the highest RaceSpot rated driver in the commentators race. I had the most points. Yeah, Will Chadwick, I'm looking at you, and I have more points than you. Well, I'll never allow you to live it up, even if I have to go to the Sim Racing Expo and pick you on it until we have the next race, of course. But jokes apart, yeah, I'm more chill during the nighttime. The only reason I don't do more night stints nowadays is because my G29 is kind of loud and my wife sleeps on the other room, and I'm getting a UPC, and eventually I'm getting myself a Moza in the cockpit. So that's why I'm not putting more effort. I think I'm just gonna hold until I get a better gear, so I can have a better gear and get to back what I was used to prior to coming to Portugal, where I was actually basically driving every day. Over here, I can, with the better gear, I fucking feel more confident, because one of the worst things people can do, ladies and gentlemen, is do a downgrade in terms of equipment. People will feel it. Because the time for you to set it up on the new stuff and get used to it, it's big. It's very big.
Yep, I will second that, because I downgraded from a Moza R9 setup to back to my Logitech G920, and it is a very hardcore feeling. I will say right now, if you are used to something, make sure you use it. Even if you're not driving that often and you think, this makes more sense for me to have this other setup because I don't drive that often, which was my situation, because, well, I spend all my time in the booth watching passes like this happen. Well, don't do it. Just keep what you have, and even if you're not driving that often, it's better. Trust me. Yeah. Trust and believe.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some comments, some interesting comments, like Nor's about nighttime stints. I'll agree with what Watson said. I think when he says Le Mans and Nord's nights are worse, I do agree. There's a few bits. I would say Le Mans, there's a few bits of the night that are worse, but Nord's at night, I agree 100%. This is the only statement, the part of the statement I'll agree 100% with what Adam said, because I think driving Nordschleife at night and be as fast as you are during the day, it's extremely hard. I think it's not a lot of drivers. I said this even in the 24-hour broadcast about that. Not this year, but I think the year prior. It's arguably the hardest job for a sim racer to drive in a top-level competition. We had DNLS earlier today. Of course, there was a nighttime driving there, but there are sometimes they do night. I think some events in the night that are going to the night. Driving in the night with top-level competition, trust me, it's arguably the hardest thing for you to do as a sim racer. It's an ungrateful job, but if those who does it well, I think, like from the Team Redline, Coin, and other sorts, they truly show why they are the top tier of competition and not other people, you know.
I agree with that completely here. Lorenzo, final thoughts on the race as the Ferrari gives me a heart attack here. Final thoughts here before we let you step away and take a few-hour break here before you come back and get into the real early hours.
I barely noticed we've actually passed an hour. It's been great. The race has been great. It's been really good. I think it's been open. Looking forward to see what the next hours of the race will transpire. Now I'm going to get myself a Burger King, make my wife happy, and then relax because I'm back at 1 a.m. GMT.
Smart man, Lorenzo. Make the wife happy. Happy wife, happy life, and a great palate for food, I have to say. Lorenzo, it's an honor as always to have you here in the booth with me. It's an honor as always to get to talk to you for a little bit of time, but now we're going to put two Americans together in the booth, and surely nothing wild can go wrong. It's going to be myself, Brad, for a little bit longer here, while Ewan O'Leary is definitely probably making his food list, and it's Ron Mons jumping in the booth with me. Ron, hello, friend. How are you?
I am doing pretty all right. I was already on this show for about an hour. It was from the 1 to 2 o'clock hours back here in the East Coast time. It was right as the sun was setting. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm going to say, and this is honest, but before I got in the booth, you tasked me with making a list of my top 10 songs. I'm going to be honest, I'm not too musically inclined. I've only been able to get 3, and they're 3 with some very interesting stories, so I think that does make up for it.
Okay, so I'll give you the choice. Off the top of your head, you can give me your top 10 foods, or we can talk about the top 3 songs. I think YouTube chat would prefer foods, but what would you prefer? As we're watching absolute chaos on track. Goodness gracious me, Mav Gardner.
Yeah, and very similar section of racetrack to where I saw some drivers lose it a little bit earlier on in this race. Some contact made in the lap traffic debacles. Honestly, I could probably rattle off some top 10 foods as we take a look at a replay to see what happened with that TSRC Esports number 99 car. Contact made with that GT4 Mustang as they had their way out of Stowe. I could probably give a small little ramble session about the 3 songs that I have here, and also probably list off my 10 favorite foods. So does that sound like a good plan here, Brad?
Let's start with the foods and then round back to the songs here. I really want to know the foods because I got judged very harshly for my choices. So I want to hear your choices.
Okay, so I feel like I'm probably going to get judged in similar fashion to this as well, because I'm from the city of Philadelphia, and you will come to notice that there are some biases here. So we're going to start off immediately with a bias with number 10. It's not necessarily a food, but something that I feel like I would sorely miss if ever I were to move out of the city of Philadelphia, as that was a big crash heading off through cops. That, I think, may have been a GT3 Audi from the looks of it, just careening off the circuit.
I hope that was not who I thought that was. Because I see Project 91 Racing dropping down the order. Surely it was not Project 91 Racing who's been running well.
It looked like a red car.
I believe I don't know. Okay, let's see. So that was actually the number 25 of Daniel Pinard, Luna Rose Sim Racing, and with a bit of help there.
Yeah, definitely some big assistance heading off through there. Side-by-side racing through Stowe doesn't really work too well, even in the best of conditions, doubly so under the lights here at Silverstone, with the track slowly but surely cooling off. Just to get back to the discussion about food here, because otherwise I feel like we'll never be able to get it out. At number 10, I've got Philadelphia soft pretzels. If anybody has ever been in the city of Philadelphia and heads off to Philadelphia Pretzel Factory, the best thing you can do for yourself is get a couple of pretzels, hot off the presses so they're still nice, warm, and soft, and have them with a little bit of buttercream icing. I was always a cheese kind of guy with my pretzels. I still enjoy having a little bit of cheese to dip the pretzels in quite a lot, but I converted myself into being a fan of dipping them in a little bit of buttercream icing. So I think that is my number 10 right off the bat. Number 9, I would probably say, is some crab cakes. So that as a little bit of family kind of bias there, because so when my grandfather moved to America back in the, I think it was the 20s or 30s from Germany, he started up his own butcher shop here in the city of Philadelphia, and the shop is still open, albeit it's my grandfather sold it to another man, and that family still owns it to this day. But the crab cake recipe that they have at that place is still the same recipe to this very day. So occasionally I do go in there, get some crab cakes, and hop them in the oven, and very, very nice. Even though I've never lived in the state of Maryland, where the crab cakes are kind of synonymous, that is still one of my favorite foods of all time. Number 8, we're getting off into tricky times here. I'd probably say is just some nice kielbasa. That same butcher shop actually has a maple kielbasa recipe that is just to die for. Sweet, savory, everything you could want in life and more. See, now we're getting off into kind of troubled territory here. This is going to be a last edition. This is something that I had that I made not too long ago at number 7. So it was a pepper ham and provolone sandwich with a hash brown in the middle. I decided to just do this out of the blue, and I wasn't under the influence of any herbal substances when I thought of this idea. I just thought of it, I think it was Thursday or Friday morning, so just the other day when I thought of this. I tried it. My dad had it on toasted bread. I usually put some of my sandwiches in a George Foreman grill to kind of like crush them down a little bit, kind of like make them into a panini. I had that to die for. Absolutely fantastic. Good stuff. It was salty, spiced hash brown, just an amazing concoction that I decided to think of there. That's Sim Dynamics. The Sunoco Race Fuels, a number 13 car gang spun around in dramatic fashion. That's heading their way out of Stowe of turn number 15. Now, so that was number 7 for the sandwich there. Number 6, I would say, is a classic grilled cheese and tomato soup. I make a pretty good one. It has to be, though, with Pacific Food Brands tomato basil soup. That stuff is absolutely fantastic. You can get it at Whole Foods and I think Sprouts, that grocery store. I'm not sure if that's too nationwide. I know Whole Foods is. You can get it there. Good stuff. Grilled cheese has to be with a good melty cheese. I usually do with some Cooper, which is basically like American, but with I think a little bit of cheddar mixed into it. Very, very good stuff. And yeah, a good little tip, make a garlic bread grilled cheese. So you melt down a small little bit of butter in the microwave, mix in some garlic powder, a little bit of onion powder, and some oregano on top of it. Absolutely delicious. It's kind of staying on the Italian food, which you will notice is a bit of a trend. Meatball sub. Meatball sub sandwich. Fantastic. That is... I made one time with, I think it was some like Kraft Italian blend grated cheese. Really good stuff. It is good. So I think if you can get a good meatball sub that isn't too messy, you'll be doing good. Another one, an Italian sausage provolone, not Italian sausage provolone, an Italian sausage Parmesan sandwich. That's pretty good. I think they only have that here in the city of Philadelphia, but if you get that, it's literally just sauce, cheese, all that. Very good. Number 4. Number 3, it's about time that I said this. Philadelphia cheesesteak. That's some good stuff. Number 2.
You're from Philly and you put a Philly cheesesteak at number 3?
Yes, I did. And there was.
I gotta hear 2 and 1. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So, I don't get me wrong. I adore a Philly cheesesteak. Do that with a little bit of fried onions. It's good. The only reason why it's maybe a little bit lower is sometimes it can be a bit inconsistent. And actually, one of the best cheesesteaks I ever had wasn't even in Philly. It was. Like relatively speaking, in terms of the grand scheme of the world and certainly the rest of the U.S., it was geographically close. It was up in the Poconos. It was at this restaurant and hotel, Murphy's Loft, which is right by Pocono Raceway, right by the Bertle Roos Racing School as well. They have a cheesesteak that I had a couple of years ago at my final ever karting race, and that was just absolutely amazing. Number 2. Now, these are 2 different things I'm marking off here. I'm a fan of cheese. I'm a fan of kind of marinara sauce. I'm a fan of chicken. So I'm going to put number 2, chicken parm. And then number 1, a chicken parm sandwich. That is my top 10 foods of all time. I adore chicken parm. That would be my last meal if I ever were to commit some sort of heinous crime and was put on death row and sentenced to death. That would be my final meal. It would be a chicken parm sandwich.
I feel like Lorenzo is... Okay, I have questions about the Philly cheesesteak. I have questions about how you like your chicken parm. I just gotta... So, explain to me your chicken parm, how you do, because everyone seems to have a different way that they like their chicken parm. How do you make your chicken parms?
So I've never gotten the opportunity to make homemade chicken parm, which is actually on my like culinary kind of bucket list. I love me a good chicken parm. It's got to have it's got to have a good marinara sauce, obviously. The breading has got to be sturdy and tasty. You can't just have breading that kind of falls apart, because a lot of the times, especially with like fried chicken or something of the sorts, you get like soggy breading onto it, which it just ruins it. If you get the soggy breading, you're going to be done for. And plus, the sturdy breading means that the marinara sauce and any sort of like water that comes out of it, comes out of the mozzarella with the heat, could just absolutely desecrate it. So it's got to have like a sturdy kind of breading to it, both in sandwich and regular chicken parm form. Now, chicken parm pasta wise, I really don't have any strong feelings one way or the other. The chicken parm platter, it's got to have French fries on it though. First chicken parm I ever had at the same restaurant that I said makes a killer Philly cheesesteak up in the Poconos. That came with fries and pasta, and I was a very, very, very happy 12-year-old at that point in time. So that is my chicken parm theory. It's got to have a very sturdy breading, not too sturdy whereby it'll chip your teeth, but it's got to be tough enough.
Okay, I respect that. I actually think that's good. I also think people mess up when I've seen people do their chicken parms and make the chicken with the sauce and like bake it all at the same time. Don't do that. Bread your chicken, bake your chicken, and then sauce, and then just a quick flash on the broil to melt the cheese. Pasta, I personally prefer a good angel hair pasta, and then as far as the sauce goes, I like a chunkier marinara. That's just me though. I think that's going to end off my food conversation here, because
we could go off into the music if you want. We can break away, because at this point I'm starting to feel hungry. I've been on the air essentially nonstop for the past like 3 hours, and I will still be on the air nonstop until about 8 p.m. Eastern. So we can break off into the music discussion real quick if you want to, Brad.
I'm going to let you do that with Ewan O'Leary, because I am getting ready to step away so I can go eat, because I've spent nearly an hour with Lorenzo talking about food. Chocolate cake. Lorenzo taught me about some sort of Brazilian food.
Seeing that
like
in the chat
Lorenzo
earlier.
Probably has a hot take right now. I think he does.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
I've been waiting. I've been lurking over here. I said 30 seconds. Ron, your choice for chicken parm, number 1, number 2. At first, I thought it was heinous, because you are from Philly and you leave Philly steak at number 3. I was ready to say, are you ready for you to hide out somewhere out at the very outskirts of Philadelphia or Pennsylvania, because they know they're gonna hunt you down.
Oh, they probably will.
But your reasoning is solid, so this is why I'm okay with it. 30 seconds has passed. I'm gone to Burger King.
And I think we'll also be having Ewan here in the broadcast booth soon. Ewan, you've come into a very fascinating discussion. First off, want to thank you, Brad, for being my brief co-commentator here on this stint of the show. Thank Lorenzo for being your co-commentator throughout, and bringing you into a very interesting food and music-related discussion. We're having a good time here in the other wee hours of the evening.
I know, yeah. I feel out of my depth slightly. Not being from America and having all these bizarre foods that you keep talking about. I'm not really sure what they are, but yeah, I've stepped into the really small. By the way, it's only 9:15 here in the UK. It's not that late, really.
See, I'm saying that for the race. I'm still bad with time zones, so that's my cover.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, it's early, sort of late afternoon for you, so there's no. There's no excuse in that sense anyway. But yeah, it does feel like that in the race, doesn't it? Because it is really dark out there already, and we're going to be in the darkness for quite some time. I would have thought these kind of discussions, though, would be more for us later when we're on together very early on in the morning indeed.
See, there's always a fun time to have a little wacky conversation like this. We still got the good racing going on out there in this battle for 10th and GT4. And I also just want to say as well, I got asked this question by Brad in the little broadcasters chat I have. Any Philadelphians that are listening in, I usually do my cheesesteaks with American cheese, which really isn't cheese, but it's more cheese than Cheese Whiz. I think your British brain would probably explode if you heard what Cheese Whiz is.
Probably, yeah. I don't know what it is. No.
It's spreadable cheese in a jar. It's very tasty, but I don't think anybody knows what it's made out of.
Oh dear. No, that doesn't sound. No. I mean, cheese should be like spreadable in the sense that it should be fairly thinly sliced for you to lay over something. Why do you need to spread it anyway?
So the Cheese Whiz is basically so for the Philly cheese. Do you know what a Philly cheesesteak is? Just to cover all of our bases here, nice kind of soft long roll with small little bits of shaved ribeye steak on it and caramelized onions. You get what we're getting here in terms of the cheesesteak and the dynamics. Before I go into this in-depth technical discussion here, right?
Well, there's recently a similar thing which came back into the session, by the way. The session just crashed on us, so we'll be back in a second with the actual racing action. But yeah, there is at least something similar around here in the UK, but I never had it, so I don't know what it tastes like.
It is a very good combination of some nice things, but a lot of the times here in the city of Philly, it's Cheese Whiz as the main option. So usually what happens is they'll get the roll, they're gonna steam the roll a little bit, toast up the edges slightly, then they'll get a big kind of like long spatula, stick it inside the Cheese Whiz, and just kind of smear it on the roll as, I wouldn't necessarily say the glue, more so the binder for the steak meats and the onions to be put in later on. Also, anybody's tuning into this broadcast who's either disgusted by the idea of Cheese Whiz or hasn't been able to eat yet, I do apologize for this discussion here. That's pretty much what they use the Cheese Whiz for. It is extremely yellow in color. But it is surprisingly tasty. I usually prefer it on my French fries. I usually go with American cheese for my cheesesteaks, but I can get down with some Cheese Whiz. I'll have to send you a photo of a jar, because this is not something that God ever intended to be created.
No, I would imagine so. I can imagine already the pictures in my head. Although I've never seen it before. Somebody asking me, by the way, for a top 10 myself. I'm not sure, to be honest. I could give you, maybe this is the wrong thing to say in this kind of discussion, but I'm not sure I could name 10 things that I really like enough to put in the top 10, to be honest with you. I'm not really a food, I know you are, but I'm not really a food person.
See, my thing is I had two things going for me. I have a strong interest in cooking. I feel like I can actually hold my own in the kitchen quite well. And another thing going for me is that I am fat. So I have a lot of experience eating a lot of different foods, which it kind of surprises to say I used to be a picky eater for the longest time and committed my own food sins that I will not share here on this broadcast on RaceSpotTV, just because I would like to maintain some shred of professional credibility. Because if you heard the kind of food that I ate when I was 8, you would be just as disgusted as I am recounting the tale. But that's basically what I felt when I came to the music discussion earlier, because I was also asked for my top 10 songs of all time, and I can only muster up 3.
I don't. Also, I get strong recency bias with music, so I'm not sure I could. Oh God, that is grim. I've just been sent a picture. Yeah, I get strong recency bias with music, so I probably the 10 I heard last would be would be what I would put in there, which is not great. We're back in the session, by the way. Should just tell you that Isaac Fairweather is still probably the net race leader, although we've not seen Kamil Grabowski in yet. So when he does, we'll see where he comes out in just a second. But yeah, I'm not sure I could. Also, everyone has different tastes in genres as well, so we're not going to really be able to compare very easily either, are we?
Yeah, see, I'm going to say this, and this is slightly controversial considering that yesterday was the end of my first full year covering action here on RaceSpot. I got to say, it has been a treat and honor as usual because, I mean, we put on some absolutely amazing racing. I love being a part of these shows, but one of my main career goals at some point in my life, I won't say it's my main goal, but it is one. I want to be a nighttime jazz radio host here in the city of Philadelphia, because one of the best jazz stations in the entire country, which is the radio station for Temple University, that is WRTI here in the city of Philadelphia, has 24 hours of classical music and 24 hours of jazz. Oh!
Goodness me. We've already got in this group, by the way, a Mustang that has no front end at all. This is the second placed GT4, Alex Jenkins for Red Esports, who is now side by side with one of the other Caymans. This is Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Finley Jones, who's alongside. Another scary moment in GT3, GT4 traffic we can chalk off there.
Yeah, and you know, a little bit earlier on in this broadcast, even though I was in the booth for just an hour, I saw so many like just heart-raising, terrifying moments with the GT3s and the GT4s converging in on one another, even though it's nowhere near as a pace differential between the likes of a prototype and a GT3 in the case of a regular IMSA or WEC race. It's still very unnerving to see these drivers converging in on one another, but even in just the interclass battles, like, I mean, that was two GT4 cars coming to blows, but there was some GT3s around that kind of caused that incident to be even worse than it already was. Owen Gardner behind the wheel of that Pineapple Racing Club GT number 33 machine, already missing the front bumper, but things going from bad to worse in that small little stack up heading off to the start-finish straightaway.
Already couldn't see where he was going, and definitely won't be able to now because he's no longer in that large group that were effectively helping him see the way through here in this race today. But, we'll see whether Jenkins gets into any trouble with that, because I did get the feeling there that he wasn't quite pinned to the white line on the left-hand side through here like he probably should have been there, and that helped to sort of create the incident, really. So we'll see whether he gets into any trouble with that.
Yeah, I wonder how exactly race control is going to judge all that. A lot of different circumstances surrounding this. We'll say the track is different than it once was when I was in the booth earlier. It is lightly damp out there on the circuit, and even if the racing surface itself is totally dry and the racing line is bone dry, you still got the curbs. Now, the curbs, whenever there's any sort of water mixed in, those painted black and white curbs around this racetrack, and most certainly the painted green areas on the outside, kind of the asphalt shoulders of this track, it's pretty much just going to be a race car slip and slide if you do run wide heading out of one of these turns. So these racers do have to keep in mind when that happens. And speaking of, the number 80 running a little bit wide, hanging out of left field, and nearly spun it around.
So 14 hours and a half to go, pretty much, here at Silverstone. And still waiting for Kamil Grabowski to come into the pit lane. He's done nearly 30 laps now in the WSR Esports Britcar 24 123 car, and should be far enough in front to get back out in the race lead in front of Isaac Fairweather. Never know when somebody says chicken kebab for the win in the chat. I'm not sure whether they're talking about the car in the race or the food type, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. They're currently running in second place. Bit of a meme team name. You'd expect not to see doing very well, actually, when they put in a team name like that, but actually they are doing pretty well in second.
Yes, I'm not really sure what to say in reference to the team name, but putting on some good performances here as we run farther along into the nighttime shift. Everybody firmly settled into a groove, realizing that the grip isn't the best in the world, and these racers still treating us to some side-by-side battling. That was a 50. The two Aston Martins duking it out. So the Aston Martin, the newest GT3 car added into the service here on iRacing, will be usurped in a couple of, I nearly said a couple of months, in a couple of moments, frankly. I mean, we're only about 48 hours away from the switch over into the new season, and with the upcoming Tuesday downtime to switch off into week 13 fully and bring in the new season build, it will be changed out by the other brand new Porsche GT3 car that's going to be coming to iRacing. I believe it's the 992 Evo, as that's Vulcan Motorsports in the 531 car. That's a Mercedes spun around once again, a moment heading down into Stowe.
Yeah, and they were not the ones who spun around fully on that occasion. DCW Racing Blue also into a spin. It's so dark out there at the moment, you can't even really see where they have spun to when a car goes around like that. So makes it a bit difficult. There is Cameron Grossi. I was having this debate with somebody earlier on, by the way, about which of the last two generations of Aston Martin that we preferred. I was saying that preferred the sound of the previous one. I actually prefer the way this one looks compared to the previous Aston Martin Vantage GT3. As Grabowski embarks on a lot of traffic here. Do you take the sound and the look of the last car, or would you mix and match like me?
Yeah, I think a mix and match is nice. I kind of like the way that this car looks. It feels like a merging in of the last Aston that we had here on iRacing, mixed with some of the Astons of the old days, kind of back in the throughout most of the 2000s into the 2010s, when they had that Ford-style kind of open mouth up at the front. I don't know, you look at the DB9, for instance, the front end that car had. It is a beautiful looking race car. I think it's a merger of kind of new Aston and like the Aston that I grew up driving around in, like Forza Motorsport 4. So I think I'm a fan of that new race car. Some of the cars that we have brought out with the GT3s on iRacing have been absolutely stunning. I remember when they brought out I still call it the new. It's the old Ferrari at this point, because it's been out for about 2.5 years coming up to now. But that Ferrari, along with many of the other cars, even the Mustang to a certain extent, I say this as a GM guy, even the Mustang I think looks good. We have got some absolutely stunning looking GT3 cars. I don't think there's a real ugly one. Do you think there's an ugly one? You and I may have to ponder this myself.
BMW M4 is ugly for me.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we're in the dark now, and I can't see that front grille anymore.
Very true. Very true.
It looks better at this time of day, doesn't it? I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through, because oh god, I just remembered. I've got to buy the brand new Porsche, because the one GT3 car that I own is the Porsche that's basically being phased out of existence in a couple of days' time. So my wallet's not going to appreciate that. I have to take some money out of the Christmas fund for that.
It's only $15 or so, or whatever it is these days.
I won't have enough money to afford Greek yogurt.
No, well, not too bad thing. Grabowski is indeed in pit lane, as I say. We'll just keep an eye on his time here for a second. 41 seconds should be the target for WSR Esports, and he should get out in front of second place pretty comfortably anyway, but let's see as the time ticks upwards. And he's going to be 42 seconds, maybe a little bit longer than normal, but he's packing it full of fuel. He's back on his way again to another stint, so the gap's going to be just less than 30 seconds, and in both classes now, WSR Esports are starting to take a little bit of control here.
Yeah, and the WSR Esports banner has some absolutely amazing racers. As I was coming into the broadcast booth, there was one of our esteemed RaceSpotTV colleagues in. It was Paul Smith, who was my co-commentator for the season that I was with him on the World GT Challenge that is organized by the people at WSR Esports, and many of their racers are running there. The likes of Aiden Young, I believe Grabowski may be racing in that series. I took a step back from covering that series, but it was a real treat getting to cover it for one season. But many of the WSR Esports drivers that run in that series run in pretty much all the other WSR Esports kind of branded cars. Another driver that we got a lot of experience covering from that WSR Esports banner throughout this year, Ewan, is Aiden Young, a very talented racer in Radical SR10 competition here on the iRacing platform. That WSR Esports banner has so many talented drivers.
One of the harder names for us to say, currently running in 9th place, Ignace Van Sveskis. in 9th position. I'll give it a go. You can correct me that I'm wrong later on, probably. But
I commend your efforts.
Thanks. 9th place at the moment. Only a second and a half or so in front of Wojciech Dvorak. Thomas Engel Sim Racing. They're quite close to the end of a pit cycle, though, with the end of another stint here. Only just gone 3 laps down, because that is the race leader. But there's Dvorak, the Czech driver, who's just in behind. So on less fuel, might be able to get through. But at least the Audi getting a good show here. Unfortunately, it doesn't get much of a run out anymore in GT3 racing. But glad to see that it has done in this race.
We've had a very competitive field throughout, many talented racers behind the wheel of all of these cars, and haven't seen too much chaos break out. There have been a couple of moments every now and then, but I think hasn't been too major. This track does have a lot of runoff area, so it's a little bit tricky to have a huge pile up, but I want to commend all these racers. The fact that we are coming up to the halfway mark of this race. Time flies when you're having fun. 14 and a half hours left to go. Only just a couple of one-car incidents every now and then, and here's one of them. Patrick Den, oh, he hit the curb big time. Heading out, I believe that is that heading out of the Vale chicane, as he nearly got clobbered about 16 times on the rejoin.
Well, ended up at the end of the spin, sat right in the middle of the road, and that's not really his fault, but very nearly created some problems. This is Dave Tutor on the outside line of one of the Mustangs, also getting spun around to the Luffield hairpin. So another spin there, and time lost for Tutor, who currently in the GT3 field. He's running in 26th position for a 150 motorsport, currently 9 laps down already on the race leader. But it isn't a very long lap compared to a lot of other 24-hour racing circuits, so 9 laps not really that much in the end. There's the gap less than a second in GT3 at the moment, the only gap less than a second in GT3 at the moment. But Dvorak is going to have very few laps indeed to actually get through. He's coming towards the end of lap 27 now of this stint, and we've not really seen many go much past 30.
And I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier on in my stint in the show, the varied strategies that we've got ourselves to talk about here in this race. There's pretty much nobody that knows exactly what the right strategy of choice is, and a lot of racers have been kind of forced to run different stints, as we see a driver swap there with the other Coupe D racing car that's down in pit lane at the current moment. But yeah, I think everybody completely split in terms of how to make it to the end of this race, how to set yourself up well for the end of the race. I think some of the chaos that we have seen has decided that somewhat for fast repairs allotted to these racers, and when the time comes to take that fast repair, you gotta do it. You can't really alter your strategy if you're driving around a car that's basically a tin can on wheels.
What do you make of the fast repaired sort of format that we've got here? I remember this from last year, and I think it worked really well, because over a 24-hour race, you do need them. You may need them at some stage, and it firstly helps to keep a lot of drivers and teams in the race. And I think especially for an event at this sort of level, it's perfect, really. We've got one more this year, I think, than we had last year, from memory. I thought we had 3, but we've got 4 this time round. And yes, you could say it makes people drive a little bit more recklessly, but also you can get caught up in things that aren't your fault, and you can get damage as a result, need to take a fast repair. And you know, it's I think a great thing for this kind of race to have fast repairs, keep everybody in the race, although it hasn't of course served to keep absolutely everybody. We have had 3 retirements so far. And
you know, I'm thinking about it. I do believe it's a good number for the amount of fast repairs. 4, works out to 1 every 6 hours, which, that doesn't mean that you need to just spear the car off into the fence, blow the motor up, tow it back, and get the fast repair every 6 hours. That doesn't seem like a winning strategy to me, but it provides enough of a buffer whereby in case a falling anvil were to come down on any of these teams or drivers, they wouldn't be completely screwed. But it also, it is something that you got to manage throughout this race. I was talking about this a bit earlier on in my stint on the show, about how the 120 incident point limit that we have here before you pick up a penalty kind of goes lock steady with the 4 faster pairs. You got to manage that, because if you go through the early stages of the race, we'll just say the first 6 hours, if you go through that and have a good buffer for faster pairs, have a good buffer for incident points, not only can you either go for it, knowing fully well that you have a buffer to work with, you also can kind of rest easy knowing that, you know, if stuff were to hit the fan, you wouldn't be completely done for. So I like the 4 faster pairs as a Thomas Eggers sim racing car darting around, heading out of the turn. That was the save of the day. Holy cow.
That was all arms and elbows in there for Wojciech Dvorak. He came out of Luffield, dear me. He was, all over the place, but saved it well in the end, and can carry on going. In the end, loses 9th place to the Vulcan Motorsports car, which perhaps is no surprise considering the moment we saw, and will be a bit disappointing because to their towards the end of a stint where they should be fast off at low fuel, but just early on the power, snaps again and again and again, multiple snaps, but doesn't get away from him, crucially.
I don't know how he saved that. I'm going to be completely honest. I do not know how he saved that. That was... We'll have to take a... I mean, I didn't really catch it because it was happening in real time, and my itty-bitty pea brain could only count up to 3 if given too much stress. But that probably looked like about 6 darts in either the left-hand side or the right-hand side as he headed his way out of the turn. It was either spin off to the old pit lane entry, spin off into the wall, spin off into the old pit lane entry, spin off into the wall. Back and forth, back and forth. He said, you know what, I'm going to take the other option, and just he gave it the welly, and it worked out fantastically. That is the save of the day. Probably one of the best saves I've seen. It's not the most sideways I've seen a car, but probably the most amount of darting I've seen with the front end. One small little change in the way that he was driving it through there, and that probably would have been an accident.
Was very, very close indeed, and so that unfortunately is going to bring the end to that battle, but a great save from Dvorak to prevent the spin, as we now follow another fight a bit further down the field. Project 91 Racing Team Green, not the number 91, but number 92. In fact, 91 still a contender at the very front of this race, and for 16th place, the Armed Forces Sim Racing car of Jack Goring going through on Mark Caversberg, the Coupe de Motorsports team, who are passed, and so that's the Ferrari going up to 16th. But it looks to me like one of those battles. Well, to be fair, Cosworth might be a little bit fresh on tyres because he's only starting his 2nd lap now of his stint, but that looks like 2 drivers relatively fresh in their cars and at different speeds, and so no surprise there's been a pass there by the looks of the way that Ferrari's just leapt away.
As we briefly had a UFO abduction heading down the back straightaway. One thing that I do always love keeping tabs on in one of these endurance races, 24 hours, there's a lot of stuff that goes into figuring out who's going to get the victory and who is not. You love to see the kind of difference in driving styles as we go off into the evening, as here's a moment with driving Miss Daisy. That's heading off through turn number 1, snap in the one direction, snap in the other, and that is going to be a spin right by the pit exit there. Very lucky. Actually, I was going to say very lucky that their driver wasn't coming out of the pits, but that is still a pretty bad spot to spin off at because there's no real way to rejoin safely. That is the best that he could manage, but pretty much the best of a bad situation there. But now to wrap up on the point that I was raising to put the bow on that sidecar, I love seeing how these different drivers tackle the night, because some of these racers clocking in from Europe, where it is getting a little bit later on in the evening. You have some racers, meanwhile, that are chiming in from North America and maybe a bit more refreshed. So I love seeing the difference in what teams are putting what drivers in the car at what exact point in time. We'll see if there's a driver swap, speaking of, with the Purple Sector Racing car, that Mercedes now down pit lane.
Indeed, Justin Hembry up on the jack straight away and getting out of the car as well. So, change to that. Benjamin Massey will be the driver. The classic, it always happens, doesn't it? When you get into car and iRacing, just make sure my false feedback's there. Just make, I mean, it always is. But just make sure I can actually feel the steering here. Just make sure everything feels okay while I'm sat there waiting on the fuel. And then Massey will be on his way in a moment. But it's a weird thing we do, isn't it? Even though it's very rarely a problem, you just check the wheel just to make sure it's connected and everything. And then he'll be on his way very, very soon. But remarkable how we have that sort of fear that it doesn't work, even when it very often doesn't. Massey then on his way into what could be quite a late night stint for him in the UK. It's 9:45, so we'll... there he is, just checking out his steering. The new tyres on. But could be quite a late night stint, given it's 9:45 in the UK at the moment, and even a couple of stints could take him to something like midnight over here in Europe.
Yeah, so in it for the late night shift, he's going to be driving just about as long as I'll be doing this broadcast, at least in terms of the times it is for him compared to the time it will be for me. So running up to about midnight. I know you're going to be on the air, I think, by the time that I'm done with this show. So you're going to be on the air until like 4 o'clock in the morning. So may God have mercy on your soul. You, and as a Pineapple Racing Club has another spin. That time, it's heading off through the exact same section of racetrack that we nearly saw the Aston Martin lose it at earlier. It's left field, turn number 7. I think the DKS Motorsports effort may have gone punted into a spin. I think there may have been contact. I think that car may have already been a little bit sideways on turn-in, though, so we'll have to see if race control has anything to say about that. We'll say, though, talking about that driver turning the wheel a little bit when they were up on the jacks in the pit stall, just trying to make sure the force feedback and everything was there. I think it's a bit of driver superstition. I know from my own time behind the wheel, I was always apocalyptically superstitious about so many things. I would always prefer to have my old shifter cart push started, because we used to do it up on the cart stand and just put the cart in neutral and then put it on the ground and have me sit in instead of just pushing the cart to get it all up and rolling. I will say, actually, kind of off the discussion about my own karting days, and speaking of force feedback, one thing that I used to do to train my own body for an event was I would get behind the wheel of my sim rig, put the seats like the back of the seats all the way back, so I'd have to hold up my own body and prop it up, so a little bit of core training, crank the force feedback all the way up, drive with my left hand, which I had to do considering it being a shifter cart, no paddles, so I just had to shift it with my right hand and steer it with the left. I would get into the IndyCar, crank up the front downforce all the way up, turn the rear downforce all the way down, and drive around Sebring with the force feedback all the way up. And I will let you all know, tuning into this broadcast, that if you ever want to crack your sim rig, that is a step-by-step guide of how to do it.
Did you get a very big left arm and a very small right arm?
It's funny, actually. So now that I'm
some questions there.
Out of the cards, one thing that I have noticed is my neck has shrank. So throughout most of my career, I don't remember the brand. I think it was EVS or something like that. You can take that with many grains of salt, because I can't really remember the brand name too well. But it's this company that would make like neck collars and neck braces for motorcycle riders. So I didn't really have the use for a Hans device in a cart, because I mean, chances are if you hit something, you're gonna get flown out of it into a tree or whatever you just hit, so it's not gonna protect you too much anyways. But we had to have one. I had this old like children's neck collar that was white. I distinctly remember that, and it got to the point where I couldn't close my neck into it anymore. I just wouldn't fit over my neck when I got into the shifter cart, so I had to get a new one, which was the adult size one. It was all gray. I still have the both of them, and the other day I was curious, so I grabbed the old white neck collar, which is significantly smaller than the black one, as that is a big hit into the fence for the Thomas Enga Sim Racing number 50 entry. That's heading off through farm turn. That's through turn number 2, and going to send it straight into the outside fence. I believe Max Verstappen in his rookie effort back in 2015 here at Silverstone had a very similar off-track moment. Same section of the racetrack, quick sideways snap, and an overcorrection going to send him off into the fence. But to wrap up on that story, as we see another replay here at the number 99 car coming around off through turn number 6 of Brooklands. I put on that child-sized neck collar, and it fit my neck, even though I'm 21 now, and the last time I wore that in a racing event was probably when I was 14. That's how much my neck shrank being out the kart for nearly 3 years.
Well, I can believe that, considering the G-forces and whatever that you have to go through. It's not quite Formula 1, where they properly train necks these days, but it is a factor these days. the battle for 19th continues on here between number 92 and the Aztec Racing team as well. We were seeing, by the way, it's Piotr Krosniowski, who was the driver of the Thomas Enger Sim Racing team, who have come into the pit lane now, taken their fast repair because they were only 2 laps into a stint and they've come back out again. Interestingly, behind Matt Gardner, who was the other replay driver that we saw in number 99 TSRC Esports car. So couple of incidents there, crossing over in 13th and 14th position. But this is Cheverton, who is Matthew Cheverton, who's down in 20th place at the moment, and you'd imagine will be able to work his way through into 19th fairly shortly. Very strong driver, and so we'll see how long he takes to make this move.
Yeah, so still going to see these battles go on throughout the night. There is no point of rest in one of these races. You just have to attack all the time. There is no time to rest, no time to really lift off. As soon as you get behind the wheel of that car, you got to balance something. I talked about this in my first stint on the show. I still think there's a lot of truth said and just. There is not a lot of room to work with if you are one of these racers in terms of just finding the real estate space to give yourself the opportunity to breathe. Whether you're a GT3 racer thinking, okay, I want to go through 2 turns in a row and not have to worry about overtaking a GT4 car. Or if you're a GT4 racer saying, I want to run the racing line and not have to worry about an Exocet missile disguised as a Porsche 911 coming up right in tow. Looking at the track map here, pretty much no gap throughout most of the field is really that big. I think the biggest one is between the 180 and the 17. Now, because they're not next to each other in terms of position, I can't really get the exact sort of time, but I would cap it to guess that's probably about 10 seconds, maybe a little bit less than that as a gap between those drivers. So you don't have a lot of room to work with here if you're anybody. Doesn't matter if you're in GT3 or GT4.
Brief change there in the top 5. I think it must have been just a brief connection thing. Again, 24th place this is, but a bit further down. Battles happening here. And there's the race leader, Emma Grabowski. Now beginning to extend a bit of an advantage out front in GT3. And there is the GT3 field, as it were, and in a more extended form on the left-hand side. There they all are. Oh, not all of them. There's 20 of them. There are 30 still in the race here today. And only GT4s having retired so far. So 19 of those retired, but still 49 in the field. Nearly 10 hours into the race. I think that's a bit of a success story from the fast repairs that you can get in this series. Yes, it wouldn't work in every 24-hour race. I get that, but it works for this one, absolutely. And it's keeping nearly 50 drivers and teams in the race overnight. And once you get to this stage, to be fair, you've invested so much. Maybe we're not quite at that stage yet, but you've invested so much that people are inclined to carry on anyway, even with big damage at some point, because there is a real ordeal you have to go through to get to the night and then through the night and out the other side, that people do just want to finish the race.
Yeah, now you do reach a point after a while where stubbornness can set in. I know there's been many things of the sort. I'll actually give a kind of recent example from my own life. So I'm not going to say the YouTube channel in question, because I had a goal for myself when I got into broadcasting that I wasn't going to use it as a means of self-promotion for my own YouTube stuff. But I was writing a video talking about Sebastian Bourdais' Indy 500 debut back in 2005. And I'll be honest and say, at certain points throughout that video, I wasn't really feeling the topic. I wasn't too big of a fan of it. I was like, oh, I should maybe change this just to talking about the team entry, because it was with the same team he had been driving for in Champ Car at the time, Newman Haas. It was a really interesting effort during that year, but I still stuck with it. I persevered. I think it ended up being a 1,400-word script or something similar to that. So there is a certain amount of stubbornness that everybody has, certainly in the racing world, where if you've come this far, even at this point, less than 10 hours into this race, you still dedicated pretty much the max you can work in a day. If you're working a normal 9 to 5, you're still putting in so much effort into doing an event like this that you're not going to throw in the towel now. You're just gonna say, okay, you know what? This car may be a tin can on wheels. We are not going to call it a day until we are well and truly completely out of it with an engine that is so far buried into a tire barrier, it has become one with the tire barrier.
Yeah, I know what you mean, definitely. So you've invested something, you do want to see it through to the end, and hopefully these guys are going to feel the same as well. But it does still feel at this stage, doesn't it? There's a very long way to go. I think this is the sort of start time where maybe it's not quite the same, but because, you know, we're nearly at 10 p.m. You know, for example, at Spa 24 hours, I think it started after 4 p.m. Local time on that, or maybe it's 5 p.m. or something. You know, we'd be getting to this stage in the race, you know, having been up for a while, because obviously you go up early in the morning, whatever, pretty much, and, you know, you're less than 5 hours into the race, and you realise, my goodness, I've got a long way to go here. You know, nearly 19 hours, but the fact that you start this at midday, as the Silverstone 24 hours used to, I believe, back when it was a thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a bit later than that, but there certainly are 24-hour races that start at that time, and it does help to just, you know, before you even get to midnight, you realise you've got over half the race, and then, oh dear, as Remy Gilbert nearly gets into an Aston Martin, you get through the night, and then suddenly you haven't got very many hours to go, and that's something that hopefully all these teams are going to be able to get to as well, because they get to this stage, for example, knowing that they've nearly completed 10 hours, and it feels like those have flown by.
Yeah, there is a blessing and a curse in a sense in terms of looking at that clock all the time. It's like whenever we were in school and it's like, oh, I just want to be home by now. You would sit there bored in class listening to whatever the teacher was talking about, whatever sort of math lesson, social studies topic, whatever the case may be. You'd just be sat there bored out of your skull. You'd look up at the clock and just, you know, take note of the time, be like, okay, I'm off in, I don't know, 2 hours and 15 minutes, we'll say. And then you'll sit there, it'll feel like another 1,000 years have gone past, and you'll look back up at the clock again, and you'll realize that only 1 minute's gone by when it's felt like 15. In an event like this, the time can both fly by and drag forever. I've been on both sides of that in terms of running in a race. Certainly in my time in school, there were many times where it felt like time would absolutely fly by in some cases whenever I was behind the wheel on the weekend. And then when I was back in class Monday through Friday, the weekend couldn't come quick enough. So in this race, 24 hours of full trip around the clock, you are going to be looking up that clock a lot. Sometimes it'll feel like an hour has gone by when it's felt like 20 minutes. Other times it'll feel like, you know, it'll feel like no time at all. You just have to try and stay with it throughout, because otherwise that clock is going to start to command you more than you're the commander of the clock.
Yeah, we've all been there. For sure. I do feel like, as I said, there are different times in the race where that happens. I feel like for most teams, sometimes the overnight bits can go on for quite a long time. I think especially when you're quite tired overnight, you can definitely see that dragging quite a lot. But I get the feeling for the race leaders as well. As much as you'd think that, you know, actually it would go by pretty quickly if you race leading, but actually if you're a bit nervous and looking over your shoulder a little bit, and maybe the team out front, WSR Esports, aren't quite doing that at the moment because they've got more than half a minute over the second placed Chicken Kebab Fast Track Setups team. But you know, if they're looking over their shoulders nervously, then they may well start to see this night time go for a very long time. And of course, at this time of year, the night time itself does go on for a very long time, so that doesn't help either.
And, you know, there's kind of the, like, opposite being true with the 24 Hours of Le Mans, because every single time of year for that event, the nighttime period is, you know, it's obviously a little bit longer than just, like, a couple of minutes, but it feels like, oh, the sun has set here at Le Mans, and then 2 minutes later, oh, the sun is rising here at Le Mans. It's like driving through the state of Rhode Island. You see the Welcome to Rhode Island sign, you drive for another mile, and that says, thank you for visiting Rhode Island. Here, however, the opposite is true. It's kind of similar in a sense to the Daytona 24, of course, run every single January. It's the nighttime period for there always runs so long. I know we're getting up to the point of the year. I believe I can't remember whether it's December the 21st or the 22nd, which is the longest, the shortest day of the year, the longest night of the year. The sun is out for no time at all. I mean, I know from my perspective, when I started my broadcast for the day, it was about 1 o'clock Eastern time. The sun was out. I mean, at this point, I've still got like half the day broadcasting-wise left to go. And if I had my window open, it would be pitch black outside. So very long nighttime period, which can be a little bit demoralizing because it feels like when you're in the night, that's when the time just agonizes along. It doesn't fly by like it does in the bright of the day.
In the UK this year, it's the 21st, as you say, two weekends away. I think it might be different in America where you are, but do you know what time it sets, sunsets in the UK on the shortest day?
Ooh, that is tough. I'm going to say, because I know at this point of year here in the States, it's I think about 4:45 usually here in the US this time of year. I know the UK is geographically farther north. I think it's around about on par with the northern parts of like Prince Edward Island in Canada, and I think like Halifax, that sort of area. So I'm going to say it's a bit earlier, and I'm going to say that it is about 4. Well, you know what, screw it, we'll do the funny number, 4:20 p.m.
You were right that it's geographically further north and therefore it would set earlier, but you haven't gone anywhere near far enough. 3 minutes past 3.
Oh, wow. Golly.
It's very grim, isn't it? Very grim. Dear me. I mean, anyone who prefers this winter over summer needs the head examined, as far as I'm concerned. Who wants the sun to set at 3 minutes past 3 when it's nearly Christmas? Goodness me.
You know, I have so many childhood memories of this time of year because I adore winter. Off the back of the food discussion earlier on, where I didn't even have that written down, by the way. That was just me rattling off 10 of my favorite foods. You can tell that I'm a bit on the porkier end, thinner than I once was, but still I've got some fluff on me. So I usually don't have to worry about the cold temperature. So I have a lot of memories relating to winter. I adore this time of year. And one of my closest memories was getting dragged out of preschool one day, or some sort of like daycare program that I was in after school, whatever the case may be. And walking out, it was like 4 o'clock and the sun was already coming down. But 3:03, like back when I was at school, that would be the time that I'd be getting out. I would like be grabbing my bags and heading to my locker around that time. If I walked out of school in the middle of the night, firstly in Philadelphia, I'd be in serious trouble. Secondly, that'd be like, oh man, it's already nighttime. What am I gonna do? And I would assume the sun rises at like a normal period of time. Don't tell me like the sun rises at like 10 and then sets at 3. That'd be like living in a piece of coal.
In the UK, it's gonna be, well, London, obviously, which Google thinks is the UK. Obviously, it's American.
That's us thinking.
Thanks, Google. 4 minutes past 8 in the morning, so it's quite late, really, for sunrise. But you know, if you see the sun, you're pretty lucky anyway, to be honest. But yeah, that is what is that? 6 hours and 59 minutes of sunlight, effectively. It's very, very short indeed. But yeah, what can you do? Can't do much to move the sun, fortunately. Well, fortunately, in fact, because otherwise we'd all be dead, obviously. But you get what I mean. It's pretty,
sleep tight, everybody.
It's pretty grim this time of year. The point being, of course, 24-hour racing at this time of year means that there is a lot of nighttime racing, and it's exactly what you point out. Le Mans, it takes place very close to the shortest day of the year, and therefore has barely any nighttime driving. And to be honest, I prefer that. Can I be honest? I'm not a massive nighttime racing enjoyer because you just can't see where anything is, really.
Yeah, I think that is a good point. I think we discussed this on the Radical broadcast that we were doing here on RaceSpot a couple of weeks ago when the series was fittingly running at Le Mans, and that was with the Radical SR10s. That was the only night race throughout Season 4 of 2025, and I gotta say, I'm with you there. I think there is some joy to have in night racing, but I could definitely understand, because, I mean, from our perspective in the broadcast booth, Okay, so breaking the fourth wall a little bit, the production feed that we have is absolutely fantastic, and all the other feed that we have is usually pretty good. But what's going out on the air is that is the primary feed. We want to make sure that all of you tuning in can see it before we see it. So some of the numbers can be a little bit crunchy, for lack of a better term. So in the night, it can be very tricky to try and identify what cars are doing what, who's going where. If a driver has no front bumper, like we saw with that Mustang and GT4 a little bit earlier on, they're going to have... You'd be better off trying to spot a piece of coal in the gravel trap around this racetrack, turn everybody's headlights off. We won't be able to see anything. This racetrack also has very little artificial lighting onto it. If we were running, I don't know, at a NASCAR track, shall we say Daytona or Charlotte, certainly, it would be lit up like a Christmas tree. Here, however, everything's dark, so the only source of light is really just coming from a couple of lights around the old Grand Prix pit lane, the new pit lane, maybe some areas around the bridges, and the headlights on these cars. So there is a bit of grimness in terms of just trying to figure out what's going on out there, because I mean, you know, I know that we're like cut from different cloths, obviously, and we come from different parts of the world. I don't believe y'all in the UK can see in the dark. If y'all can, cool. I can't. Cool. So,
well, we get used to doing it more, clearly, because we are more northerly, as it were. But it does seem to snow less here than what it does in the north of the USA, and certainly less than it does in Canada, despite the fact we're quite laterally lined up.
Oh,
if longitudinally, whichever way that means.
Like this,
lined up. So yeah, I don't know what that's all about. But yeah, we are better at it, I would say, just because of pure practice, and we need to be. I will run through the order, by the way. We've just gone through another hour, by the way, in the Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 Hours of Silverstone, and I'll run through the order in a moment. The reason I'm hanging on is because I think Remy Gilbert's about to make a pass for second in GT3. There's also a battle for 8th here in GT4 that we're seeing. Michael Teichmann just in front of Kevin Rowland in the 8th place fight here. Mustang versus Mercedes. Two pretty beefy engines, but behind Remy Gilbert is trying to get past Isaac Fairweather for second position, and now more than half a minute off the race lead. So when I was checking in with this race an hour or two ago, and I'm sure you were seeing the same in your stint, the top 3 or 4 especially were really close, but WSR Esports have just stretched that out a little bit in the last hour or two.
Yeah, I think they've settled into groove, singing and dancing the night away, holding on to that spot. It's a good spot to be in, just holding on to that lead, being able to dictate the race and not feel any pressure from anybody around. They still got to keep a clean ship. This is not a good comparison to make, considering the event is a bit more relaxed. The one that we were broadcasting on RaceSpot a couple of weeks ago. In fact, with the Jimmy Broadbent 23 Hours of Zolder. Now, there's a lot of penalties that go into that if you hit certain donation goals, hit certain warnings for incident points, whatever the case may be. But the point remains, regardless, that many drivers who were running in that event had their event completely turned on their head because of some penalties. As much as they may be holding on to that top spot, you just can't afford to really let your mind wander. It's very easy to do in the night. Everybody has that, either in sim racing or behind the wheel of their car on the road listening to the radio. You get that sort of case of highway hypnosis, as they taught me back when I was in driving school. But you can get to a certain point where penalties can be applied, and they can be rather brutal. And speaking of penalties, 36 with a penalty at the moment.
They do. Try and get a date as to why that is at the moment. Let's try and find that, but battle for second is going to come to a pretty abrupt end here as Isaac Fairweather gets a black flag, and Remy Gilbert, after all, won't have to make that overtake on the racetrack. There it is, confirmation of it. The second placed checking about fast track setups Mustang with a trip down pit lane on their way. I was mentioning earlier about the amount of incident points that you get before you get a penalty, so it can't be for that. I suppose it must be assigned by the stewards here. There you go. 30-second stop-go penalty for number 36 for causing a collision, a GT3 colliding with a GT4. So there is the reason. And Isaac Fairweather will probably drop off the podium places as a result of that.
Yeah, that's going to be a big penalty. Still a lot of time left to go in this race, though, to make it back. But that's going to sting. That is a big, big sting. And we're at the point of the race where it can be a little bit demoralizing to get a penalty at this point of time. Certainly in the early stages, that's a bad way for things to go. Get a penalty at the end. That's a big kick in the shins. Around the halfway mark is usually where these teams, and certainly these drivers, have a bit of a mental check mark and a mental milestone for this race. So if you pick up a penalty closer to that halfway mark and it affects where you are there, it can be a little bit demoralizing for the second half. So we'll have to see exactly how this number 36 driver goes about all that as we take a look at some drama potentially involving your GT4 leader, the WSR Esports car. Contact with two Mustangs. I don't think it was a contact to start the spin. It was contact after the spin with the Student Loan Racing nearly running into the front of your GT4 leader.
Now, yeah, was there contact there? I was trying to see that from an angle that would clarify for that for us in the BSR Esports team. Caught up at Mass Motorsport, by the way, both going around as well through Brooklands, as we've seen time and again. And this is the 52 rather, that went around in a previous lap through turn 3. And now through turn 4 goes for a spin, accidentally flashing the lights as the driver was battling with the car. Oh, and Aztec Racing rather getting rudely spun there by, that's car 36 again. So you wonder whether they're going to land in more trouble for that as well. Blitztrap Esports, another spin through Brooklands. That has been the corner to put yourself out, I think, so far. There's been so many spins through there.
And I will say, and this is honest, I adore this track. I hate turn 6. I've never been able to fully get into a groove around that part of the racetrack. It is so tricky with the WSR Esports leader in GT3 trying to deal with some of the GT4 traffic heading all through Farm Curve. Yeah, I just can never find a right way to deal with turn number 6. Oh, speaking of the devil, we saw that incident with the 223 WSR Esports GT4 leading car. They've come into the pits and there's been a driver swap. Aiden Young, we talked about him a little bit earlier on, a top running Radical racer, the 2025 Radical Sim Racing America's champion in the pro category and the 2025 Radical Sim Racing World Finals pro champion. He's now behind the wheel of that WSR Esports GT4 Mustang. And we'll see what the American can do now settling into the, I guess it's the evening shift for us in the States.
The nighttime shift, if you prefer, the UK, but yes, today is not so Europe, so indeed, it's the evening shift, and this is where it helps to have a drive in the American. You know which part of America it is, it could change 3 hours either way, depending on where he is.
I don't know exactly where he is in the state, but I believe he's a little bit farther down south than I. So I believe he's on the East Coast. I don't know exactly where it is, but yeah, East Coast time. So that'd be working out to 5:11 Eastern currently for him and I.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't want to know his address, just his time zone, really.
Yeah. He lives at.
That wouldn't be ideal. The car that number 36 collided with, by the way, was number 23, which is one of the GT4s, as I mentioned at the time, but that specifically was the Armed Forces Sim Racing GT4 car. Mark Gladwell, currently the driver, and was at the time of the incident, I believe, as well. Still, Fairweather hasn't served the penalty, and so I'm waiting to do that before I do a proper run down this field. But Fairweather's got to be wary of this because he's got to serve his black flag and he's got to make a pit stop, I'd imagine, in the next 3 laps. So he's got to make sure he doesn't trip over all of that.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very crucial period of time. We'll have to see how they can tackle all that. I do want to say, before we have the penalties and all that debacle going on here, talking about not getting a lot of snow in the UK as they've now come down in pit lane. Just to wrap up on this, one of the people I work with a lot on broadcasts, this person Josh, who's usually my producer on a lot of shows and sometimes my co-commentator, he's from British Columbia and a skiing town in British Columbia. Would you like to guess how many centimeters of snowfall they get yearly?
mean, I don't know really how the centimetres translate into real life, but I'd imagine it's many.
381 centimeters of snowfall average yearly. So that's 150 inches. That is nearly 10 feet, and I am deeply, deeply disturbed for him.
That's miserable.
He talked about a light snowfall because I was on a show with him in between my first stint and second stint on the show. I was on a show with him earlier. He was talking about the fact that he was like, it was like talking about the weather. I was like, oh yeah, we got some very light snow here, just a dusting, no big deal. He had the same tone talking about 4 inches. If there's 4 inches of snow in the city of Philadelphia, I'm pretty sure the mayor resigns.
Very good. Yeah, that does sound like quite a lot to be very casual about it. I would be just very miserable, I'd imagine. I'm hoping for not snow, to be honest, because it's just very disruptive, isn't it, really? But anyway, Merlin Rovers will get into car 36 after their penalty. So they're doing this 2-in-1. They're doing the penalty as well as the stop, I think. Given the fact they've been in there for 1:20, that seems to explain it. But still waiting down on pit lane at the moment, and it's giving these guys a very big lead now. So Camo Gorowski at the front of the field by some way at the head of the field, and still waiting for a few drivers to come in GT3 before I do a proper rundown, but might as well do one in GT4 since before they all stop again. WSR Esports Britcar GT4 leading the way with Aidan Young newly into that car. Alex Jenkins in second for Red Esports, with Scorpio Esports in third. Noah Osbaldson just coming in now. Niels Kort about sort of halfway into a stint, so really offset with Scorpio. Satellite racing car that's running in fourth place ahead of the Thomas Engerson racing team, then GT4 in fifth. Fury Simsport Green then in sixth place, ahead of Connor Gibb, just over 30 seconds behind them. Fury, by the way, recently in, but that shouldn't change their position. Line GP then are next, only just in front of Vulcan Motorsports, and we've seen them battling once or twice. Sim Dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels round out the top 10 in GT4 after 10 hours, just over 10 hours of this race here today. There is Merlin Rovers back out onto the circuit, and still with the black flag next to his name, so not sure what's going on for that Mustang at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder whether or not with the pit stop they were unable to serve the penalty, because it is a 30-second stop and go for that number 36 car. So there's probably a rule surrounding whether or not you can serve the penalty in the stop. I don't believe you can, so we'll have to see when they come down pit lane. Probably going to come in shortly, and when that penalty is served, that'll send them down even more. Currently in fourth at the moment in class, and about 1 lap off of the WSR Esports 1-2-3 car, holding on to that P1 spot at the present moment. So we'll have to see if this number 36 car comes down pit lane in just a few moments time. We'll note the number 34 and 13 efforts have both come in for some stops as well. So one thing that was raised in the first stint of the show is the fact that there is no real uniformity when it comes to the pit stops, as here is the 36 now coming down to serve that 30-second stop-go penalty.
Dear me, this is going to send them a long way back after being in second place earlier and being the first chase effectively for the leader, less than 30 seconds off the lead when I got hit. Rovers will now trundle down pit lane and pull into the pit box again very shortly, or indeed it's just a drive through, is it, this black flag, because they're not pulling in just yet. And no, they're just going to pull in later on because they are down towards the end of pit lane. Oh, there you go, stop and go, very short. Now is it cleared? No, still not clear. So what are they doing at the moment that is wrong, because they have still failed to clear this black flag?
Yeah, now I'm going to say, and this is coming from one of the people in the stewards booth, Paul Crawford, one of the people kind of organizing this event, our fantastic source of information in terms of stewards details and stuff like that. The message that we were sent was 30-second stop-go penalty for the number 36. Now, you do spend 30 seconds down in pit lane, but I would assume that's, you come down pit lane, you stop for 30 seconds, and then you go again. It's like serving a 10-second penalty or a 5-second penalty, whatever the case may be in a pit stop in Formula 1. I don't think they really understood. I think they heard, oh yeah, stop and go penalty, have to just do this and that. They just doomed themselves, because on top of the pit stop they had to do, which dropped them down a bit, on top of the penalty that they had to come down, which pretty much equates to a full lap's worth of penalties, considering the amount of time that you have to spend to go down pit lane, about 25 seconds lost just driving through the pit, adding in another 30 seconds onto that. That is a huge penalty. They just... There had to have been something, for lack of a better term, lost in translation here, because that penalty has not been cleared. I think they have to come down pit lane again, and if they do, I mean, there's still 13 hours and 44 minutes left to go in this race, but yeah, that's gonna be a tough road ahead.
Yeah, watch out if that team are up behind you, because they'll be pretty upset at this stage in the day. So, just past 10:30 now in the evening in this race. It's been dark for some time here, and it will be dark for some time in the future as well, even though this is the 27th of September. This is now a little bit earlier on in the year, but nevertheless quite a constraining day as far as day-night is concerned. It should be almost exactly 12 hours in the night time. Now it's been served. So there we go. Merlin Rover's in again, and this time he hasn't stopped. So this time he didn't stop in his box and he goes straight through, but he's been passed. And there, look at that, Matthew Hunter and the Simcast Racing Team car. That Aston Martin is about to come into pit lane, in fairness, so it's not going to be much of a fight, but finally Roivers is going to be through, but he's going to be driving a little bit angry at the moment.
Yeah, there's going to be some frustration behind the wheel of that number 36 car, and not even frustration directed at any specific entity, any specific team, not even directed at himself, just going to be general frustration behind the wheel of that number 36 effort. So we'll have to see if this battle for fourth in GT3 may get physical. They got some GT4 traffic right in front, going to worry about that and get that dispatched up, heading down the old pit straightaway here at Silverstone. So that is just going to affect the 36's entry down off into the turn off through Cups right now. Was able to worry about that, but I think they got themselves set up well enough that they didn't lose too much time. So the battling is definitely on for P4 in GT3. We got two different dynamics. We got that Simcast Racing Team UK 131 effort that listen, I don't think there's been too much adversity surrounding them as of recent. Compare that to the 36, which that's come down pit lane 3 separate times in the past 10 minutes. So Merlin Rover's behind the wheel of that car. He will not be a happy camper.
Certainly not. He'll find it difficult to get past that Aston Martin with its low fuel. Oh, Derek Williams for Glass Tech Racing with a big slide, and a bit lucky to avoid the barriers there on the outside. Through comes the Cayman as well. This is what happened meantime for Line GP. Oh dear. GT3 on its inside. Is there contact there? There was definitely a spin for the Mustang. Oh, and only just avoided. Two Aston Martins going either side in the exit of Brooklands. And only just about getting away with it. And it'll take some time to get back going again as well. Good evening to the Arret Esports driver, who's asking us how we're doing. It's been a good race so far in the first 10.5 hours or so. I always enjoy these times in the race. I don't know how much sort of graveyard shift commentary you've done in the past, Ron, but I enjoyed this time in the race just for the nighttime spectacle and the steady flow of traffic, which is just going to continue for us all night pretty much here.
Yeah, I think just about all of the endurance broadcasts that I've done here, with the exception of the Bathurst 12, where they do not race into darkness there. They always run in the daytime. But even then, I was in the mid portion of the race. I always like doing these graveyard times. Not only does it work well for me, you know, as much as I will most certainly be joking about it between now and the end of my time here on this show, working off to midnight is not actually going to be the latest I've ever been on the air. Certainly not the latest I've been on the air for some of these races. I remember one time, I'm trying to remember exactly what race it was. May have been the Spot 24. I think I was on that show until 2 o'clock my time, which that was an alien experience, and that was pretty late. But I do love doing these kind of graveyard shifts in the commentary booth. Not only is no matter what you tell me about nighttime racing, the spectacle of seeing finely tuned race cars driving under the lights will always be cool to me. The little itty-bitty pea brain inside of my skull will always get slightly tickled whenever I see a race car running under the lights. But I also just enjoy it because it's a lot of fun here in the booth. You know, we can sit here, I can join the booth and rant for about 5 minutes talking about my favorite foods and nearly stoke a war putting chicken parm over a Philly cheesesteak and absolutely disturb you, informing you about the existence of Cheese Whiz. It's nice being on these late night broadcasts because this is also some of the most crucial time for the racing as well, through the discussion about saying what children can have instead of cake at 3 o'clock in the morning, and our various discussions that we'll be having throughout the night, singing the night away here in the booth. I just enjoyed it. It's so much fun.
Yeah, it is good. And if you're a drive, by the way, you can come and join us for a chat. You don't have to talk to us about midnight cake or anything, or the other strange topics we've been over already. You can just talk to us about your race if you want to. Pop yourself in the interview waiting room, and we'll bring you in for a short chat, because there's plenty of time in one of these broadcasts. Fury Simsport down the inside for 5th on the Thomas Enger sim racing car. That's Matthias Tem getting past Louis Johnson, and rather nicely through in the GT4 class. So gap's starting to get quite large in GT4, but not the one between these two, and this is the last spot inside the top 5, so it's quite worth keeping across at the moment, but one that is only going Fury Simsport's way in Matthias Tem, who, like I say, pretty easily really found his way down the inside in towards Stoke Corner there.
So that's a nice way to get the move done. Job done well. You gotta get the moves done smooth and clean when it comes to a racetrack like this, because there really isn't a lot of room to work with. This, even though it is still Formula 1 FIA Grade 1 certified F1, still races here and will continue to race here, I hope, long off into the future. You can tell this racetrack is a bit on the older end. There is some story behind every single turn, even in this part of the racetrack that we're driving on right now, which was one of the other later additions made to the track when they massively reconfigured it in the late 2000s and very early 2010s. But no, this track is so historic. It's narrow too, so you do very quickly run out of real estate space to run here in these cars. So trying to get the moves done can be a bit of a balancing act, but these racers know how to balance it well, and I'm sure they will be doing that throughout the rest of this race. As we take a look at the moment that may have gone on with the Iron Apex Esports, that's heading off through turn number 6, but a little bit deep off in there, tried to get turned around, and in the process of that, turned themselves around a little bit too effectively, and that probably was a very unfortunate rejoin too.
Oh, and that was definite contact. It's not the first time the 23 car has been hit in the last 2 hours. This time spinning off to the inside through entry and using that bit of tarmac there to recover again, but that was definite contact there with one of the GT3s. That was quite aggressive. I think Matthias Tem letting his tempers get over him there, because that's a Mercedes that has just been put a lap down there, but aggressively swiped in front of that car as if to say, oh, you're not letting me through sooner. But of course there are no blue flags. That means you have to jump out the way completely. Must have just been unimpressed with the way that car let him through there, but that was aggressive. No doubting what his body language was trying to suggest there.
Yeah, as we take a look at more drama that's been going on here, there's a team heaped together, 338, and that is a spin for Jan van Pruis. That is as they headed their way out of turn number 7. That's through Luffield, and gonna auger his way nearly into the inside wall in the midst of all that. Avoids the cones, though, so credit where credit is due. We did not see a traffic cone massacre in that off-track excursion there. You get into this point of the race, though, and as much as it's a matter of staying with it, you can also see a little bit of tension occasionally boil over in battles, whether it be a GT3 battle, a GT4, or maybe just a lap traffic dilemma. Can see the frustration brew. At this point, some of these racers who are maybe eyeing a driver swap are right around their driver swap territory, and they're probably exhausted behind the wheel, both physically and mentally, as we see maybe a battle going on here with Louis Johnson in that Thomas Enga Sim Racing GT effort. That's the 340 car, currently running 6th in that GT4 class. I know from my own experience running an endurance kart race many moons ago, as that's a dive heading off into the turn that could very easily end in tears, but still side by side between themselves. I believe that's Matthias Tem in that 340 car. Actually, no, that's a lap car involved, and that's Johnson in the 340. My apologies there. But no, kind of wrapping up on the point that I said there, as I got lost track of the cars out there on the circuits. I participated in this 500 lap long endurance kart race back in 2022, and I consider myself to be a rather level-handed individual, even with the antics that I get up with on the air. At the end of my stint, where I was crammed in this tiny little kart, it felt like my knees were banging against my skull every single time I went through a turn. I was stuck behind this lap car for, I would say, probably about 3 laps, and by the time I got past that car, I called the driver that I overtook a pinhead. Now, there is some other language that I can't repeat on the air, but I came up with a new insult to call a driver as I overtook. That's how frustrated I was.
Yeah, it happens to everyone, I think, in a long race like that, doesn't it? Especially as well when I mean, maybe not necessarily the case in one of those where you're not sort of overnight or whatever, but commentated on a couple of 24-hour karting races before, and people just do lose their heads in the morning. It's remarkable the way that the day changes from the ambition of a Saturday afternoon to the enjoyment of a Saturday evening, especially for those who are not racing. You can then enjoy their evenings in different ways, and then the tired faces that you see rocking up on Sunday morning, ready for the end of the day. But that's part of the beauty of this type of racing. It absolutely is, and you're seeing it in the Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 Hours of Silverstone here today as well. I'll just run through the GT3 standings as well here, because I did the GT4 earlier, but it is another stop cycle, I should say. Cameron Grant hit the moment leading by minute 50, but it shouldn't be that large of a gap when he stops at the end of this lap. So Leo Brown will get closer. Charles Rainford's within 9 seconds of him, seeing him here in the Lamborghini 91. Then Merlin Rovers, who's finally served his penalty, but is now nearly 2 laps down. Matthew Hunter is definitely 2 laps down, and is in 5th place. Matt Hoyland, with Edward Hope there next, and Janis Schaltin. Dane Smith, the only one in the top 10 who probably is going to make a stop here that will see him outside of it. So Ben Cooper and Quentin Verdonk will get into the top 10 again, and DWR Simcoach setups will be out of it. So that's how the top 10 is running. Just 90 minutes short of an hour, halfway through this race. And it doesn't really feel like that, I've got to say. Again, I do struggle to get my head around these 24-hour races that start at midday, because it just feels like there should be much longer to go, but there isn't. We're nearly halfway.
Yeah, so time ticking down, getting into crunch time for this race in about a half a day's time. So still enough running for these racers to say, you know what, I can take it easy. I don't have to worry about it too hard right now. Just run smooth, run strong, and try and get to the end of this race and have a hope of winning. I do want to say, though, as we've settled this race into a firm groove with the two WSR Esports drivers and GT3 and GT4 respectively, holding on to rather comfortable margins at the top of those classes, I was going to bring in an interesting discussion and take a look at some of the reviews of the hotels around Silverstone, because I always find it funny looking at Google reviews, especially of hotels. That is a gem. But I've come to realize that I should have known this many, many moons ago, having lived in this country for all nearly 21 years I've been on planet Earth. The reviews that I'm seeing of the hotels in the UK are so much more friendlier than they are in the US. Like professional, erudite, kind, friendly. They give them the benefit of the doubt. This is fascinating.
There's the replay, by the way. DKS Motorsport spinning at your favourite corner again. Are you a reviewer? Do you actually write reviews yourself, or do you just sort of use them?
So I do. Now that's going to make it seem like I'm some sort of professional Google reviewer. I don't take Google reviews seriously. So usually a lot of the ones that I've written about are hotels that I stayed at in my own racing adventures. Now, I talk about this a decent amount on the show because there's plenty of good stories to come out of my time in karts. My dad and I ran on a shoestring budget and just about the cheapest form of racing that we could do here in the U.S. And sometimes when we would be going to national events, whether it be out to Lincoln, Nebraska, Toledo, Ohio, up into northern New Jersey, far enough from home whereby we couldn't really go home to spend the night at the house, you know, you would stay in hotels, and we could never really afford to spend a lot of money on really expensive hotels. So I've got some stories that I can share. In the meantime, though, the WSR Esports 123 car has actually come in from the race lead in GT3 coming down pit lane. May have a driver swap here too.
Now let's just see here what Camo Grabowski does, whether he gets out or stays in the Aston Martin here. Points himself towards the pit exit and doesn't stop at the end because he's not the pole sitter. And Adam State now gets behind the wheel, so there will be a driver change here. Seems the sort of reasonable distance to be driver changing here. Seems to be just 2 hours or so, and that seems comfortable for all these guys.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to do that. Just say, you know what, it's good to break it up into evens, so to speak. Just say, okay, here's what we do here, here's what we do then. It makes it a bit easier to kind of go through this race, because if you start trying to run to other points in the race, if you try and run it on threes, it's going to get bewildering after a while. So Adam State now behind the wheel of that 123 car. Even with the pit stop, they're still holding on to the race lead in GT3, so it really underscores the big gap that WSR Esports has. But no, just to continue on that discussion about my various shady hotel misadventures in my own karting days. There's stories that I can share on the air. There's others that I can't, of some of the stuff that went down at a hotel I had in Washington, D.C. That is probably the closest I've ever come to actually passing away. It felt, yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah, I can't even share the story of what happened when I tried to take I tried to grab my dad's camera, because even though this was 2016, him and I kind of lived with Stone Age technology. I didn't have a phone until I was firmly in middle school, and even then it was a flip phone, and he didn't really have a phone that could take 2 good cameras. So we had an actual legitimate camera at that point in time. I tried to ask him for the camera to go down into the ground floor of this Motel 6 that him and I were staying at in Capitol Heights, Maryland, right outside of DC. And I want to take a photo of the 32 stray cats that were just kind of wandering around the place. They kind of ran the show more than the managers of the hotel did. And then when I got to the bottom of the stairs, there was I'm not really sure the best way I can sum this up. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on that story. Let's just say there's a form of birth control that was at the bottom of the steps, and I will leave that be. But between that story, between like staying in hotels that were actively falling apart, one of the last ones I stayed at for only one night, the entire like side stoop to get into the room in this motel was slanted at, I would say, probably about a like 15-degree angle down. It was bad. The railing was over. The entire like awning of this place was tilting down to the ground. I am convinced that if you poured a bottle of water by the bathroom of this hotel room and just let it run down, it would have run off the side of it into the parking lot. This place is still open to this day. I'm gonna look now because I know exactly where it is. It's the Econo Lodge in Toledo, Ohio. I'm looking now. Yeah, it's sitting at a nice 3.2 star average, which of the places that I've stayed, that's actually a bit on the higher end. It went down to, I think, 2.9 for one place that I stayed at that literally had, well, like there was a wasp nest in the awning right by the parking lot. So you'd have to get out of your car and just book it into the hotel before you got stung by bees, which was fun for me because I got assaulted by bees back when I was 6 years old, and now I cannot look at any sort of flying insects the same. I could go off on a whole half-an-hour rant and tirades talking about some of the hotels that I've stayed at, but a word of friendly warning to anybody who's trying to book a hotel, primarily in the U.S. I'm not sure if this works for other countries, but it certainly works here in the States. If you want to stay in the shadiest hotels, look on Google and try and find a hotel that looks like it was furnished through an estate sale. If the bedding that they have in a hotel room looks like it came from somebody's dead grandmother, then you know you're in for a real tough journey.
I'm not sure America's real.
Oh, it's not. It's a show.
It's the most weird place ever. Sometimes I want to go, but sometimes I think I'm all right. Actually,
I will just cover this off professionally. If that was the story that I was sharing of the Motel 6, if that did cross the line there, I do apologize for my potentially horse story. But you know, we're here to have a good time. We're here to have some fun, and even if I have to share some odd stories from my childhood.
What I was going to say is that you don't have to do this in the UK, by the way. If you, we look after buildings for the most part, especially if you pay to stay in them. Benji Douglas has got a black flag meantime for car 2. We'll try and see what that is for, whether that's a steward's. Let's just see. I think it is. Oh no, well. I've just figured out why the car 36 has got black flags. Multiple of them, sorry. Phoenix Sim Racing has obviously got one, and we may well see why in a moment. But 30 laps after their 30-second stop and go, which we saw at the time, they also got a drive-through penalty for an incident with car 390. And that is why they came in multiple times and didn't clear their black flags. So, yes, that's why we saw them in so often. I'm trying to see where 390 actually is in the race, but I can't see it. But anyway, that is why we saw 36 in so many times, and that's why they're nearly 2 laps down now.
Yeah, so the drama's still going on out there on the racetrack. Lots of competitors have felt the burn of this race already, and even though we're running off into the night, everybody's settling in for the nighttime shift behind the wheel. The aggression is still going on. I talked about this not too long ago, kind of talking about how even though the track may not be under the brightest of lights, it feels like the light shines brightest in the nighttime shift, because this can make or break your race in the middle portion. I think everybody knows that. That's why sometimes the tensions can flare up a little bit, can boil over, and when that happens, it's all a matter of what you can do to kind of prevent something like that happening. But if it does happen, a matter of what you can do to kind of lessen the damage, and what the whole team can do to try and bring yourself back from the brink.
Still a very long way to go, so even though there may be penalties around for some of those at the front especially, still a lot of time to recover still. Andrew Pike just coming out the pit lane for GSRC Esports now as well, down to 14th, that team now. This is one of the closest battles on the circuit. Is the one for second place between Leo Brown and Charles Rainford at the moment. Oh, there's been times what happened to Ian Hartwell in the Pineapple Racing Club team, getting spun around with a Mustang, and that must be why Benji Douglas has been pinged for a penalty there.
Yeah, that Pineapple Racing Club effort has just run into so many difficulties, whether it be self-inflicted or a moment like that where the other driver picks up a penalty. Still big kick in the shins regardless. And it can be very demoralizing at this point of the race to run into trouble like that. Thankfully, though, I do want to give a shout out. This is one of only, I think it was my second, actually no, this is my third endurance race I've covered, like a private run endurance races. We see another moment for Jan-Matt Proust, who nearly gets clobbered by an oncoming pack of cars. I do want to give a shout out to Race Control, because it is probably the most thankless job in sim racing. Just being a race control figure throughout one of these endurance races, having a look over everybody, keep track of the penalties, it can be super, super tough. So I want to give a shout out to everybody in race control, having to keep an eye on everybody out there on the road. I did race control myself, but the longest races that I would do were about an hour and a half, not 24.
Sensibly so as well, some would say. It's Mitchell Marie going around in the Student Loan Racing team. Not full the way around, but just a little bit of a slide. Adam Watson into YouTube chat for the first time. Well, since I've been here anyway. Good evening to him. Says he's broken out his first monster. He must be talking about the drink. And good way of staying up, I suppose. For although it is only 11:15, I'd be surprised if you're flagging at this stage, Adam. To be honest, I'd be a bit concerned, in fact. But I must say, I'm not an energy drink enjoyer. We're staying up till 7 a.m. this morning, because that's when my commentary stint ends. I'm doing proper graveyard shift. I'll be seeing the sun before I go to bed. I must say, I won't be having any energy drinks. I must admit, I'm not a particular fan of them. I've never tried one, but I'm scared of what it will do to me.
Have I ever told you, either on the air or off, the story of when I had my first ever sip of a Red Bull?
I think so, but I can imagine what would happen.
Yeah, so I'll share this for the viewers, because I think they'll be a fan. So this was back in 2018. I had just turned 14 years old. It was the night before my brother's wedding, and my other brother gave me a Red Bull. Gave me a can of just regular, no like extra flavors, not one of the like colored cans. It was just the plain old Red Bull, the original. Red Bull Classic. There we go. So I took a couple of sips of it. I drank the Red Bull, which, big mistake, on the, I'd say probably 40-ish minute drive back from the restaurant and the county where we're having this little like reception dinner the night before the wedding, all the way back home. I was in the passenger seats of the family Jeep, and the whole time I was just there going. I have no recollection of that period of time. There are only photos of me that I will not share, because that was also when I was at my porkiest. I was built like a cylinder, so I'm not going to share any photos of that period of time. But you can just imagine like how I usually am, like now, years later, with adult burnout even setting in. Imagine how I was at 14 drinking Red Bull. That actually wasn't the first ever energy drink I had either, as years beforehand, an indoor go-kart track right outside the city of Philadelphia, which has now been bought out by K1 Speed, as most of them have been here in the States. I went there. I was driving the junior karts at the time. I think I was 8. I was either freshly 8 or actually, no, I was 9. I think it was either 8 or 9. I forget exactly when this was. But I remember distinctly, my dad gave me a Monster. The original Monster, the black can with the green emblem and writing and all that stuff. I took a couple of sips of it. I drank like half a can, and I managed to set my own track record. I broke my own track record by a half a second thanks to Monster. So I have had some energy drinks since, a bit more recently. My roommate has a bit of a caffeine problem, so I guess I can kind of capitalize that on some points in time when I'm doing a late night show. But I'm still a little bit scared of Red Bull after my first encounter with it, because I was able to smell colors that night.
See, this is the kind of things I'm scared of. You're not exactly encouraging me to have it on its own. Pineapple Racing Club, by the way, having another spin there. We saw another one out of turn 4, by the way, a couple of moments ago, to pick themselves out of the wall now. Adam saying that he's done a 6-hour stint earlier, which first of all is a bit crazy, and he's not going to bed to the end of the race, so it's more for later on, which is fair enough. But my point still stands that if you are starting to flag at 11:15, then staying up for the whole race is going to be quite a challenge. It's not terrible, I suppose, when the race starts at midday, but you do fear for those who have to go into work or whatever they have to do on a Monday morning, because it can really mess with your sleep pattern at a 24-hour race. The sort of latest I've ever stayed up in terms of one of these to Broome, my sleeping pattern has been to 10 a.m. That's still 2 hours short of what we're going to see here for this race. So you do have to fear for what people have got to do in the week after one of these races, to be honest.
Oh, actually on the subject of permanently ruining one's sleep schedule, before I got into broadcasting, I remember distinctly I once said I'm going to stick to only European time zone broadcasts because I don't want to work the American shows because they're a little bit late. Like the latest show that I did for a while was the other Radicals that we cover here on RaceSpot back when I was over on another network. It was like 4. They start at 4 now. They do occasionally start at 5. But for the longest time, I just wouldn't do shows past about 5, 6 o'clock at night. That has obviously changed. I'll be on this show until about 12 midnight Eastern. But last Friday, I was on a show that ran until 1 o'clock in the morning. I had an energy drink that had 158 milligrams of caffeine in it. It was like an energy drink tea. It's a yerba. It used to be called a yerba mate. Now it's a yerba madre, I believe is the other name of it now. If anybody in America is familiar with that, you can get it like places like Whole Foods or any other kind of like natural quote-unquote grocery store. That's where you can get it. It worked well for me on the show. The bad news was I didn't fall asleep until about 4:30 the next morning, which I am still trying to recover from that, because as somebody who prided himself in having an old man sleep schedule, falling asleep at 9 and waking up at about 6, falling asleep at 4:30 has done irreparable damage, as I can't speak. Irreparable.
Irreparable?
Yeah, there we go. I got it right eventually. I don't need to drink an energy drink. I need to drink a can of WD-40 so I can get my tongue unstuck around my teeth.
And yeah, you've got a long way to go yet as well. So weirdly, I'll be here till 7 my time, which is even past what you'll be here for.
Yeah, see, I feel like a bit of a coward,
zone, as it were.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of a coward here, because I'm like, oh man, I'm going to be working at midnight, this sucks. I mean, and you're here until, like, you're going to be on by the time I wake up. And I'm like, may God have mercy on your soul. I think I said that a bit earlier on, actually.
I was asleep at about 6 p.m. this afternoon, so I got through too slow for me, really. I was in bed in the afternoon. Luna Rose from Sim Racing, meantime, have gone for a spin through Brooklands again, as Maurizio Sciglio for Datum Motorsport comes into the pit lane as well. As mentioned earlier, and this has been the case for some time now, there's no pit stop window in these races, really. It's just a constant stream of different teams on different strategies, and of course the fact that everybody gets damaged and has to use their fast repair at different times, and therefore they're on a different amount of laps in their stint and whatever, really means that we don't get a pit window at all. Marco Anastasi now gets into this car, by the way, but it must not help with these driver stints as well. You must have to do a lot of recalculating and recalibrating for any faster pairs that you have to use throughout the day?
I'm going to be honest with you, and I was a little bit distracted as you're giving that bit of commentary. My dad walked into my broadcast booth and asked me if I wanted chicken parm for dinner tonight. So that's going back to the food discussion from earlier on, I guess. That was pretty distracting. So I'm going to pretend as if nothing is going on. I'm going to continue on with the commentary as per usual. The GT4 class, I feel, this may be a controversial opinion, I feel like the GT4 category is strangely enough a bit more frenetic than our top class with the GT3s. Lots of drivers running into some trouble. The 180 now down to pit lane with the penalty. It's fascinating because usually you'd think the top classes are usually the one that are the most hair-raising, battling for the overall win. I always noted it in IMSA, especially nowadays with I don't know, like LMP2, for instance, the GTD in IMSA, and formerly LMP3 back when that was still a class. It would always be the lower classes that were surprisingly more hectic, and I don't know why, that always surprised me, but thinking about it more, it does kind of make sense considering the GT4 is a bit of a woolly handler compared to the GT3 counterparts.
I think that's probably true for these races. They're also more likely to be hit by GT3s coming through in terms of traffic as well, so they end up using their faster pairs a little bit more. And I remember in years gone past in this race, it's been very exciting to watch the way that they've had to try and use their faster pairs smartly throughout the day and try not to run out of them as you come through the race as well. If you can keep a few in the bag, I mean, anybody who's still got 3 or 4 remaining at this stage in the race is going very well. You want to keep as many back as possible just so that you've got them in case at the end of the race, but sometimes you'll have a big enough incident so that you have to use it at some stage. I think it's probably correct of slower class racing, although I must admit I'm never a fan of being a driver in a slower class car because just feel like very often your own destiny is not in your hands.
And you know, I was having a conversation with our esteemed RaceSpotTV colleague Darragh Thacker a little bit earlier on, kind of discussing the matter of whether or not him and I would want to be in the GT3s or the GT4s. I'm going to be honest, folks, and I will not sugarcoat this one bit. I suck in sports cars. I'm a Formula car guy. That's where I have my most amount of talent behind the wheel, if I do have any. However, I would want to be in a GT3 instead of a GT4 because the GT3s, you have more of an option, you have more of a choice. You know, I always describe it in terms of like a matter of faster pairs or a big gap up towards the front of the field. But I think it works well with GT3s. You have more ability to kind of move around, figure out what you want to do. The GT4s, you pretty much just have to stay to your line and hope that you don't get caught up in the crossfire when GT3s try and lap you. It's like having a reserve parachute whenever you go skydiving. It's a very good thing to have, and it's ideal to have it, but in an ideal world, you wouldn't want to use it. A GT3 car, in an ideal world, they wouldn't want to have to slam on those giant disc brakes to try and slow it up in case a GT4 were to jump in front of their way.
Tom Algar having to come in to serve a black flag here as well, by the way. Another one of those Mustangs. Just a drive through. Speaking of the GT4's by in terms of penalties, we did see Satellite Racing with a black flag not that long ago either. As we go on board with Ryan Merriam now, black flag for that Mustang just coming straight out on the apex in front of him. So the Fry Guys Motorsport number 7 car just with a bit of a reprieve, but Merriam in the Porsche for Next Gen Motorsports is on the march. Last time round, 2 seconds quicker than the car in front. So this is about efficiency of overtaking and trying to get past as quickly as he can.
Yeah, get the moves done clean and quick. That's what you got to do here at this racetrack. Don't want to lose out on some time, as look at that, ever the opportunist. Ryan Merriam just going to slide past like it's nobody's business. That's the way you get a move done. That was fantastic.
Exactly as I mentioned, got to be efficient in overtaking, and that certainly was. So up into the top 10 for Next Gen Motorsports. Very, very suddenly, really, with that pass down the inside. Now watch the Mercedes maybe try and stay with the Porsche for a little bit longer. Suddenly when there's somebody in front of you like that who is maybe a little bit quicker than you, can suddenly latch onto the back of them and keep up with them, and that's what they'll be hoping to do. Now this meantime as well on the bottom of your screen is Fury Simsport dropping through the field. They haven't long been in the pit lane, so this is why Matthias Tem is now trying to hold on to 6th place in front of Tanner Prater, who has only just been in the pit lane in the last 12 laps as well.
And as we get closer and closer to the end of this hour, only 7 minutes left on the board until we get into the final 13 hours. Only in 24-hour-long races can a sentence like that be uttered. But now these racers, they always set their own checkpoints, and we're getting up to a pretty big one. In 1 hour and 7 minutes time, we will be at the halfway mark of this race. And you and I know from my perspective, at the very least as a commentator, I'm sure you probably have the other halfway mark checkpoint kind of for your commentary kind of check ride as well whenever you're covering a race, just knowing when the halfway mark is. These teams certainly have that halfway mark penciled in. Want to figure out how well they can set themselves up through the first half of the race, be there at the halfway mark and say, okay, we've made it this far, now we got to focus on the very end.
They were just 66 minutes away from that half distance now in the Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 Hours of Silverstone in 2025. For 6th place on the bottom of your screen and for 10th at the top, despite the fact Merriam teared up to the back of that Mercedes, not able to completely get away very quickly. Tanner Prater on the back of this BMW looking for a way through as well in the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car. A lot of traffic up in front here, and this is class on class traffic as well. So GT4s trying to get past slower GT4s with some GT3s in the mirrors. You can see the headlights of a Ferrari flashing their lights on him, and Prater flashing lights up in front as well. It's not a group you want to see if you're a GT3 driver.
Yeah, and I don't think there's many things that a GT3 driver would want to see less than a pack of GT4s parked around the apex. Look at that, they're nearly 3 wide as they headed their way off through the opening series of turns. That's through the loop of turn number 4 into the section that was added to this racetrack just a little over a decade ago. This part of the racetrack, I think this may be slightly controversial. I adore it. I think it puts on some very good racing, as we are seeing with the GT4s, GT3s all converging in on one another. Now, when you head off through the tight twisties, you have to bear in mind that there is a strong performance gap between the GT3s and the GT4s. I talked about the final turn of Club being the spot where that's probably put on full display the most, but all around this racetrack, there are many points where that pace differential is just put on such display.
Just look at this. This is the type of racing you see for 24 whole hours in this race. And we're seeing it here for Tanner Prater, not quite gain a position, not giving him the chance quite. Matthias Tem able to hold on as a result of this traffic, but now might be the chance as a Ferrari dives down the inside. Tem's done that very well. He's let the Ferrari dive, hasn't tried to stop it from happening because it was almost inevitable. Instead, just looking for the late apex as the Ferrari came in front of him. And that has allowed him to stay in front of Tanner Prater as well, just for the next couple of moments. As Tem gets himself up to speed into another stint here. This is coming towards the end of lap number 6 now in that BMW. And so, effectively, settling in for another long stint ahead, as these all are in GT3s and GT4s of about an hour. So you really have to settle down for a long time.
Yeah, even though we've had so much racing already going by us, these competitors got to remember that, hey, you've maybe been in the car, you may be worrying about this race for the past 11 hours. There's still 13 hours left to go, so you can't lose focus on everything. It's tricky to stay focused on this race. Even, I'm going to say this, and of course he is in the YouTube chat, so he can kind of correct me if he feels so inclined. But when we heard earlier on about Adam Watson breaking out the kind of monster, even for the drivers that were in the car, maybe may not even be getting in the car for the rest of this race, if they're still involved with the team, they're probably going to be resorting to energy drinks or just trying to stay as focused as one person can. It's tricky when you're a driver to sleep. So many real-life racers speak about whenever they're running an endurance race, even if they've been behind the wheel for so long, you're going to find yourself just exhausted. So these competitors, even the ones that have already gotten their stint taken care of, they won't be able to rest, knowing fully well that the rest of their team is out there on the road.
Absolutely, it's one of the things about 24-hour racing. Just run through the top 10 in both classes just in a moment, but some of the outcomes of protests in the last few moments. Drive-through penalty for car, and some of these may have already been served, but just want to clean these up for the last 15 minutes of incidents. Car 38 with a drive-through penalty for causing a collision with 312. Drive-through penalty to car 180 for not leaving enough room to car 338 at turn 4, and a stop-go penalty for car 33 for causing a collision on the exit of pit lane with car 2. Those have all happened in the last 15 minutes, so that's up to speed with what's going on in the steward's room. But out front, Adam State not worrying about any of that. The gap now 50 seconds for WSR Esports. It's starting to balloon in these nighttime hours at Silverstone. Team Pennick Sim Racing, Leo Brown 51 seconds further behind, and a good battle here as Charles Rainford tries to get up to the back of Brown. These two not far away from a pit stop. Neither is Mullin Roivers or Matt Hoyland. They're both into the 20s and they're all in the top 5. Matt Hunter 12 seconds off of Hoyland and will be in the top 5 when those stops are made, because his one will come 10 laps later. Dylan Lees has dropped back for Team Loose Spurwing in the last few moments. That's the recent stop there, down to 7th. Pineapple Racing Club are in 8th ahead of Vulcan Motorsports Platinum, and Next Gen Motorsports Ryan Merriam, who's only just made his way into the top 10, as we saw a few moments ago in front of Janis Salton in 11th. There is that battle, not necessarily a fight anymore. Merriam is out front. In GT4, the WSR Esports car is now leading by a lap, although they are waiting for a pit stop. Aidan Mattis is now into the Arete Esports car in 2nd position and is directly behind them. Look at that. Mattis directly a lap behind Aidan Young at the 13 hours to go stage in this race. Scorpio Esports have also been in. They're about to go another lap down as well. 16 seconds behind them is Niels Korf for Satellite Racing, who've had a penalty in the last hour. Thomas Engersim Racing are up to 5th place in the race. They will come out somewhere near Fury Simsport, you'd imagine, when they make their pit stop, although they're about halfway offset, really, with Fury. No Limit Sim Racing Academy then are directly behind them. That's Prater versus 10 we've been watching. There they are again. And in 8th, Diego Martins for Vulcan Motorsports, a lap to any of the cars in front. And then it's Line GP Esports Academy and Sim Dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels, who round out the top 10 in GT4. 13 hours to go in the 2025 Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 hours of Silverstone. Let's enjoy some nighttime driving, shall we, and take a trip around Silverstone with a couple of these cars with some RaceSpotTV onboards. welcome back to Silverstone in the 2025 Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 Hours of Silverstone for another year. We are just under 13 hours to go, and the GT4 leader is in, Aidan Young, as well as the battle for second in GT3, both into the pit lane. Leo Brown and Charles Rainford trundle down the pit lane past Aidan Young, who comes to a stop now and will put themselves into the pit boxes. We'll see whether there's any driver changes here as they resume their battle on the other side. Still 13 laps until we're going to see the race leader in, so they may go a lap down here. We may see a laps advantage now for the GT3 leader, as well as what we've been seeing time and again for the GT4 leaders. Matt Caruana is getting into 91 rather, instead of Charles Rainford, but we'll go into battle with Leo Brown. Myself, Ian O'Leary, and Ron Mounds taking you through the next 2 hours of action here up until the 11 hour to go mark in this race before we're back later. Ron, this is perhaps the most interesting battle on the circuit, this one for second, and Matt Caruana going to add a bit of life into it as well by getting into that Lamborghini at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, and it feels like a new, I'd probably say a new lease on life would be the best way to sum it up whenever you put a new driver in the wheel of a race car, because if you're sat there in the cockpit for so long, you're eventually, I mean, the fatigue will set in eventually. You will slowly but surely drop off. Getting some new blood in there is going to be healthy. And one thing I do got to raise as well is the fact that as we go farther along, that's a big off-track move for Alistair Pollock heading his way off through, that's into turn number 6, my favorite turn in the whole wide world. But no, once we get farther along into the night shift and when we wrap up this stint of the show that we're on right now, probably gonna see another series of driver swaps, looking like everybody's timing it out for about 2 hours. When you get, well, we'll get into the later stint once we have the other break for me, it'll be dinner for you, and it'll be close to breakfast. But when we have that small little break in the action and our time in the booth, we're probably going to return to pretty much a field comprised entirely out of North Americans. Maybe some drivers from Oceania and Asia may be racing here. I wonder if there's any Australians that we'll be seeing in the cockpit of these race cars. Don't usually see that too often just because of internet connection and all that small little bit of worry that can affect a team's effort in case there were some trouble there. But no, we'll be having a lot of North Americans get into the cockpits of these race cars in the not too far off future. And with that, as I said a bit earlier on in my first stint on this show, we'll start to see a different style of driving out there. North American sim racers, usually there's a different driving style that people have depending on what kind of country they're from.
And obviously the different times of day that they're in, as you point out. There goes Caruana. He's not waiting around here, and you get the feeling that Project 91, who have been leading at a time in this race, feel they've got time to make up here, and I guess literally that is true. Adam State is awaiting a pit stop, but he is 1 minute 53 ahead of them, not far away from lapping this Lamborghini. So Caruana thought, I've got to get on with this as soon as possible. He's probably right on that. He needs to get up into second and start to move away from that Ford Mustang, and indeed that race-leading WSR Esports car as well in GT3. And so Caruana's going to be one to watch throughout this stint, that's for sure. There's the onboard with Leo Brown in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. I don't think he's going to have any answer to that Lamborghini, to be honest.
And a bit surprising seeing the Lamborghini running as quick as it is. I will not necessarily go out on a limb because I think this is true, but anyone on the YouTube chat can correct me on this. I believe the Lamborghini is now officially the oldest GT3 car that we have. It's older than the Porsche that's about to be retired. They'll be bringing in the new spec of that, the Evo version of it, in just a couple days when we switch over into Season 1 and the Season 1 build for 2026. It's older than the Mercedes. I believe they had a refresh of not too long ago. I believe that Lamborghini is the oldest GT3 car that we have here on the service, and I'm even more surprised about the fact that it's not only here, but it's also running in second.
Audi? Is that older than the Lamborghini?
I'm not too sure because I had the old Audi, and I had to buy the Porsche because the Audi came out. I believe right about the same time as the current Ferrari, who I could never say the right name of. Is it the 296? 292?
296 is the current one, yeah.
296 is the current one, okay, because I think I remember I called it the 298 once, and I was mixing that up and the old Ferrari 488. But yeah, I believe the Lamborghini is the oldest, because I think everything else is either, I mean, it doesn't feel like a lot of time ago because I was broadcasting at that point, but it was. I've been doing stuff for long enough now. I think the Lamborghini is probably the oldest one, the only one that's around that's older than 2.5 years old.
In terms of, I'm not sure which version is in iRacing, but in terms of in the real world, the latest update to the Lamborghini took place just at the end of the 2022 season, so in time for 23. That came in. That was a great season actually. That came in with the Porsche and the Ferrari. The Audi was latest updated, the real world, back in 2015, but that homologation includes the next generations, which it doesn't tell me when those came in. So I don't know, but I think the Audi was longer ago than 2023 season, if I were to guess. But I don't know, unfortunately. Sadly, we're going through the driest period of new GT3 cars since COVID, which understandably halted the production of new GT3s until we finally got the BMW M4, and then a update to the Lamborghini and the Porsche and the Ferrari and the Corvette and the Ford, all coming within 2 years of one another. But sadly, as far as I'm aware, no new GT3s in the pipeline in the real world either. I don't know if I'm wrong about that.
You know, actually, I have an odd discussion to bring up here, Ewan. What do you think is the ugliest race car in motorsports at the moment? Either sports cars, Formula cars, doesn't matter what the case may be. What do you think is the just absolute plain ugliest? What is the biggest howler?
Any sort of any car sort of type and all that?
Yeah, you can any form of motorsports. I mean, I think we'll like discredit like lawnmower racing because that kind of goes without saying. Nobody's looking at a lawnmower and wanting to put lawnmower race cars on a poster and put it up on a child's wall. But like, yeah, just any like form of like major motorsports. You can even go into like some of the smaller stuff that we have here in the U.S. because like some dirt oval cars are. They put on some good racing, but some of them are absolutely repulsive looking.
Let's see. I seriously, maybe I'm being a bit dramatic because it's so recent, but I seriously think the M4 is up there. I really do.
You know, I think the problem with the M4, it kind of has the same issues, for lack of a better term, that like the old Fiat Multipla had, where it feels like there's too much going on. Now, you can have a race car that has a lot going on and looks cool. You know, you think of like you think of F1 back in the mid to late 2000s, I should say, in like 2006 up to 2008 before they brought in the kind of up stance sort of car that pretty much stuck around as the same design philosophy up until 2016. There's a lot that you can do with a car that has a lot going on, and it can work well. That, however, there's too much. It looks like they just had extra stuff that they want to put on and just put it on for the sake of putting it on.
We're being informed about our Lamborghini versus, or which car is oldest discussion. Andrew Chell says Lambo is 100% the oldest. Maybe the Merc AMG that was replaced in 2022. That's a good shout as well, actually. The last update to the Audi, Ryan Walker says, was introduced in 2022 as well. So, yeah, there's a whole load of cars around that time. It's why it's good to have the Mustang and the Aston Martin fairly newly added to our racing, isn't it? Because otherwise this GT3 class would have sort of been the same for a couple of years now, but kept a bit of life into it here, and now we've got to wait for a real-world manufacturer to do a new real-world car before we can add a new one here, because we've pretty much got them all now. There's not many that are knocking about that we don't have anymore.
GMC team keep together with another spin in that Aston. That's a cool looking car, but I actually have two shouts for some ugly-ish cars. One that's just a potential hot take, and another that I feel like may be met with general praise, talking about ugly race cars. My potential hot take, I don't think it's an ugly car, but I think the front end of the brand new McLaren 720S, a GT3 car that we have here, looks a little bit iffy when the headlights are off, because it just looks like the car has too much eyeshadow on. My non-controversial opinion is that the current generation of Formula E cars, not only do I think put on not very good racing, because it's basically a NASCAR-style pack race with electric engines instead of roaring V8s, they also look like Doritos on wheels. And now I like Doritos as a chip. I think they're quite good. But I don't want one driving around a racetrack that sounds like an electric car. They're too triangular.
I'm trying to look at a Formula E car and see what you mean by that.
Like the new gen, the Gen 4 car that they have coming out, that looks good. That looks like the old, before Super Formula became Super Formula, when it was still called Formula Nippon. They had some cool looking race cars, but the current Gen 3 Formula E car, just that is a stinker of a race car. The front wing is probably the one that just angers me the most, because I don't understand in a series. Do they race in Rome anymore? Either way, why are the sides of the front wing leaned in like the Leaning Tower of Pisa? I just don't get it.
That's not in Rome, American. That's not in Rome.
It's closer to Rome than I am to the Leaning Tower of Pisa. So I will give that the props.
Oh God. Anyway. That's. Do you mean the one that's currently racing now, or the one that's going to exist?
The one that's currently racing now. The one that's going to race, that's cool.
Okay.
But
right.
the one that's racing now, it also looks like squished in the back end. Like you can tell that it's only electric motors and they take up not a lot of space. It's not as bad as like, if you ever look at like an old Indy car from the 80s, the rear wings look like giant, like it looked like somebody was hauling a cabinet. Like, I'm not sure if this happens in the UK. It certainly happens a whole lot in the US. Somebody comes home from, I don't know, like Home Depot or Lowe's or some sort of hardware store. They're either carrying lumber or like a brand new refrigerator in their back of the small little sedan that they have, and they can't afford to actually put it in the car, so the entire, well, I guess it'd be the boot in the UK, the way we call it in the US, the trunk, is all the way open with just this giant cardboard box sticking out of the back of it. Those old 80s Indy cars kind of looked like that, and the driver sat so far forward in the thing, it was like 98% of it was behind the driver.
I guess I don't mind the. I don't mind the current Formula E, by the way. I'm looking at it again. It does look a bit like a toy car, but I don't mind it too much. I have just been. We've kicked off something in the YouTube chat. It's just weird, the topics that people respond to, isn't it? Anyway, Andrew Chell has alerted me to the fact that there is a new Toyota GR GT3, which is going to be ready for the track in about 2027, which I realise now, I said that like it's a long way away. It's actually next year, really, because we're nearly at the end of 2025. And I don't know if you've seen a picture of that car. It looks absolutely fantastic, I've got to say. Hopefully,
yeah, I did see that.
Hopefully it's not too big, because that's what I think the major flaw of most of the GT3s of recent times, even the Mustang, which I think is far too big. But hopefully it comes out like that, in real life, because that looks pretty great.
And also seeing as well in the YouTube chat, this is a good chat. Have you ever seen, I think this is from our RaceSpotTV colleague, Nathan Richards, who mentioned the other Prius GT3. I think there was a Prius that ran, it was somewhere in Japan. I can't remember whether it was in Super GT or what, but I remember there was a Prius race car, and in Forza Motorsport 4, they had the Prius. And that actually no, they had a Prius race car in real life. Of course, obviously they had Prius in real life, but they had the Toyota Prius in Forza Motorsport 4. I distinctly remember that, and I've seen it in videos before, because sometimes I do lose my mind, which does cause me to lose my mind a bit. So I was thinking, like, was that actually real? Am I remembering correctly, or am I just imagining things? No, the Prius was actually in Forza Motorsport 4, which is the best racing game for people on Xbox. I'm not going to start the Gran Turismo debate here, because I don't want to die. However, the Prius being in Forza Motorsport 4, that is a firm memory I have of driving a car that I could best describe as basically a shoe, but more eco-friendly.
I mean, I didn't know it was in Forza 4, actually. That's something I wasn't aware of. But yeah, that has got to be one of the best GT3 cars of all time, hasn't it? Maybe the best race cars of all time, just in the way it looks. I was about to say thankfully, maybe thankfully for some. Sadly, I think, retired after a 10-year career in Super GT racing, mostly. After racing from about 10 years previous or so. But, yeah, sad that it's gone. I think that was sort of the epitome almost of why the GT3 rules are so great, because yes, you can complain about them not really having any rules because, you know, the balance of performance or whatever, they're supposed to make every car exactly the same or whatever, but you know, there was a stage when there was the Prius about, and there was the Nissan, and there was the Jaguar. These are sort of you know, odd cars, if you like, not the mass-produced Audis and Mercedes and Ferraris that existed at the time. I thought they were, you know, really great standouts, great posters, if you like, for the category. Unfortunately, we don't really have those anymore. Everything's a little bit more refined, and I'm not really sure. I mean, someone could correct me if they think I'm wrong. I don't think there is a sort of really odd, out there GT3 car these days, which I think is a shame.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate nowadays in racing, where everybody wants to go for all that glory and nobody wants to experiment. You don't see those sort of off-the-wall crazy race cars that you did see even a matter of about a decade ago. I know when I first got into sports car racing, you had some cool stuff. The Delta Wing was racing, even though that didn't too great. That fun fact about that car, they actually originally designed that to be the replacement for the IR05, or the IL05, I guess it is, for IndyCar at the time. They want that to be the car that replaced it in 2012. They ended up replacing it with the DW12. But that car, that was racing in prototypes, both in its closed cockpit and open cockpit configurations. The Nissan LM Nismo, one of my favorite racing-related videos of all time, is one that was made by a RaceSpotTV colleague and somebody who I grew up watching, Reese Gardner, Southpaw Racer. He had one of his Southpaw Soapbox videos talking about the story of that car. It was a front-wheel drive LMP1 car that was meant to have an electric motor propelling the rear wheels and a regular gas-powered engine powering the front. Front engine, front-wheel drive. They never really finished the car, so it just ran its front-wheel drive only configuration and just sadly never really took off. But even in the early days of me getting into motorsports as a fan, there were some cool off-the-wall crazy cars like that, and that's what kind of got me into the sport. One of the main things that got me into NASCAR before I realized that NASCAR is kind of like WWE in motorsports form, just with a bit more corruption, is like hearing like some of the stories back in the day of Smokey Yunick putting a basketball in his gas tank so he could deflate and take the air out of the gas tank, and all of a sudden he can carry 2 more gallons of gas. Small little bits of innovation like that, and sometimes, you know, it is racing. If you ain't cheating, you ain't winning, as they once said. Just cases of outright cheating. You know, that sort of innovation and stuff like that, it's what we're missing in motorsports nowadays. I want to see some off-the-wall crazy stuff, because what do we really have nowadays? Flexi wings in F1?
Yeah, it's not quite the same, is it? I don't think. But maybe we're just looking on the past through today's eyes. And that's something we can be guilty of. But yeah, I get what you mean. By the way, I'm not sure if Reese is watching at the moment. It is quite early in the morning over in Western Australia at the moment. But he's going to really love the fact that you said I used to watch his videos while I was young as a child, and now you're, you know, nearly 21 years of age on one of these broadcasts. And yeah, I hope he didn't hear that bit, because he's going to love that.
Oh, what's fantastic is so him and I worked on him and I have only done one broadcast together. I was starstruck throughout the whole thing, obviously having to maintain professionalism, because I was still like getting my footing here at RaceSpot, and even though I've been doing this commentary stuff for coming up to 3 years now, and I already marked 2 years of doing iRacing broadcasting, as much as I was sure enough professionally, I still want to do good on some of my first shows here. And I was doing the show with him. It was of the old PRL. And I distinctly remember telling him before we went live, it's like, oh yeah, because like I'm not even, it's not even a fib when I say that I did what, like the super serious track guides. I used to make my own ruined racetracks from his How to Ruin a Racetrack series. Like I have some on, I can't remember whether it's this PC or if it was on the internal storage on my old computer, but I have like absolutely butchered versions of some racetracks out there that was a direct influence from that. It's just, it's such a small world. There have been many times throughout this broadcasting adventure of mine, and even beforehand when I first got started on making videos, I remember one time just being absolutely bewildered, getting a message from a former IndyCar driver and 2019 Indy Lights champion Oliver Askew just saying thank you, because I made a video defending his career and how he virtually got screwed by McLaren back in 2020. But there's been many times throughout my adventure in the world of motorsports where I've just been sat here and, pardon the potentially coarse language, just thinking in my head, how the hell did I get here?
I mean, other bits of videos, I do enjoy a very well-made video like that, like what you're referring to. However, and also, by the way, I try and start one myself, but then I realised, oh no, I actually hate doing this. This is terrible. It turns out I much prefer to watch somebody else do the hard work and then do it myself. It's a lot less fun to do it on yourself. To take that from me. So there you go. But yeah,
can confirm. Can confirm from my own experience.
It's not anywhere near as fun when you have to do the work yourself, is it? But there you go.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Still fun, but just
less.
Yeah, it does get to the point. I'm not sure if it's, I think this is my 425th broadcast this year, which is disturbing, because yesterday, being my 1 year anniversary of working with RaceSpot, I was fittingly on the air with you, and you're the first ever co-commentator that I had here at RaceSpot, and I remember after the broadcast was said and done, as we nearly had a side-by-side battle for 23rd in GT3 heading down off at the end of the hangar straightaway. After that broadcast was said and done, it was you and our old producer here on this show, who was producing during my first stint, Hugo. Y'all were having a conversation about the amount of shows that y'all had done at that point of the year. I looked back and I counted 194 shows. I remember posting on my little private Instagram story, like, I took a photo of myself looking disheveled. I was like, this is the face of a man who's realized he's done 195 broadcasts this year, as it nearly ended in tears all through turn number 1 and 2. But I posted that 1 year ago yesterday, and then I looked back on it, looked at the playlist that I'm keeping, at the amount of shows that I've done this year, and all I look back on is I just see that I'm like, you sweet summer child.
Thankfully, I haven't kept track this year, because it would be scary. It's the first year I've been doing it not alongside any form of education, so there you go. That would be scary, since I've got a lot of time on my hands these days, but there you go. That's the way it goes. That was very close towards turn 1, wasn't it, there, for Project Not Last, and they're not last at the moment, but they are behind Datton Motorsport now, and they are about to be lapped again by Project 91 Racing Team Green, and Jose Manuel Monteagudo. Oh, and look at all the weaving here. Going to want to come straight back through again, Project Not Last, and they do. They're in towards turn 1, they were knocked wide. They come straight back through again into 23rd just a few moments later. 150 Motorsport trying to unlap them themselves as well. They can't quite get in the midst of this. So we've got 4 cars in the line, and there's one where 2 of them are battling, but one of them a lap in front and one of them a lap behind this group, this pairing for 23rd. Makes it all the more interesting when there's so many different teams on so many different laps. These guys, by the way, are now 9 laps down on the leader.
Fortunate news for Project Not Last. They are not running last. They're running in 23rd, and there are many cars behind them. So that's an advantage for them and their project here in this race, as the battling is still going on with that Data Motorsports number 47 car looking for the move on the outside, heading off through the Vale chicane. That chicane, I talked about turn number 6 earlier on this broadcast about being a very tough turn. I feel like that Vale chicane may be a solid mention too. That is a tough section to try and go around, even in GT3s, where you can take the advantage of hitting the anti-cut sausage curbs here. That can be absolutely brutal as you deal with that section of racetrack, because I thought we were just going to see a game of bowling heading down into turn number 3. It's getting very close in this battle, and as we get farther along in the night, a little bit surprised that we haven't seen a massive outbreaking moment in a side-by-side fight, at least for a while.
No, but there is time. That was actually more in defence of those in behind here. That's the second place car, Matt Caruana, who has certainly pulled away from Team Bennick in that battle for second. Bennick Sim Racing. It's nearly 6 seconds the gap, and Adam State's about to come into pit lane, so we're going to see in a moment how far Caruana is behind the race leader here, but it's clear that car at 91 has been losing time for some time, and they've got to regain some of that now as the Pineapple Racing Club car in the top 10 goes around. This is Team Heat together again. Liam Swinburne now the driver there, gets on the power too early, tries to save it, snaps the other way and spins into Luffield as well. How many times have we seen incidents through there?
There have been many bits of drama around many other turns around this racetrack, but it feels like that one is the one that has bit the hardest, as that was a big off-track moment. Alistair Pollock behind the wheel of that DCW Racing blue number 20 car. That Mustang goes off the circuit in rather dramatic fashion. As let's see what happened with the 47, the Data Motorsports entry. Marco Anastasi behind the wheel of that race car. It's a slide off into the inside. Don't usually see a driver go off the section of racetrack that he did. Nearly took the shortcut that makes up, I believe, the club configuration of this racetrack. That nearly would have been a big hit. Thankfully, though, with the reworked gravel physics, it stopped him before he augured straight into that inside fence.
And Adam State is in. So WSR Esports are leading in both classes, but we are waiting for pit stops, which are going to reveal their true gap. In fact, we're not in GT4, sorry. They are now officially a lap in front. So there we go. There's big news there for Aidan Young, who is a lap in front of the field in GT4. But what's the gap going to be in GT3, where the race is much closer, with 12.5 hours still to go? Remarkably close to it, considering we've done 12 hours here. 33 had more trouble here. Is this another replay of the same spin? Ian Hartwell. Well, it looks similar, but I think it's a different spin. Yeah, it is different. So, wow, it's another spin for Pineapple Racing Club. Goodness me. That is not a good couple of moments for them, as Adam State draws to a stop, and he will be going around again, but I don't know if you noted down what the... Oh, hello. What's going on here?
Oh.
Where is he?
Oh, he's merged with another car. Okay, that's what happened.
Goodness me.
I was about to say, he's been like transported into like a shadow realm. I was so confused. Like, did Adam State get set off into the back rooms? No, he's still out there on the racetrack, now on pit exits.
That was weird. The gap has come down a little bit then, and it will come down further actually as he's on cold tyres now, but it's never great, is it, as a team? It seems to me that, and I hope I'm not being too harsh on anybody in the front teams at the moment, but WSR Esports have got fast drivers across the board here. You know, Adam State is one of them for now. Matt Caruana seems to me to be the fastest driver in car 91, and unfortunately he can't be in the car the whole time. And you know, when he's not in the car, they do seem to lose a bit of time, and it's given him an awful lot of time to make up here. I mean, 45 seconds is not impossible over the course of over 12 hours the remaining now for them to make up before the end. But as Adam Watson has trouble to negotiate here, and he doesn't. He hits the car there, spinning in GT4. Oh, and there's a BMW spinning in avoidance. All happening down there at Luffield for Adam Watson, who will have lost quite some time in that exchange there. And a replay here for Aidan Young. Oh no, sorry, he's all fine. So he's still a lap in front. But yeah, what do you make of car 91 at the moment and their chances? Am I being too harsh in saying Caruana's the only driver that can stay with WSR at the moment, or have they got something up their sleeve for later on maybe?
So, you know, a couple of years ago in the neighborhood, we had somebody who was vandalizing local farms and really affecting the chicken population in the suburbs of the city of Philadelphia. So as somebody who heard those stories as a kid, I always know never to count your chickens before they hatch. However, I think right now it's looking good for WSR Esports. They just need to keep a tight ship. They need to make sure that the mistakes are down to a minimum, make sure they can run out there on the racetrack at 10/10s, not let their guard down too much, because you occasionally have that with very dominant teams. They let their guard down a little bit, then any sort of drama may go on, and right away they're taken out of it. We'll take that 45-second gap that they currently have between themselves and Project 91. If there were to be a penalty, kind of similar to what we saw a bit earlier on in this race, whether it be a drive-through, which would be about 25 seconds, maybe a stop and hold, which would be closer to 30, depending on how long they have to stay stopped in their pit stall. No matter what the case may be, that 44-second gap can disappear in the blink of an eye. Now, obviously, there are some extenuating circumstances surrounding that gap, being low, pit stops, and all that. But the point remains that no matter how comfortable of a margin you have, you never want to give it up. You know, it's like having I don't know, it's like if you were given $1 million, you won $1 million in the lottery. Some people wouldn't want to spend that money. They just want to hold on to it for as long as you can. You may have a gap now. You don't want to spend that gap because of some drama that may go on later on. So just hold on to it. Don't let your guard down too much, because that's going to be when a bullet comes.
That's what the RaceSpotTV team will be focusing on at the moment. They've only got 2 teams in this race, and they're both leading their respective classes. GT3, Adam State's teammates are Cameron Grabowski, we've already seen in that competition hit. So Alexander Davidson, Ethan Critchley, and Ross McFarlane as well. In the GT4 car, Aidan Young's partnered by Wesley Finch, Derek Grove, Konstantin Stolzenberg, and Tom Katsadonis. So 5 driver teams across the board, but I mean, you hear those names in GT3 and GT4 and you think, as other teams, I'd be thinking, you know, wow, we've got a real job on our hands here today. Not that we don't have other good teams in the field, of course, but they do have less drivers, Project 91, much less drivers. Charles Rainford's one of them. Christian Zaruta another. Maybe I'm being harsh on Christian Zaruta, to be fair, because he was very strong at the front earlier. But, you know, even so, that's only 2 of them. And they've got much more driving between the 2 of them to do. You know, you're splitting that 8 hours each there between 3 drivers at very least, or at most even, if you like. With 5 drivers, you don't even have to do 5 hours of driving throughout the whole race, and that's really not a lot over the course of a 24-hour race. So they'll be a lot more rested, those teams of 5.
Yeah, and everybody's going to they're going to enjoy that. You know, I kind of mentioned this a bit earlier on about my own experience running in an endurance race. I'll be honest and say that I haven't run an iRacing endurance race. I've known people who have run it. I've seen how teams go in all of that. One of the other companies that I work for actually has their own esports team. The founder set up. It's a long story, but I've been able to see that, and from my own experience as well, running in that 500-lap endurance kart race that I mentioned. We had 3 drivers for our team. It was myself and 2 of the other drivers that I'd spent pretty much most of my life racing with. So we had all formed a team, and in a situation like that, in case something were to go down, everybody's got to put in a lot more effort. If in the case of a 5-car team, if one of the drivers, say, has some sort of problem like their wheel breaks or pedals malfunction, maybe their graphics card on their PC runs into some trouble, whatever the case may be, it's easier to try and find a replacement in a situation like that. Going back to the story about me running in that 500-lap endurance kart race and harkening back to a comment that I made earlier on in this stint in the show about 2 hours ago when I talked about me creating a brand new insult because I was so upset about a driver holding me up for a couple of laps. I was crammed in that kart. Now, I'm not saying that I'm a tall individual. I'm about 6 foot, roughly, which is normal height. You know, I'm just about average. Actually, I think average in the States is about 5'7", or regardless. But I was crammed in this cart for so long that was pretty much designed to fit a child, that by the end of the stint, I could not feel below my hip. So I could not feel below my pelvis, could not feel below anything below the belt. I had to bow out. I could not get behind the wheel because I wouldn't have been able to feel the pedals. I could barely walk. So because I only had 2 teammates, we had to think a bit more about how exactly to fill in that gap. So those 5 driver teams, they're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable. They will have the wiggle room that McLaren was so desperate for in the last Grand Prix.
Don't want to get onto that discussion just yet. It might be good nighttime discussions. Obviously, if we finish this race about an hour and a half or 2 hours before that race begins, so I might try and get a quick bit of sleep, but then wake up again in the afternoon for that. As Jose Manuel Montegrido gets out of the pit lane. This is not the Project 91 racing team car that is chasing down the race leader, and is now less than 42 seconds off the race lead, but instead the one that is laps down further back in the field. Currently 21st, in fact, and they've just dropped to that as a result of the drive-through penalty of the last few moments. So another one losing positions through penalties. And it's one of the keys to these races. You've got to stay out of trouble, stay out of the penalties. I mean, look at the way the 36 car, for example, has gone from race lead contending to suddenly a lap off the podium, just with a couple of black flags in one go.
Yeah, and going back to what I was saying, talking about the lead that WSR Esports has, your race can get turned on its head so quick. And usually it can happen with factors entirely out of your control. A couple of bad maneuvers, maybe just dealing with some lap traffic, maybe other drivers around you dealing with traffic, clipping a car, and next thing you know, contact is made, and you're either in the pits with damage, having to use up one of those fast repairs, maybe picking up a penalty for incident points. 120x is the limit before these racers pick up a black flag, and then every 25 incident points after that. So easy to hit that limit in a 24-hour long race. I think I worked it out earlier. That averages out to about 5 incident points that he can get every single hour, which, considering that these racers are running many laps in an hour, even in the GT4s, it can be very easy to hit that limit throughout this race, especially if there's any sort of incidental contact. These races, though, you can have it be going so well for you for so long. A lot of racers in real life, in the Daytona 24, Le Mans 24, whatever it may be, they may go to bed, or they just may go off to their mobile home, their trailer home, to rest for the night. And just in that period of time that they had some shut-eye, everything could change. I'm sure I can speak to this as a race fan. I'm sure you've had experiences like that, either on shows that you've done or just races that you've been watching, where it was looking one way for one team, and then you go away for a little bit, and in the span of even just an hour, the race could go from fantastic to just frankly dreadful.
There's a replay of a spin for car 21. Sometimes the commentary is very off-putting, actually, because you really don't feel like you know what's been going on in the race at all, because of a race changing so much. But, not the case on usually, you'd say. Some news in for the pit lane, by the way, on Project 91. Meta Flame saying that I think Project 91 had a hardware failure, not slow drivers, and James Rainford confirming that Charles Rainford is using his clutch pedal as a brake because his brake pedal snapped. So that's fair enough. So it's quite difficult to be harsh on drivers, especially when I'm not a very good driver myself. But, you know, I think it is true the gap has gone outwards in that period of time, and now it's coming back in again, although Caruana has got less fuel on board, and this is going to be a constant flip-flop now, as the car with less fuel on board might well just gain a little bit of time. But again, these are the things you have to worry about in long races. You'll be stamping on the brake pedal, I mean, I don't know how many times around here over the course of 24 hours, so some hardware are likely to give up after that kind of punishment for such a long period of time.
Yeah, that's one thing that separates sim racing from real life racing. Whenever there's a hardware failure in one of these events, it happens for the driver. Now, on some broadcasts that we do here on RaceSpot, we can occasionally see the driver's perspective. They have a webcam set up. We can see either their wheel or just their general setup, whatever the case may be. So if there's any, like if the wheel falls off, we'll be able to tell. In real life, though, we'll flash our minds back to it was practice for the F1 Academy race where I believe it was Chloe Chambers had a big suspension failure heading off into turn number 1 at Las Vegas, and you could just see the wheel completely buckle on her heading down into the braking zone of turn number 1. Whenever there's a mechanical failure in real life, you can tell. In sim racing, sometimes you can't, and the other times when you can tell that is a failure, you don't really know exactly what it is. If you see a driver go straight on, was it a matter of their VR headset going down? Was their monitor going down? What did their throttle stick? Whatever the case may be, we usually can't tell. So I do appreciate racers and team members letting us know whenever anything does just so happen to break, because sometimes I've been conducting an interview where I've been asking a driver what happened in a crash or what the case may be, and then they finally break the news oh yeah, so the reason why I barreled into the side of that guy's car going about 190 miles an hour was my brake pedal just, I was it was going fine, started to get a bit loose, and then all of a sudden, bang, it's just like pressing a pedal made out of Swiss cheese.
It does sometimes explain a lot when we hear from the teams themselves. So do get in touch, by the way, if you are in the YouTube chat, and let us know of anything. We are following along, so do let us know. Indeed, you can come and chat with us in the interview waiting room. We'll drag you in for a bit of a chat about the race so far as we approach half distance at Silverstone. There's Adam State, leading by less than 40 seconds now. So that Caruana continues to take more than a second a lap out of him at the moment. Even at this pace, though, Caruana would need more than a stint at this speed to be able to catch up to Adam State. And goodness, he'll be taking some risk through traffic. Nearly rear-ended a Cayman there. You can just tell by looking at him how hard he's pushing. You don't need a timing screen to tell that at the moment.
Yeah, now you can just see it with your own two eyes how much he's starting to run the limit. And, we talked about the WSR Esports side of these battles for the win and holding on to that spot and being on defense. Maybe it's just me. I always preferred to be on defense and be able to hold on to all the chips and just waiting for the drivers around me to try and take them from my hands, only for me to just, for lack of a better term, shoo them out of the way. When it comes to a driver that's on the offense, though, you do have to consider the fact that we have so much racing left to go. Now, there's two sides of the coin, saying, oh yeah, we're coming up to the halfway mark in 11 and a half minutes, so a lot of time left to go in this race. You don't have to push it too hard, but you never know. And maybe a little bit of pushing now can make the difference later on. You can't predict this sort of stuff. Race car drivers are very superstitious. I can confirm as a former driver myself. I don't think there's too many racing drivers that have a crystal ball next to their sim rig to look into the future, though. So you're just going to say, okay, here's what I think I can do. It's in my hands. I'm going to push that car as hard as I can because I want to try and go for this win. Matt Caruana is certainly doing it, holding on to second and running that Project 91 racing team Lamborghini all the way to the ragged edge of control.
Oh, look at this. Really close in behind them. Oh, Mercedes and squeezing on the right-hand side there as well. I mean, this is not pushing you expect to see with more than 12 hours to go, but this is the intensity in this race at the moment. Matt Caruana knows that this is the time for closing in on Adam State while he's got not much fuel on board. And Adam State's getting up to speed again. Another 1.5 seconds taking out the race leader last time round. And to be fair to Leo Brown, he's going pretty quickly at the moment as well. 58.8 was the best lap of anybody's last time round from Leo Brown. Only 6 tenths, less than 6 tenths, off that car's personal best so far this afternoon. So this is pushing hard now at the front of the field. We're entering a new phase almost. It's as if we're getting to the halfway stage. Everybody can see that sort of dip over the hill, if you like. They'll be making the turn, rounding the turn very soon, and they'll be on their way back, and suddenly You've got a whole load of ambition at the front of the field trying to catch the race leader, and suddenly in GT3 we've got a race that might well be a whole lot closer than what it was looking like it would be about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I wonder how hard that WSR Esports stable is pushing at the moment. Are they going for all that glory, or are they maybe just saving up their stuff? When we get into that discussion about saving up your stuff, though, still have to think about the strategy throughout this race. Pit stops going to be a factor from the drop of the green through to the fall of the checkered. So if WSR Esports is just trying to angle themselves up to be good in the long run, maybe not have the outright fastest laps, but just be running strong all throughout, be consistent, not have to worry about pushing the car too hard, maybe doing a bit of fuel saving. There's a lot of different things that are going on here, and the only real confirmation we can get is being in a racing driver's mind, which, as a driver myself, I will let you know, is a rather terrifying place.
Move down the inside, meantime, from EWR. I think on the Fry Guys Motorsport number 7. There's an all Mercedes battle. Run around the outside, and EWR are not going to be able to work their way all the way around there. They'll have to try somewhere else. Pretty brave, really, to have a go coming in towards Brooklands there and in towards Luffield, because we've seen how many incidents there's been already through there. Could have been another one if they'd have just made a little bit of contact, those two.
Yeah, I think the problem with Luffield, and I pardon the NASCAR comparison here. It's not necessarily a NASCAR comparison, just kind of like an oval racing comparison. Actually, I think a better comparison would be comparing it to Turn 3 at Zandvoort, where there's so many different lines that you can take to run strong through there, because you have Turn 6 immediately before it. So if you run a little bit wide off through there, you're obviously going to affect your run off through Luffield. There is no one set line heading off through that part of the racetrack, just because there's no real set line right before it. So you're going to see many different racers running out there on the track. And if anybody is trying to think of, I believe it's karting class on social media, Instagram, TikTok, Fandango, Grubhub, whatever social media platform you're tuned into, they usually post videos of like, oh yeah, what was the best racing line? I believe VRS does kind of similar content to that, where they post like an overhead aerial view and track the car heading off through a turn, and they show off the different racing lines. Even if it's a wildly different racing line, there are still points where it's going to converge. There is going to be a merger, there is going to be a meeting point. You're going to see those drivers that were going side by side or around each other running very different lines converge in on each other at one point in time. Now, this is a good physics lesson. Race cars cannot merge within one another, even in sim, unless you're down in pit lane and some chicanery is going on there. Out there on the racetrack, you can't have that go on. So heading off through turn number 7, there will be that merging point, and very often that will be the point of contact. That, I think, is part of the reason why turn number 7 has been such a trouble spot, at least in terms of the side-by-side racing and the various different lines you can run. Is probably the reason why it's been so tricky with single car incidents too.
Has been so far. This battle for 11th continues. They don't need to have incidents on their own. They're easily caught up with one another as things stand through the Magnussen-Beckett section. And Carter doing enough to keep Zane Smith behind for now. This is what's been happening to Glasstec Racing. Another big spin towards the Stowe corner. Just maybe catching the grass or something. That was very, very sudden. Really, and this has been very standard. Jordan Heppel through Luffield, in fact. I thought it was going to be through Brooklands, but Luffield, and only just avoided by those two GT4s. That would have been a moment to get the heart racing for those.
And with that series of incidents heading off through that section notwithstanding, I do want to say one thing I love about racetracks in Europe that we don't really have in the US, and some of the examples that we do have are a bit iffy. Love having corner names. Just absolutely fantastic. Whether they relate to just the area that is around Silverstone, this of course being an old RAF base, that's part of the reason why you've got the hangar straight away, for instance, and a lot of the track does kind of follow the old original shape that Silverstone had, but fantastic turn name in the form of Brooklyn. Now, I don't like the turn personally. I think it's probably my weakest turn on this racetrack. But in terms of a corner name that calls back to British motorsports and motorsports period, Brooklands is absolutely fantastic. I think in terms of purpose-built for motor racing venues, it was one of the first. There may have been a couple here in the States that eventually became purpose-built racing facilities. You know, the Milwaukee Mile, I think maybe a little bit older, but that for the longest time was the Milwaukee State Fairgrounds. So Brooklyn's an absolute gem of auto racing. Sadly, it's gone the way of the dodo bird, and it's pretty much just a small little bit of abandoned racetrack surrounded by museums and car building facilities. But if there's any turn around this racetrack that I feel like calls back to the best in the history of British motorsports, it has got to be Brooklyn. Second only is probably Aintree, because that's pretty fun as well. I think Aintree hosted Formula One many months ago, although I will have to fact check myself there.
I was going to say, it just have a great history, this circuit, in terms of different layouts. I was wondering how much you would be aware of the different layouts we've had at Silverstone down the years. It's been the way it is now since 2011. The new pit building was added. The circuit previously to that was turning left, where we now turn right at turn 1 through here.
The original layout.
The original layout when I was young, I mean. But, you know, there's been so many different layouts even before then, and so dating all the way back to 1948 as well. As you say, the outline of it has stayed very much the same, but I think, to be honest, the circuit's only got better since those older layouts.
Yeah, no, I think this track is absolutely fantastic, and the original layout comment that I made was not actually a dig towards you. It was the old layout before this one. This was a pretty major reconfiguration when they brought in this sort of like infield section, so to speak. When they added that in back in 2011, not only adding in a brand new pit building, changing the location of where the start-finish straightaway and the pits were, it was a big callback as well, because all throughout the history of Silverstone, at the end of it was now, I guess, the Sir Lewis Hamilton straightaway. It used to go straight, and then you used to have a left-hand turn. For the longest time, it was just a kink. They changed it off into a hairpin. That was the layout of Silverstone that I knew for the longest time, and it is actually preserved on iRacing with the original Silverstone scan. But when I first started driving, I believe it's the layout that they had on Forza Motorsport 4. I'm trying to think of what other games it may have been on in my childhood, but I think both are good. A lot of people kind of take the same sort of deal that they do with a lot of things in life, and they try and pick one or the other. I think both are good. Both have their own sort of unique quirks and features to them. I think this the pit building is absolutely amazing. I think the racetrack puts on some good racing as well. I will say, actually, using kind of the infield of this track where the old runways used to meet back when this was an RAF base, it's a bit of a callback to the original layout of Silverstone back in 1948, because before they ran on the outline, the ring road essentially, which was the layout that F1 used, they did actually use some of the old runways and kind of made some interesting hairpins on the inside. My favorite website on the entirety of the internet, racingcircuits.info, is just a wealth of knowledge for us commentators, and really a good look back into the history of racing all around the globe.
I'll get back to that in a second, but I'll just comment on what we're seeing on screen at the moment, which is Adam State on board, but also a lot of telemetry you see around the place. This is provided by WSR Esports, and you can see the gearing on the top right-hand side of the screen. Can't read all of the things that are going on, but you can tell what's going on the bottom left as well. The green trail where the throttle input is being shown. Just above that, the purple is the revs. And the braking percentage as well, which is being shown with the red line. It is not being used at the moment as you come through a very high-speed section towards the end of the Hangar Straight, and now in towards Stowe, sorry. There you go. Sharply on the brake, smoothly off it, and I don't know how much time you will have spent studying these kind of bits of data, but doing these kind of things, you can certainly get a little bit smoother, which often, in most cars anyway, helps you a little bit to drive a bit faster if you can drive that little bit smoother.
And you know, for my own racing experience, data was huge. Now, we didn't really have the kind of data that these racers will have. The telemetry is absolutely fantastic, a wonderful service. I joined right as our RaceSpotTV colleague Paul Smith was having an interview kind of talking about the service and everything that is on offer, and you can join the Motorsports UK server to kind of learn more about that. But from my own experience in karts, we didn't really have too much telemetry. It was only until I got into my my final kart, which was a shifter kart. It was this old thing though. It was a 2002 chassis and 1999 motor. I was the only person running in the SCCA Solo Nationals back in 2021 and 22 that was running in a chassis with a motor, with both of them being older than themselves. So that was my excuse for not doing too great with that old kart. But even before I kind of had telemetry that would keep track of the pedals and steering wheel and just the speed of the kart at all, the engine telemetry was always so vital in terms of tuning. Now, you don't really do a whole lot of tuning, but in terms of fine-tuning a driver, knowing what to do, what not to do. And from my buddy's experience, who raced in karts at a bit higher of a level than I did, which is part of the reason why I'm going to be having a chicken parm tonight. He's probably eating gruel. Yeah, that's me. I apologize. But no, it's a lot of information you can use to get faster out there on the track, whether it be driving, whether it be tuning, whatever the case may be. And that is a lot of data. I've always been a data guy. I remember back in 6th grade, I had a project that I had to do where it was like one of those career projects where you had to like pick a career that you wanted to do as an adult. Now, as a 6th grader with rose-tinted glasses, I still want to be a Formula 1 driver, which, you know, that wouldn't be the case. Me in 6th grade would have thought that I'd be in Abu Dhabi racing this weekend. Instead, I'm here in my broadcast booth here in the city of Philadelphia making fart jokes on the air. But I absolutely adore data. I absolutely adore kind of analytics and all that stuff. In that career sort of thing that I had to do, as we see a spin from the No Limit Academy cars, and Next Gen Motorsports has also had a moment all through turn number 7. Here may have been a bit of contact. I actually wanted to try and become a motorsports statistician, which I think kind of in the grand scheme of things has now come to pass, but absolutely adore the analytics and love to see all that sort of information for these racers.
It's car 92 going around where their teammates are chasing down the overall leaders, and only a couple of laps away from a pit stop. This is a bit of a run through of replays. Dylan Lee's braking too late into the final chicane in the McLaren, going off into the gravel. Oh dear, rejoining right in front of the GT4 there. But the lead gap down to 32 seconds. So more than a third has been taken out of this in the last 15 laps by Matt Caruana. Adam State will be looking over his shoulder a little bit nervously. Again, he'll be pleased, as you were saying, that he's got the advantage to hold on to here, and he holds the seconds, as it were, over the rest of the field. But he's got two teams who are bearing down on him at the moment, and he is still over 15 laps from safety as far as another pit stop. So Adam State will be in here for another half an hour at least, and that's half an hour of time where Matt Caruana may well be chasing and closing on him.
Yes, and now I gotta wonder who's gonna be the most relaxed at this point. Who's gonna be the most energetic, I think would probably be the best word I can sum it up, because both these racers have been behind the wheel for quite some time. They're probably running out of gas a bit. I'm not just talking about the gas tanks in the car. They're probably very tired. So who's going to be able to get the most out of their car? Will it be Matt Caruana continuing to reel that gap in, or will it be that WSR Esports 123 car holding on to that top spot at the moment here in GT4? Certainly be keeping tabs on that as the time goes along into the final hour that will be in the broadcast booth together here on this stint, Ewan. And I will also, real quick, as we see some more pit stops going on here with Ben Bennyworth, share a bit of history that is often forgot about here with Silverstone that nobody really knows. IndyCar ran here back in 1978, and nobody remembers that it happened.
Well, I was quite a long way from being born, so I don't obviously remember that, to be fair. I mean,
Well, what was so funny about that was, so going back to some of the YouTube adventures that I've had in my own life, I once made a video talking about a completely made-up driver. I just made this video for the 4th of July one year. The driver's name was Thor Buttocks, and the comment said that they figured out that the story that I was saying was an entire just white lie when I talked about IndyCar racing at Silverstone in 1978. And the best part about that was in a video where I was saying that this driver Thor Buttocks was born in this random town in Sweden to some ice fishing connoisseurs, and his girlfriend's name was Sarah Bellum. This guy thought, okay, yes, that was the fake thing. It was real. And AJ Foyt won the race. It was held on October 1st, so I can imagine it was rather chilly, and it was only 6 days before what was called the Daily Mail Indy Trophy at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. Not a lot of people know that there are actually 2 British races during the 1978 season, and it wouldn't be until 2003 for the entire existence of karts, which split off from USAC following the 1978 season, until the Indy cars would return to the UK. Once again, actually, no, it was before then. It was at Rockingham in 2001. I apologize.
we used to have an oval in this country. Is,
and now it's a parking lot for used cars.
It is, yeah. I don't think the road course exists anymore, really, either, does it? Rockingham, unfortunately. The British version, of course, I'm talking about.
They have it on Race Room, I believe. I've actually driven it. It's a fun track. It's pretty darn good to do in a GT3.
It's as good as you can get for a roval, I suppose. It's never that exciting when you're confined by an oval, even when it's slightly weirdly shaped. But yeah, it's not bad, I suppose, for given what it is. Matt Caruana's in the pit lane, by the way, as Kieran Harding has gotten into the Team Bennett sim racing car in 3rd place. So we'll see what those gaps are, and we'll see what it's like when Adam Stake comes out the pit lane as well. But Caruana's going to stay in the car for another stint here, and he's going to get up to the back of that leader all over again here. Good evening to everyone tuned in. If you're just tuning in, by the way, after tuning in from earlier, we are on interval gaps now on the left-hand side, and so no, not everybody is back on the lead lap again suddenly. That is just the gap to one another. Just helps us to see who's actually fighting with one another, because otherwise you can only really see the gaps of about 3 cars, since there are only 3 on the lead lap in GT3 and 2 now in GT4, and that's only because WSR have just made a pit stop and got Aidan Young out of the car. So puts into perspective a little bit how long we've been here, Ron, now, just over 3 hours, because Aidan Young has got in, done a whole stint, and got out again before we've got out ourselves. So his job is done for now, and I wonder whether he's going to be having some food and getting it back in later, or what his plan is for the rest of the evening.
See, I remember when I was Aidan Young's age. I think he's I think the last time I had a chat with him, he's like 16, 17. I remember at that time having the energy to be able to hop into a car and pretty much just do whatever. Fantastic kart racer, fantastic sim racer as well. I believe he got the opportunity to participate in the Skip Barber shootout from the Skip Barber iRacing series. So very talented racer in the sim. So I think he'll have the energy to probably hop back in the car a little bit later on, probably once we're back on the air around 10 to 12 Eastern time. But as we continue to see the other nighttime hours go on here for the 2025 Britcar 24 here at Silverstone, I want to go back and into the discussion about the 1978. At the time, it was still USAC who organized IndyCar in this spin there on screen for Vulcan. That's off through turn number 7. Not the first time we see a driver go for a spin into turn number 7. Will not be the last. Actually, I'm going to have a sidecar from that. This may have been big. WSR Esports at the pits. Constantine Stolzenberg behind the wheel of that number 223 car with the spin out of the pits. Now they held on to a very comfortable gap in GT4, but that's not the way you want to start off a stint at all.
No, it isn't. It's the race leading car. Meantime, out of the pit lane for number 10. It's always hard up the pit lane here as you get on the power over the top of the hill. And seems they were just a bit too slow for a bit too long, so they appeared as stopped on our timing. They are back out fine. This is Jack Trunwitt, the Armed Forces Sim Racing GT4 car. So going for a spin to the inside of Luffield. It's another one to add to the list. There's been many of them, and we'll chalk that one up as well as we go back on board with Aidan Carter. Now back behind that 11th placed, I think still driven by Zane Smith. Yep, indeed. So DWR have got past Fry Guys Motorsport, and they're now trying to run away. And Carter trying to respond by getting that 11th place back again.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Carter can do behind the wheel of that number 7 effort. Now, harkening back to, oh man, that's sketchy. With a car right in front, that was a GT4 Mustang right in front. Aidan Carter having to stop on the brakes pretty heavily, heading off into Abbey of turn number 1. But Aidan Carter, a driver that I got to cover a lot of a couple of seasons ago in the World GT Championship here on RaceSpot, ended up, I think it was 9 or 10 wins in a row in that AM category at the end of the season. So Aidan Carter, very talented driver behind the wheel of GT3 machinery. So we'll have to keep an eye out to see what they can do between now and the end of this race. Still, at least to the end of their stint, that is. Still 11 hours and 48 minutes left to go. So we are past the bell curve, officially past the halfway mark, but still a long way left to go here tonight, and moving off into the morning here soon. Is it close to morning for you in the UK? I think it's still a couple of hours. Oh,
no, it is morning now. It is morning in the UK. So we're past, as I say, we started exactly on midday in the UK, and it will obviously end on midday as well. But because we're halfway through the race, it is officially Sunday now. So yeah, we are, as you say, we've rounded the turn and we're on our way back, but still nearly 12 hours to go.
Yeah, so still a long way left to go for these teams, but it's going to feel like a short sprint at this point. And when they get into the final 6 hours, it'll feel like no time at all. I do want to kind of break away because we were go back into a discussion about history. It comes naturally for me to ramble about racing history because that's what I did throughout most of my adolescence, and that's still what I do as an adult, albeit I'm paid to do it now. Looking through some of the oddball racetracks, we had so many peculiar ovals. I mean, there's Ontario Motor Speedway, built in Ontario, California, right outside LA, which was pretty much a 1-to-1 scale replica of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, built in Southern California, 1 lane wider with banking on the straightaways as well as the turns. That was a pretty wild one. Texas World Speedway, which was such a bizarre track with a bizarre history. It was imagine what, unfortunately, is no longer with us with Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, what is still with us with Michigan Speedway up there in Brooklyn, Michigan. It was built in Texas, College Station, Texas, I believe, and sadly that track has gone the way of the Dodo Bird 2 knocked over to build some houses. As we also had Trenton Speedway in Trenton, New Jersey. Have you ever seen the Trenton Speedway, Ewan? Have you? No. I'll have to fill you in on this track. There was a right-hand turn on the back straightaway, which goes without saying made it a little bit peculiar. And it wasn't too far away from another track that has gone the way of the Dodo Bird in my general vicinity of Langhorne Speedway. Was I on the call with you when I went off on a whole tirade talking about Langhorne? Because I think it was, it may have been you or Hugo Luis here at RaceSpot that I went off on a long tangent about talking about this bewildering track.
Can't say I remember, but doesn't mean it didn't happen, I suppose.
Yeah, so I will give this story again. I'll make it as brief as I can, which it's me. This may run for a little bit. So Langhorne Speedway was a little over a mile long. It was built in the suburbs of Philadelphia. Originally started as a dirt track, and then it was paved. The track basically looked like a pancake that got flipped too early. It was a constant turn. You had no idea what was coming next, especially in the dirt when the visibility was pretty poor, and even so on the asphalt when the speeds were about double. In terms of the time that it was open and the amount of drivers who unfortunately passed away there, is probably the deadliest racetrack in the history of mankind. Because I think it's high up in the top 5 of racetrack fatalities, period, including the likes of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Le Mans, the Nordschleife, Monza, and it was open for only about 25 years. The track was that was a brutalist racetrack, and think about the fact you had Pocono, which is still around. That track had a rather dangerous reputation. They used to have boilerplate walls around it, so imagine heading off into a turn at a steady click of 200 miles an hour, knowing that if something did break and you hit the wall, you'd be meeting a 1.5-inch thick bit of steel around the racetrack. And then there was also Trent Speedway, which just had a right-handed kink on the back straightaway. There's so many bizarre ovals in the history of American motor racing, especially with IndyCar. It's at times like these where I remember why I decided to pick IndyCar as my main topic to study in terms of racing history.
Yeah, because it has so much, of course, and we can go on for a long time about it, and we probably will do over the course of the next hours. Myself and Ron will be with you for the next 45 before we take a couple of hours off and come back later. We still continue on through the night here in this race. We're just about half past midnight in sim, so still got a good 7 hours or so to go of darkness. That's not something that you'll want to hear, particularly if you're a driver and not particularly enjoying the nighttime racing as things stand. Aiden Carter is caught to Zane Smith at the moment. These two Mercedes continuing to run absolutely nose to tail at the moment. And see whether Aiden Carton can get back past again or not, because there is some benefits to staying right behind the number 80 car and just saving the fuel that would be required to get them to the next stage of this race, that might even get them ahead of the car they're currently chasing. There they are, past Konstantin Stolzenberg, indeed, the GT4 leader, who seems to have gotten back on the straight and narrow after these earlier troubles.
So still waiting to see how everybody shakes out with this continuing cycle of pit stops. We've talked about this a lot throughout the show, and we'll raise it once again. There is no really set pit window with everybody running so many different strategies. It's just a continuous it's like a dripping faucet of drivers coming down pit lane. You're never going to see a flood of racers heading into the pits. It's just going to be a drip, a drip, a drip, a drip, just constantly going on. It's I'm pretty sure that constitutes Chinese water torture of the pit lane.
It gives us something to talk about again and again as the cars come in at different times. Thankfully, they've not had to use the faster pairs very often in the last few hours, especially compared to some of the early exchanges in this race. There was a lot of damage picked up. I think right at the start of our stint, there was a Mustang turned into the wall, wasn't there? Although it was already missing its front end, from what I remember. The headlights were not illuminating anything, they weren't there. But since then, been very good across the board. We'll just try and keep an eye on who's got how many faster pairs remaining, because again, it's going to be very, very crucial. However, I think you're going to have afforded to have made 2 faster pairs so far in this race now, if you're spreading them out evenly throughout the race, 1 for every 6 hours, so anyone who's got 2 or more is going well at this stage.
Yeah, if you've got a you're going to have a handful of faster pairs regardless, but if you can kind of limit the damage and limit the use of them in the first half, you're going to be good. Now, in an ideal world, you won't have to use any of them, but it's a 24-hour long race. The cars are going to get beat and battered in some way, shape, or form. Even if you don't get involved in any sort of incident, probably the deadliest combination that I think I've ever seen on iRacing was I was covering a Formula 3 race at it was at Watkins Glen not too long ago. Now, the Glen recently had the other change in the curbs with the reeling in of this brand new season. iRacing continuing on their NASCAR refresh before the release of NASCAR 2025 a little bit earlier on this year, NASCAR 25, the video game. And the curb heading down into the bus stop was so brutal that the chassis were actually getting torn to bits. Like, I would be jumping on board to drivers who were running by themselves all throughout, hadn't been involved in any sort of drama, and yet the top of the car was scuffed up as if they had been upside down for a brief period of time. So you will get damage eventually. There's only so many times you can whack a sausage curb around this racetrack before the sausage will bite back.
This is the battle for 10th place continuing on here at the 2025 Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 Hours of Silverstone. I'll let you listen in to the grumbling sounds of this Mercedes for a lap here in a moment as the battle for 10th gets intense. Have a look and enjoy the sights and sounds of this GT4 traffic in this battle for 10th place. On board with Aidan Carter, still chasing Zane Smith in the battle for 10th place at the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone 2025. Myself, Ian O'Leary, Ron Mounds with you for the next half an hour or so as we enjoy this battle for 10th. It's going to be a long run through the darkness tonight. Still nearly 7 hours under lights. Well, not under lights, that's the point for us here today. Get the feeling these are the kind of battles where you're so evenly matched, Ron, that actually not quite trying to actually go through at this point. Aidan Carter is just happy to sit there and sit in behind.
You know, this is an odd term, but I feel like it is rather fitting. There's something that I see a lot of on iRacing, which I like to call passive battling, where you're not necessarily going to be going for the moves, but you're not going to turn it down either. If you feel like you have a good shot, you're going to go for it. If it's going to be gutsy, you're not really going to risk it for the biscuit. Oh, as that is a spin for 14th and GT3 in live action. That's heading off through turn number 7. Lovefield strikes once again.
Andrew Dawson spinning through Lovefield in such a difficult corner so far today. Again, has claimed another victim. I mean, I'm not sure what it is about these cars. I've heard about this in the past, to be fair, well, not in iRacing, but in GT3 cars, GTEs, where the unloaded inside rear tyre is really causing problems, especially in towards Brooklands, but Luffield, I guess, a similar corner, but this one can maybe be chalked down to contact, as Glasstec Racing were trying to gain a place. They were a little bit over-ambitious and made a bit of contact that sent them into a spin.
Yeah, once again, the 6 and 7 combo seems to be a deadly one here at Silverstone. Just any cars that are close to one another, even if they're not going side by side, it can end in tears very, very easily. So, unfortunate moment for the 422 car, but if they want to add themselves to an ever-expanding list of drivers and teams and just competitors that have been affected by that turn, if there was ever like a compensation claim that could be taken out of the drivers that have run into some troubles heading off through there, the list would be rather expansive. I flash my mind back whenever I think of the exit of that turn, in fact, to I think it was Max Verstappen running here back in 2019. It was either 2019 or 2018. I can't remember exactly when it was. But he had a sideways snap heading out of Luffield. And I distinctly remember it for a couple of reasons. Sideways snap hit the wall. Easy mistake to make, but I remember watching it in live time, so it stuck out of my head. That was also the one and only Grand Prix, and I think the history of Formula One, where they ran the brief run of the super hard tires. Back when, because I remember this was right towards the end of Pirelli's, what I like to call the Roy G. Biv era of their tires. They had the Hypersofts, Ultra Softs, Super Softs, Softs, Mediums, Hards, and Super Hards. I think he was actually running on the Hards, because when they brought out the Super Hard, they made that tire the orange sidewall tire, and they brought over the blue that they used on the wet tires and made that the color for the hards. I think I've got that right, because I still distinctly remember that era of Formula One being... I still prefer that old tire system, even though it was really a different kind of confusing. Yeah, I just love the rainbows on the side of the car, having pink sidewall, purple sidewall. I always loved the purple sidewall Ultra Softs, because that shade of purple was always just so cool in my book.
I liked I particularly like the look of a red striped tyre, actually, when the Super Softs were first introduced. But surely towards the end, you must agree, surely towards the end, the different amount of different compounds were getting ridiculous.
I think the only qualm that I had was the Super Hards, because I thought it was the Super Hards that Max was racing on. It was not, because I remember they introduced the Super Hards for that year and never used them for the 2019 season. They just did not use that tire compound ever. I think it was a little bit confusing getting to the point where he has so many different compounds. Yeah, very confusing. See, I still think that the racing series with the worst ever tire format is IndyCar currently, because I say this as an IndyCar fan. Like, I know a decent amount about the history of IndyCar. I think I know a good amount about the sport today. I can never remember whether or not it's the primary or the alternate tires that's the softer or the harder ones. I like the fact that there's only two compounds, but I can never remember which one is the softer or the harder one. So, given the choice between IndyCar's current tire compound dilemma and F1's tire compound dilemma, when they had like 82 bajillion different compounds, I would take the F1 one every day of the week, because at least those colors look kind of cool.
Can I be honest? It sounds kind of like a you thing.
Yeah. I'll see myself out.
Maybe I'm being too harsh.
That was mean.
Isn't there a very weirdly named compound come out in IndyCar quite recently that I'm not sure how to pronounce, or I've forgotten how to pronounce?
Yeah, it's the Waiuli tire, which I always think is kind of fun. That sounds like something you could order at a Mexican restaurant. That sounds tasty, like that and a thing of nachos. And I'm not of drinking age, so I can't condone this, but a margarita when you are above the legal drinking age here in the States, that sounds like something that could hit very well on a very warm summer's evening. But yeah, that's actually, it is synthetic, I say synthetic rubber. See, they always talk about sustainable tires and sustainable rubber. Rubber comes from trees. They come from latex trees down in Brazil. Of course, they have, you know, man-made compounds. A lot of petroleum products go into that kind of, like originally back in the early days of motor racing and cars, period, the tires were white, and then they changed it to be black because it was a bit more stable. The white tires just weren't. But the Waiuli tires, I believe they made it out of like some random hedge or like some like plants that's dying off somewhere in like Nevada or something like that. I wouldn't trust that because Nevada is the state in the US that is owned the most by the government, and the reason why that is the case is because every single like nuclear bomb test that we did in the mainland US was done in Nevada, so I wouldn't trust anything coming out of there.
It's it just seemed to me like a massive state of almost nothing in it, to be honest. I mean, Vegas.
Do you know what
is
Trinitite is? Yeah, Vegas and Reno, which as Jeremy Clarkson described as a town with some light bulbs on it. Have you ever heard of Trinitite, though?
Oh.
So Trinitite is one of the rarest man-made compounds on Earth. It's a kind of glass, and the glass was made at the Trinity nuclear bomb site, which I believe was where we tested off our first nuclear weapons. I can't remember exactly. I think the story goes like that. And when the bomb was set off, it vaporized the sand in the desert and turned it into glass. So if you go to the Trinity testing site now, there is this small little remainder of what they call Trinitite, which is pretty much just a very rare and radioactive form of glass.
Nice. That's good.
It's good season. It's very tasty. Adds in some extra protein.
Sounds like it would see you off pretty quickly.
Yeah, a lot of American food does that. The Cheese Whiz does.
Yeah, so I've heard. Yeah, so I've heard. You always see those comparison things about, you know, that someone's taking a picture of the back of a product in here in Europe and then done the same in America. And really, we don't really need labels because you know what's in it, and it's probably come from the thing it says it has. But in America, all sorts have been sprinkled in there that make your stomach a little bit. So I've heard. I've never had any American food, but make your stomach a little bit fruity sometimes in the morning.
Have you ever seen an American Fanta? I'm sure you have.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking about American Fanta actually with an American recently. Someone was, while they were in Europe, someone enjoying Fanta often while they were in Europe because it's not the same in America apparently.
Yeah, so Fanta here, it is just, it is orange soda. Orange in color and orange in flavor. Fanta originated in Germany. You know, I think I said this right towards the start of the 4 hours that I've been on this show in this sense that we've been on the show together right before you came in. My grandfather immigrated to this country in, I believe, the 1920s or very early 1930s. Immigrated from Germany and opened up a butcher shop that eventually moved to the area of the city that we're in presently. Sold it to a different. Sold it to another German family many moons ago, and they still operate it to this day. And so you can still occasionally buy some like German and Austrian beverages. Almdudler, I think, is one that they sell there, which I've never really been able to get heads or tails on in terms of how it tastes. But whenever I've had the German sodas, it's made me want to try European Fanta. Because, like, the stuff that we've got here, my American palate is trained to like it, albeit my American palate is trained to like many things that are fully synthetic. So I can enjoy an orange soda, but the American palate can stomach many things that a European palate simply cannot. I think, have you ever had Hershey's chocolate? Because I know there's a lot of people in the UK and other parts of the globe that think that Hershey's chocolate, which is a pride staple of the state of Pennsylvania as well, Hershey, Pennsylvania, it's an entire town themed after chocolate. There's a lot of people abroad that say that Hershey's chocolate tastes of vomit because of the ingredients put in it.
No, I can't help you there, unfortunately. I've never had it, so don't know, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what would be the ingredients. So I'm going to pass it back off to you as I do a little bit of investigative journalism, trying to figure out what ingredient makes... I will say I've had European chocolate from Switzerland, and even some other American chocolates that we have here, some stuff from Trader Joe's, whatever the case may be. And Hershey's does have a very unique taste to it, and I think European chocolate is a little bit better, and there is an interesting tang to Hershey's that some find as interesting, others find as completely unpalatable.
Yes, I can see that. I don't intend to try it, really, if I'm honest with you. But there you go. That's American food for you. Not something I envy from the United States, if I'm honest with you. Food, you spread cheese on stuff, even when cheese is pretty much fine as it comes. You don't need to put it in a jar and spread it like jam, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you see, I prefer Cheese Whiz to spray cheese, because we've got that in this country as well. Yeah, it's,
oh, no.
See, yeah, that, I think, you know, there's many times, whether it be with energy drinks or anything of the sort, actually I do want to touch on this. App State has come in from the race lead in GT3, so that's a WSR Esports driver. Once again, back in pit lane, I wonder if there may be a driver swap going on there as well, because I believe State has been in that car for quite some time. But spray cheese is one ingredient in what I believe is one of the strangest food concoctions that I've ever heard, that one of the best food creators, Binging with Babish, if anyone's ever seen this content, absolutely fantastic. He once said that it actually tasted pretty good. It was a comedy movie that Weird Al Yankovic, the song parodier, made, which was a Twinkie wiener sandwich. It was a Twinkie cut in half with a hot dog put in it and sprayed cheese on top. And I don't think if there's anything that could like send a medieval peasant into like septic shock, it would be that.
I think it sent me into shock. Maybe that's what you're saying. As you said, WSR Esports are coming from the lead here. Alexander Davidson, the new driver, in place of Adam State, but Matt Carawan has been very quick since his pit stop, and so we'll just note what the gap is going to be in a moment when the tyres are finally warmed up for Alexander Davidson here. Missy in YouTube chat says Hershey's taste like soap. I think the love is nostalgia from what people grew up with. There's some acquired taste in the UK too. I'll put forward to you haggis. Not English, but Scottish. Don't get it mixed up. I can't imagine you've had that either if you haven't been to Scotland. I don't know where else in the world you could possibly get it actually. And you won't want to if you look up the ingredients. So the best thing I could suggest to you is go to Scotland, have it, and then look up the ingredients afterwards.
You know, I actually do know what haggis is, and I don't consider myself to be too picky of an eater, but I have my limits. It's, you know, I say this knowing that fully well that like natural sausage casing here in the States is either just like synthetic plastic or the, how can I sum it up, the digestive tract of an animal. Even I'm like, you know what, I wouldn't want to have haggis, which for those who aren't aware, I believe it's a blend of many wonderful, usually somewhat tasty things that are all cooked into one amalgamation and put into, is it sheep's stomach? Is it sheep or lamb?
I believe it's sheep.
I think it's sheep. Yeah. Actually, here's kind of going down this interesting food rabbit hole. Have you ever had Spam? And if so, what are your thoughts on it?
I haven't, no, because I respect myself on occasion.
See, I think Spam is actually good. I was in a Spam, I hated the idea of Spam for the longest time. I actually had it one time, and it's genuinely not that bad. You know, I've had worse.
Not a great compliment. It's not that bad. You know, is that the best thing you could say?
See, the way that I could describe Spam, my favorite variety of Spam is they have maple Spam, which I think is very tasty. It's a good breakfast delicacy if you cook it up in the right way. Usually the way that I do it, I do that. cook it up, make sure it is cut thin, so it's basically as thin as a slice of bacon, and then you do that with some roasted potatoes. That is good because you got the saltiness, you got the starchiness, and the nice sort of taste of a creamy roast potato. If done well, Spam can be good, but sometimes, and I grant that sometimes with Spam, for me, it needs to be seared and it needs to be crispy. Otherwise, if it's anything other than that, I'm not gonna be able to get down with it. I'm sorry.
No, I can't say I can comment on Spam particularly. I've never had it before. Someone suggesting a Spam butty with brown sauce on. Not sure that's going to be a very American thing, is it? No.
That is like speaking in tongues to me. I don't know what brown sauce is. It sounds intriguing.
It's like I don't know,
like a barbecue sauce, or is it?
Not quite barbecue, but it's, you know, it's on the tangy scale. I would say it's probably between ketchup and barbecue. If you see what I mean. I know those two are not similar, but you see what I mean. Sort of between the middle of those two. Maybe somebody else who has a better understanding of it can give you a better description, because it's not my favourite thing in the world, and I certainly wouldn't put it on a Spam butty. That's for sure. That sounds absolutely grim.
See, there are. Oh, HP sauce is kind of known as in the States. See, my association with Jeremy Clarkson is no, not my association with Jeremy Clarkson. My association with HP sauce is a clip from Jeremy Clarkson. It was an early Top Gear clip, and he was talking about like BMW, I forgot what British manufacturer it was that was owned by BMW, and they had sold it, and they immediately developed a brand new car, maybe Bentley or something like that. Mini Cooper was bought out by BMW around that same point in time. But he was doing this little like shtick and referencing a movie. I forget the name of the title of the movie in question, but it was a movie where a bunch of German paratroopers had landed into a town in the UK during the Second World War, and it made pretend that they were British, and Jeremy Clarkson was going on the spiel and pretending to be one of those people working at this like BMW factory. Yeah, it was like, so how's the dash fixed on? Is it bolted on or glued? And then Jeremy Clarkson does in his best German accent, can I just say I like HP sauce? And one time I saw the cuckoo. I wish I could have interacted with my grandfather, because every single time my dad has shared a story about him, he spoke in a very heavy German accent, and man, that would be fantastic. That would be a wonderful time indeed to nail down a good German. I could do a good country accent here in the States, but I can't do a good German accent.
Well, we'll certainly get into trouble if we try those over the next half an hour or 15 minutes rather. So,
well, not the country accent.
Maybe not, no. But we'll leave that for later when we're not on air. But yeah, especially the German one. But yes, do remember that now. That's very good. Piercy says, now that his driving stint is done, I'm currently drinking Jeremy Clarkson's beers, which I've got to say I've never had. I don't know if they've made it to America, but I've never had them. It's Quartermass Motorsport meantime going for a spin. I think we're about to see a few more spins through Brooklands and Luffield in this next little replay run. Quartermass Motorsport nearly last in the GT3 field. They're 12 laps down at the moment, but closing in on TSRC Esports, who are in the pit lane at the moment. In fact, it's just the one replay, so just the one spin through there this time.
So, you know, I've still got 2 weeks left until I can try Hawkston Lager, even if they shipped it here to the U.S. I do actually have a deal with myself, and this is going to be another long spin of a yarn from me, which has been the case for the past 4 hours. So this was back in 2016. Now, this was partially a joke considering the era of time it was. It was back when I was 16, so this was 2021, right after the pandemic. And there was a Corona beer hat that I saw at this random gas station that was right near a hotel that I was sleeping at in Iowa. And I bought it. The hat was just probably the most tacky thing that you can imagine it being. It was like straw, had the Corona logo embedded onto it, and it had a bottle opener in the brim. It is just the amalgamation of everything American that I love and other people absolutely despise. I bought it because it was tacky, and it was my only other option I had in terms of hat that I wanted to buy. There was a Seinfeld hat, which I'm kind of glad I picked the Corona hat instead. But this ended up spawning a multi-year-long odyssey of me getting many Corona-branded things in my wardrobe. I have, I think, 2 Corona-branded shirts that are somewhere in my closet. I have got a Corona flag that I've never hung up in my room. There's a Corona neon sign that I will turn on right now and take a photo so I can send it into our little broadcast text chat to prove that I do actually have this. There's another Corona sign that I have. There's a lot of Corona things, but obviously being below the age of drinking, I've never had a Corona. I have a deal with myself that the first beer that I'm going to have will be a Corona, and I am prepared to be disappointed.
You might be. I can't believe you're sticking by the rules, to be honest with you. But anyway, that's
See,
something
we're on
maybe
the
I
air.
shouldn't say on the air, yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway, that was the
Don't wanna do
36
time
car, by
now.
the way, from 4th, having a spin there. It's Isaac Fairweather back in the car. So we've been here for so long, he's got out after the end of his stint and back in again. For the last 4 hours or so. That's the one of the best team names in the field, the Chicken Kebab Fast Track Setups team. Isaac Fairweather driving for them. And don't forget, when we joined, they were second, weren't they, from what I remember? And now they're 2 laps down in 4th place. Just shows the way that their stint has gone, sadly.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that things have gone that way for them, but hey, still got a long way left to go. And that is a little bit disturbing to think about, the fact that that driver got out of the cockpit, was able to take a break, and is now back in the cockpit in the entire stint that we have been on the show. As I finally now get the opportunity to send that photo. I'm not very technologically inclined, despite the fact that I'm 20, I should say. But yeah, it's a shame to kind of find yourself in a bit of a rut in one of these races, but the ruts can dictate you very easily in an event like this. So if you find yourself just beating yourself up too much in a series of events like that, running into some trouble, it's gonna screw with you a little bit more than you may have in mind. I've talked about this a lot throughout my stint on the show, and I'll probably mention it again in the stint a little bit later on. You got to stay with it mentally, because if you start to wander off in your own head, or maybe beat yourself up a little bit too much, that's when the mistakes are going to pile up easier and easier lap after lap. So, as we see a dive on your leader at GT4, the WSR Esports team still leading in that class, even with some GT3 Ferraris going for a dive on them into 3.
Yeah, Stolzenberg out of the pit lane 19 laps ago. This is lap 19. And of course, he had a spin on his out lap, don't forget, but gap's still over 2 minutes at this stage because of the advantage that they've built up over the first half of this race. They can get away with just that one spin. Probably nothing much more than that, but just the one spin through the Luffield corner, rather. For 15th in GT4, joining Student Loan Racing and UWE Racing, Motorsports rather. The 52 meantime receives the black flag, so they from 15th place are going to drop down, and DKS Motorsport are certainly going to drop down as well. Not sure why, but they've got a black flag and a meatball suddenly.
Yeah, that's a bad combination. That goes together about as well as peanut butter and tuna. So as we take a look at the drama that's been going on here, here's a Team Keep Together car, which has been sideways more often than they've been going in a straight line, at least in terms of these replays. As, oh my goodness, that is nearly a full roadblock there through 3rd and 6th.
Yeah, that GT4 was already damaged there in the middle of the road. I wonder whether that was car 49 that was sat there in the middle of the road there, because there was definitely a car without any headlights or any semblance of a front end anymore. Sat on the pit lane there, not on the pit lane. They are on the pit lane now, but on the racetrack. And if we can rewind a little bit further and find out what went on there in towards Brooklands. But there's car 52 with a black flag. And the battle still for 15th. Ryan York, though, will have a very easy pass to make very, very soon. Once that GT4 Mustang comes down onto pit lane. That's just as well, actually, because, oh, York's been separated and there's a GT3 off. Through Magnussen and Beckett's snapping and sliding all over the place, that Ferrari. And they get on without spinning back onto the racetrack or indeed causing themselves or anybody else any trouble. Oh, and now they do spin. Separately, they spin out of Chapel. And Ryan York does get into them. There's a front bumper bouncing down the road. There's another car in the gravel on the opposite side. It's all happening, and that Ferrari's got no headlights anymore either. There's lots of damage on various cars now in this field. Let's have a replay here from Ryan York's perspective. Oh, doesn't really look like he could have done much.
Oh, that is the true quintessential definition of a falling anvil. Nothing that he could have done at all. Just seeing cars stop there. Even though this track may not have the greatest amount of elevation change in the world, the way this racetrack is, especially in the night, you can't see that. There's no way to see those cars spun out, even with the headlights shining directly into your eyes. It can blind you more than anything else. That is such a shame for Ryan York and that entire number 3 team. They're going to have to come down pit lane, repair that car. I wonder if they do have a fast repair allotted to themselves. If they do, they're going to be fine. If not, we're probably not going to see that number 3 car in the race for quite some time. Let's see this from his perspective. The shot that we had before, he tried to go for it. That McLaren jumped out of the way, and as soon as he got there, it was basically a recipe for catastrophe.
Yeah, so came out of the Chapel corner and saw a gap on the left-hand side, and there was a car width there on the left-hand side for them to just squeak through, but in the end it closed by the time they arrived there, and instead of slowing down right from the very beginning, which would have alleviated that, they tried to gut it through there, and unfortunately do indeed have some damage now, as do DKS Motorsport as well, who are down on pit lane with a black flag and a meatball. But Ryan York did indeed have a fast repair to use, and so has done, although that's one they can't use later for the next 11 hours. So and you really have to be careful on these fast repairs. It seems like an awful lot, doesn't it, when you start the race with 4 fast repairs, but actually you can get through them very quickly if you're really not careful. And so I would argue, again, for an event like this, the fast repair system we have is absolutely fantastic, because it means we can keep lots of cars in the race, and so far we have managed to keep 48 in the race. Unfortunately, during our stint, Vulcan Motorsports seem to have retired. They spent over 40 minutes down on pit lane, but so far only GT4s have retired from this race.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about that, honestly. The GT3s have been involved in their fair share of drama. I think their drama has just been a bit on the lesser end. Once we do get to the end of this race, so with teams maybe running out those fast repairs, because believe me, they have been getting used by some, we'll probably end up seeing more dropouts, and maybe some in that GT3 category. Only time will tell. But we talked about this a bit earlier on in our stint on the show, you, and kind of discussing the 120 incident point limits before you pick up a penalty here in this race, and the 4 fast repairs. I think it's a good number for both, because you gotta have a happy medium between finding yourself in a situation where all of the drama is going on around you and there's no way to be penalized from it. You can find yourself dealing with that very easily if you have unlimited fast repairs or just a lot of incident points that you can pick up. It happened a couple of years ago at the Spot 24 when they upped the incident point limit, or I think maybe have taken it away. I'm not really familiar with the whole story surrounding that event. I was just told that in passing. But you find yourself in moments like that where you're just going to see people utilize that to full effect and just drive around as if they're running around in a video game and have unlimited lives. But it's enough, there's enough of a leash whereby these drivers can run around, be a bit frenetic, be a bit hoppy, and go for those moves that they maybe wouldn't have gone for in other situations where they had less fast repairs. It gives these drivers enough room to go for some gutsy moves that maybe be a bit more on the aggressive end, but it still punishes drivers and teams who find themselves at the wrong end of incidents more often than not. Hey, it's, as I said kind of jokingly early on, it gives you the opportunity to have a major accident every 6 hours, which you certainly don't want to do that. Don't want to pick up those toes. You're going to lose the race that way. But if you're a team leading the race and find yourself on the wrong end of drama, take that moment we saw a few moments ago with that number 3 car piling into that incident, really nothing they could have done to avoid that. The faster pairs are good in a situation like that, whereby you won't have your race just entirely gutted because of factors entirely out of your control.
There are plenty of those over the course of a 24-hour race, that is for sure. 11 hours and 5 minutes to go here in the 2025 Cosworth Britcar Esports, 24 hours of Silverstone. And at that point, with just over 11 hours to go, I'll quickly tell you about the top 10 in each of our categories. Starting in GT3, where we're currently on the same pit stop cycle for the top 3. Alexander Davidson is leading. Oh, and a spin there through Luffield. We'll get back to that. Alexander Davidson leading the way in the Aston Martin. 28 seconds now the gap, and it's been holding since Davidson got in the car. Adam State lost 20 seconds in one stint to Matt Caruana, who's on a charge at the moment, and he's comfortably in second place in front of Kieran Harding. Brief break to show you this spin for Miles Clarkson. Out of the pit lane for DKS Motorsport. Very nearly clipped as they went round in a spin, but they've just used a fast repair. They back out on the circuit after their meatball and immediately into a spin. Outside the top 3 in GT3 is Isaac Fairweather and the Chicken Kebab Fast Track Setups racing car, followed by Simcast Racing Team and Adam Watson, who rounds out the top 5. Marius Hibmer then is in 6th, 5 seconds further back, with Team Lou Spurring 7th. Dale Jackson then 8th place for Pineapple Racing Club, and Fry Guys Motorsport and DWR Simcoach Setups rounding out the top 10 in GT3. Hayden Carter now in front of Zane Smith in the battle that keeps toing and froing there. Konstantin Stolzenberg leads in GT4 at the moment for WSR Esports, and over 2 minutes in front of the Arete Esports Britcar team, Alex Jenkins. And then there's a lap back to Satellite Racing. Very big gaps at the front here in GT4, because there's another minute back to Scorpio Esports and Charles Wimbley. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, another lap behind them. Finally, a small gap, just 12 seconds back to Fury Simsport in the battle for 5th place there on the same strategy. No Limits Sim Racing Academy are 7th, in front of Lion GP, United Sim Team, and Sim Dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels, who round out the top 10 there in GT4 as well. Here's one of the battles going on in that GT4 top 10, and it's Luca Monroe versus Joe Harrison. United Sim Team just in front of Sim Dynamics, and they're still 10 laps away at least from a GT4 pit stop, so this could be a big defence for Monroe if he wants to keep 9th place, which at the moment looks like he does.
Yeah, continuing to see these battles intensify, despite the fact that we have nearly 13 hours of racing in our rearview mirror. These racers still going to be battling it out all throughout. We kind of talked about a bit earlier on in the show, Ewan, about the dynamic of still battling hard, despite the fact that there's still so much racing left to go, because you never know whether or not the time gained at this point in the race will make up a difference come time for the very end. We have seen so many races, both in real life and in the sim, endurance races, 24 hours long, come down to a matter of nothing when it comes to the gap. Photo finishes at the end of races, any small little bit of time that you can gain throughout a 24-hour long race, that will snowball, that will add up. And sometimes it can add up well, sometimes in terms of mistakes it can end poorly, as we took a look at that replay and jump back to the live action here with Joe Harrison still holding on to that P10 spot as that Mercedes right in tow. Two very different machines, a Mustang and a Mercedes. They both have some pretty good power and pretty good grunt, but in terms of everything else surrounding these cars, they're pretty much on completely different ends of the spectrum.
See whether Harrison can make his way through into Stowe, maybe. Rowe comes over and defends a little bit, half defends, but it's enough. Forces a Mustang to go right round the outside here, but no problems with doing that. They've got the downforce. And getting defence into the final chicane. Oh, another Mustang, sorry, not a Mustang, one of the Audis rather. Around the outside through the first spot, gets the inside at the second. What a move this could be from Joe Harrison on the inside through the final part of the lap, and that is a very impressive manoeuvre. Sim Dynamics through, but Luca Monroe comes back again. Good run on to the front straight. A run up the inside, but can't get it done. does look like Joe Harrison has slightly better speed here, and Luca Monroe has to give in the end, although will not give in. Looks to the outside again. This is a great battle to end the hour with. Monroe again to the inside, in time for turn 4. Oh, close to contact. Very, very close. And again, on the exit, Monroe on the inside line, through entry. Will now get past 3 wide by 2 Aston Martin, 4 wide. Oh my word. With 4 wide on the Wellington straight, including the race leader, Alexander Davidson, who can't wait for anybody as he's being closed in on by Matt Caruana. Luca Monroe gets back in front of the Mustang as well, but for how much longer, we'll wait and see. Another hour complete here in the 2025 Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 Hours at Silverstone. One of the more exciting ends of a stint I've ever had, must admit. Myself, Ian O'Leary and Ron Mound signing off for now, to bringing you through the last 4 hours or so of this race. So we bring you in with an incident. Zaid Smith losing his front wing on the way in here. Taking you through the next 2 hours of this race is Lorenzo Bonda, and first, Nathan Richards.
Indeed. Thank you, Ewan, and thank you, Ron, as well. Great to be here on the broadcast for the 2025 Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 Hours of Silverstone. We've got just under 11 hours to go in this race, and we got handed over at pretty much the perfect time as racing is getting very intense down for P9 and P10 in the GT4 category. And of course, alongside myself, Nathan Richards, we do have Lorenzo Bonda. Lorenzo, welcome in. And of course, this is an event that everybody pretty much waits all year for. 24 hours around probably the best circuit when it to GT racing.
I was gonna make a great entrance, but as soon as I went to actually check the lyrics from Lady Marmalade, I immediately backtracked on my idea.
I mean, I don't know what Lady Marmalade is, so you're gonna have to make your grand entrance.
You never watched Moulin Rouge?
Oh, Moulin Rouge. Never watched it, but I've heard of it. I've heard the song.
Okay, fair.
Oh dear me. But no, maybe you can do your grand exit later with the exit of Lady Marmalade. I don't know. But back to action on track. Of course, we have Car 714, the United Sim team, and Car 13, the Sim Dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels car. They're battling for position. And I mean, normally we barely get position battling up at the top of the field, never mind right at the bottom of the field. So great to see these guys having a good battle for the finishing parts of the top 10 as one of the GT3s looking to make their way through. And of course, in many situations around Silverstone, there's many corners where you can't really afford to go side by side. But these GT3s, Lorenzo, like to go side by side wherever they can because they are very selfish and they do not want to wait around, especially those who are having some intense battles for position.
Yeah, you got to gain every edge you can on the competition, but from what I've gathered, the racing standards over here have been very clean, so that's really good. I think everybody, I believe, kind of like agree, has been clean-ish for the majority of the part as you check the race conditions. As Ramiro unfortunately forgot that we work with Celsius, not Fahrenheit. We're not Ron Moss. Hi, Ron. Sorry for the shot.
Ramiro as well in the background. Oh, sorry, guys.
I had to.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, dear, dear.
You understand Fahrenheit, though. That's the main thing, Lorenzo, because I can't. I don't have a clue what it is.
If I remember correctly, 1 Fahrenheit is 3.6 degrees, if I remember correctly. So I was going to say my calculations were going to stand about 20-ish degrees. But other than that, a good battle between Luca on track and Luca putting a good effort as Joe Harrison, I think, goes in front. I think Luca made a little bit of a blunder. But Luca knows that any mistakes that he does, the overtake chat will crawl under his skin. So he know when you are between the tip and the hilt of the sword, you cannot mess it up.
No, definitely not. And of course, you saw there one last mistake at the final corner for Luca Monroe, gave that position to Joe Harrison, and you know, if Joe Harrison's got the pace, he could probably try and pull away a little bit here for the remainder of this stint as one of the GT3 Lamborghinis goes through.
Project
you can see
91.
that gap there between them. It's 4/10 now, so it has slightly increased. But of course, once traffic arrives and they start to get involved, like there's about 3 of them here coming through, things do get a little bit messy on occasion for some of our GT4s who are battling for position as they head through Woodcote and Munro there. Luckily, spots the GT3s, goes a tad wide and lets them follow through, and then the same will happen at Copse Corner as Joe Harrison lets a couple of cars through. And I think Joe Harrison there wasn't too happy with the way those GT3s made their way through. A flash of the headlights on a couple of occasions there for him as they went through there. But of course, in the battle for the lead of the race in the GT3s, very intense. Of course, we've got WSR Esports in car 123. They've got a 27-second gap ahead of P2. As we can see here, Alexander Davidson neatly ended his race by going for a 3-wide overtake into the final corner. But I was saying they've got a 27 gap lead over car 91. And then car 91 have another 7 seconds over car 48 being Team Benning Sim Racing. It's all behind there, Lorenzo. That was a little bit too close for comfort, I think.
Yeah, and that would involve Aret that is sitting in P2 right now in GT4, 1 lap behind WSR, which is looking to, you know, wrap another 24 hours of the Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone in P1 again. They won in GT3 last year. I gotta remember the results from last year in the GT4s, but if I remember correctly, I think they didn't win it. But I'll get you on that in a little bit.
But WSR have been insane so far. I mean, they've got a comfortable lead ahead of car 91, and then in the GT4 category, they've got a 1-lap lead over RAT Sports Britcar 24. So WSR are going to be very happy at this point of the race. We're over halfway through and they sit with the leading spot in both categories. So for those guys now, it's just about keeping their head down for the next 11 hours and not getting involved in incidents, and you know, then they'll be able to take their 2 wins apiece. As we do see car 48 from 3rd place, that being Team Benning Sim Racing, they've headed into the pit lane. They are going for their next pit stop in this race. So of course they will lose a lot of time. They'll still keep ahead of car 36, which has my favourite name of all time, Chicken Kebab X Fast Track Setups. That team I'll remember forever. They'll still be comfortable ahead of them, but of course going for that early pit stop compared to car 91 with Matt Caruana, the question is, are they able to gain any time under going for this early pit stop? Of course, that's something we'll see once car 91 go in and, you know, come back out. But I'm sure either way we're going to have a close battle for second. But then first place, at the moment, I don't think there's anything here, Lorenzo, that 91 and 48 can do. I think they've just got to hope that Davidson and WSR make a big mistake.
Yeah, or a hardware failure or something like that. It's going to be unfortunate. Just to confirm, WSR didn't win last year. That was actually Cemented Tan Racing that won in GT4 last year in the 24 hours. But coming back over here, I think what is going to be interesting for us, as I think Matt Carana is going to do is very late in the stalls. Did he get a drive-through? Oh, he did not. Okay, good. I got scared for a second, but I remember it's a long pit lane at the new Silverstone. Old Silverstone, you might think, oh, not too many grits, pit stalls, but still has enough. Anyway, coming back to my point. It's gonna take something else to take that domination from WSR Esports. They've been at it, I think, for the past 2 years. Last year has been like that. I think the year prior in 2023 has been quite similar, if I remember correctly. But other than that, it's been great. I've been loving what's been done so far. Still open race. Even in GT4 with Constantine, even though having a very extensive lead on Alex Jenkins on that right, I think it's still wide open. One mistake can like basically throw off your race because you would have to tow and you lose a whole lap or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I was just going to mention as well, the car 223, they've just came into the pit stops, and I think that just shows the level of dominance. They've made a pit stop and they're still a minute ahead, and car 180 with Alex Jenkins still have to pit again. So I think here for 223, anything other than a P1 is a failure, which is something we don't like to often say, especially with 10 hours and 50 minutes to go. But with the position they're in, many teams would be loving to be in that position. Now, that's a spin for DWRX Sim Coach setups, car number 80. But going through Loop and Aintree, yet again, two very difficult corners. If you get on the power too early in some of these cars, very easy to spin the rear. As also one of the Armed Forces sim racing cars get caught up at the Vale and Club chicane. So, despite there being a bit of a lull point normally at this point in the race, still a lot of action going on here.
Yeah, it's still good. I won't complain at all. I said this earlier in my stint. I think the brunt of the battles in this racetrack would stay at the mid to late pack, because I think that's where the pace of the cars are more naturally laid out. Top three, maybe top four, top five-ish had a very similar pace at a few points, but then I think after hour 8 or 9 when I started commentating, then we could actually see, you know, that have a little bit of dissonance, and now you can see this whole big domination that WSR has. But other than that, it's been great, man. And more importantly is also looking from time to time. I haven't yet to check that on my own yet. I think Ramiro has something against me. Like I picked on him before just because Brazilians have tied with Argentinians in Copa Libertadores. So he doesn't want to show me the PI toolbox being shown from WSR, and for me to check those beautiful graphics laid out on the cars. But I said that jokingly, and because I really want to take a look whenever I actually get back properly in the sim, because I do have the box. Every iRacing member has the ability for you to use the PI toolbox, and I think it's going to be a great alternative to, you know, having to rely fully maybe on mode tags and pay for mode tags and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, certainly. The PR toolbox, I've seen it a couple of times, and I cannot understand it. I'm not one when it comes to data and analytics. I just sit here and talk and hope that I say things correctly. When I've done my spot of racing, whenever I've done racing and we've had people using PR toolbox, I'm like, don't bother asking me, just get the information yourself and tell me. That's all I need to know. I don't need to sit there analysing it because I don't have a clue how to use it. But it is such a useful tool for some of these teams, especially some of those that might not have the ultimate resources and the ultimate funding. They can use this system, and, you know, in some cases it can make or break a race, having some sort of telemetry and analysis software. So it's certainly key for many teams to get their hands on of that, which of course I believe the top 3 will get one as well. So it's brilliant, isn't it, to be able to use that system. You know, of course, that's if they get the top 3 in this race. At the moment, it looks quite comfortable for each of the top 3, but of course, things change in the next 10.5 hours. There's further back there, that's a couple of cars having a bit of a battle. And of course, we also did see a driver change as well for the Project 91 racing team. Christian Zerata now in the car for those guys, so they made a swap over. And I think as well we saw a change for car 48 as well, with Kieran Harding now taken to the track, as that's Jack Trumwitz for the Armed Forces sim racing team in the BMW has made a mistake, will rejoin, but of course that is certainly not what he would have wanted. And talking of the Armed Forces sim racing team, there was a driver I noticed earlier, I think it was Ben Cooper his name was. Funnily enough, I was commentating over him at a land final 9 hours ago, and he's here on iRacing taking part in the Britcar 24 hours. So that's brilliant to see drivers going for multiple different sim racing games in one day. Of course, he's gone from F1 25 over to iRacing, which I think is a big difference, isn't it, Lorenzo?
For sure. One thing is driving an F1 car, and of course, independent of how realistic the game is, we can get into. I'm not going to get into that sim discussion, right? It is about having fun and knowing the car. I think one thing is driving an F1 car, an open wheel that has 300 1,000 kilos of downforce through the corners against a GT3 car that basically I don't even think has half as that, but still carries a lot of downforce. But it's not like an F1 car, not for sure. Not for sure, but and it's hard for you to get used to. I'll tell you that much. I talk from experience from driving Indy cars in iRacing, then going to a prototype or a GT3. The way you push the car around is a little bit different. It's not the easiest thing for you to do.
Definitely. So we do have a battle now forming in the GT4 category. This is for P5 between car 340, the Thomasing Sim Racing GT team, and Fury Sim Sports Green. So these two having a battle on track as they make their way through Meggeds and Beckett's, of course, a very tricky part of the circuit. And then, of course, you have Chapel and the hanger straight down towards Stowe Corner. We could potentially see a move here by car 312 going up for P5 in class. Of course, it's Matej Projaska in the 340 as we make our way into Stowe, and you can see they're late on the brakes for the BMW. We're just a little bit too far behind there of the Porsche as they head down towards the Vale and Club chicane. And surely 312 now is going to look for a move, but of course they've got a GT3 who's looking to get past as they make their way into the chicane. Things could get messy here. There's a Mustang in between two of them, which is the faster car. That should pass them as soon as I possibly can as they head out to the final corner. So 340 still sits ahead of 312 as they head in towards the first corner. And the funny thing is, I was just speaking to a driver from car 340 in another Discord channel earlier on, and they were saying that they're hard stuck in P5. There's nothing they can do to go higher. So question is, are they going to prove you wrong in the next 2 hours?
If they prove you wrong, what are you going to do for them?
I don't know.
Because I was going to ask.
I'll be like, GG, well done.
Yeah, because how do you like your chicken kebab? I have to ask. It's 1:20 a.m. both in Portugal and the United Kingdom.
Just how you get it.
Ooh.
Well, this is close here. Perry now on the outside, looking to get ahead of Matej Projaska as they head through Luffield Corner. And I think the move has been complete there by the Fury Sim Sport Green team. It has been done, and it was a bit of a late move. I didn't think he'd actually get the move stuck, but he did, and up into the position now for Fury Sim Sport Green, as this is Caleb Koshke in towards the Vale chicane. Oh dear me, and that was a bit of a silly move. I think more of the GT3 rather than the GT4, and this is car 22. I mean, that's a send, I think I'd safe to say, but I wouldn't say it's an ethical one. Oh, and then a bit of contact to get on the exit, and car 22 went spinning ground. But as you were saying, chicken kebab, I mean, however it comes, there's no special way to have a kebab. You just buy it and eat it.
No, I was going to say, but do you like any sauce in it?
Oh, yeah, yogurt mint. I don't know if they have that in other parts of Europe, but in the UK, they have yogurt mint, which is just mint and yogurt.
Really?
Do you not have that anywhere else?
I'm trying to think over here in Portugal if I ever had a chicken kebab with yogurt mint.
Well, I don't think it might just be an English thing, because, you know, we are odd over in the UK.
Fair.
But no, I'm sure you have other sauces and condiments that we don't have. I'm sure that is also safe to say. We're not the most, we're quite basic when it comes to food in the UK. We dabble into bits of other cuisine and then make our own silly ones, which nobody seems to understand. But go back to on-track racing, we've somehow diluted ourselves onto food. Yes, move being made there by car 312, and they got now a second lead in that group over car 340, so that's kind of a move that they was waiting to make. They've gotten it done, and now it's about continuing on to the end of this stint. We've had a change for position in the GT3 category, I think it was P5 there having a swap, and that's only because the chicken kebab team have entered the pit lane.
Yeah, just wondering if they were up to do a pit stop. Just looking from fair. Oh, they are due. Yeah, 30 laps in, it's regular. You do 30 laps and you're in. Nothing, you cannot overstretch. I think more than 30 laps. That's over about that's right about an hour or so. So right on clock. Isaac Fairweather is going to stop that car and maybe hand out to someone else.
Perfect, as we also see the GT3s having a battle, and another, actually two brilliant team names I love, Pineapple Racing Club and Fry Guys Motorsport, so they're battling side by side down in towards Stowe Corner, and I think car number 7 has got the move complete. I think they certainly have. That'd be car number 7, Aidan Carter, taking to the helm of that vehicle. I've seen Aidan Carter a lot in GT3 leagues, so I'm not surprised that they're doing a brilliant job at the moment as they hop the curb through the Vel chicane and continue on a position higher. And I've got to say, I always ask this in every stream I do, what is your favourite sound in GT3, Lorenzo? Because for me, nothing can beat the Mercedes.
You're asking what is the best GT3 car for me? Is that it?
Best sounding engine.
Oh, best sound. Oh, yikes. I'm trying to think over here because I went to Le Mans last year and I heard the majority of the cars. The odd bit for me, I think the one that I recognized the most was the Mustang.
Yeah, that's what Romero said as well.
Yeah, because it's a Coyote 5.4 liter engine, so it's recognizable. You can recognize from anywhere in the racetrack that was actually a Mustang. But the problem is and this is a bone I kind of pick, is because nowadays they kind of reduce the grunt of the engine, the noise of the engine. So, for example, you've seen the RSR, right? The Porsche RSR,
yeah,
right? I remember when I went to the 24 Hours of Daytona in 2019. You could hear from the top of the grandstands. I kid you not. I nearly said the other word, but we're still doing a professional broadcast, people. I could hear the noise of the RSR screaming down the back straight going to the Le Mans chicane.
I mean, that is... Oh, that's loud.
That's loud. Yeah, and then I had the stupid but great idea. I bit myself to the day because I actually lost the footage. Going to the start-finish line, because the grandstands of Daytona, they are open to people. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but on my timing screen here, the Chicken Kebab team have been in the pit lane for like 4 laps. They was 4th. They're now 5 laps back. They're still in the pit lane. What has happened to car 36 that were running comfortably in the top 5? They're now 3 laps behind 4th. Oh dear. Either that or my timing screen has gone absolutely berserk.
No, we're on the same boat. We live together, we die together. Don't worry, I got you, man. I got you.
Oh, dear me.
But we're gonna see what happened to Motorsport as they go around. I think that's Brooklands. They spun around. But like I said, I went to the grandstands of Daytona. The grandstands, whenever you go into the 24 hours, if you buy the ticket, I think you buy one of the main passes you could have for the whole weekend. You pay like $110 back then. It was quite cheap for the full weekend. It's basically free access, so I could go like into the very first stand of the grandstand. You could hear the car noises and everything go pass by you, right? Dude, the cacophony that goes in your ear, you actually get it ringing your ear rings when the Porsche goes. And imagine like a Porsche and a Corvette C7R, which still had the V8 engine going past by you, and also the Ford GT, because I think they still had the Ford GT in 2019. These 3 cars, they were very loud. The BMW was very muffled. But those other 3, if they went side by side with the Cadillac and the GTP and the Mazda and the Mazda GTP as well, you could be at risk of going deaf.
I mean, I'm not surprised in the slightest at all. The latest cars I've ever heard was at the I think it was the 4 Hours of Silverstone for the European Le Mans series. It was the LMP3s. Oh my, they were loud. I was stood just at the exit of Cops before you head down towards Maggots and Beckett's. Oh my, they were loud. But it was such a brilliant sound. I love listening to cars. I mean, they might make me feel deaf. I might have had ringing ears for 12 hours after, but oh, it was amazing. And I love the sounds of some of these cars that we have on racetracks. So that's why I'm quite sad that eventually we're going to be just drowned out to electric cars. I mean, I'm all here for the green world, but I didn't want to hear some engine sounds.
I'll start that. There will never be a GT electric car. If Porsche already gave the sound, basically the news to other brands, listen, electric is not the way to go, and actually they're coming back into petrol engines because of their massive losses. And other brands are like that as well. BMW is like that. I have near full confidence that Hyundai is actually thinking about quitting electric and going to hydrogen.
Yes.
Because it is actually more. It is a cheaper, more viable alternative due to the to the lack of lithium batteries and everything. We could see maybe hydrogen powered cars in the future, GT cars in the future, and that was actually some of the discussion I think back in the early 2020s about that. Ooh. But as we see that, is he coming back on track? No, fortunately, Project Not Last is still in the track. Not a whole lot of problems though. Let me just check if there are not last. They're definitely not last.
Well, they're P22 at the moment, so they're doing a decent job at the moment. But we do have somebody that's going to come in for an interview. I don't know his last name. Your car about 10 minutes ago, and you're not out for that.
Yeah, we're just letting them buy now because for a little bit. But I guess like when I go in for a while, I'll try and push and gain that time back.
Yeah. I mean, how's the race gone for the team so far? You started
P2.
down P2 and you're down to 5th. I mean, it's not the best, but you can recover shortly.
I think it's actually pretty good. I think the race has gone well. We've had a few mistakes, but I think we can recover because anything can happen in the last like 10.5 hours if you think about it.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, on this race, we have lots of different types of GT4s and GT3s taking part. How is the Porsche at the moment? How does it feel?
I think it's amazing. I think it's perfect. The rear's a little loose on like braking, but I think it's perfect. I think it's the best one.
Brilliant. And of course, heading to the end of a stint, what is it like with the rear tyres? I mean, is it a real battle?
They're gone. They're really gone. I think my last one was the worst one. It was like horrific, the last 3 laps.
So it's all about just kind of being quick in that first initial part of the stint, and then of course sacrificing the end of the stint just because the tyres just die away.
Yeah, you've literally got to protect them for the last like 10 laps because they drop off so quickly.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm surprised. It does look like a very light little car, but of course with 10.5 hours to go, what are we hoping for? Do you think we can get back onto the podium? Do you think we can maybe get into P4? Is that possible?
On the cards. I think the podium's long gone, but I think P4 is on the cards because we were battling with them when I was driving, like lapped wise, and I think we can gain that lap back if it's all down to penalties and stuff. Because I think everyone's nearing the verge where they're going to get drive-throughs from like X's and stuff. So hopefully that way, if we play it safe with X's, we should be able to gain that time.
Perfect. Well, Louis, thanks for popping in. Great to have you in here for a quick interview, and hopefully you can try and make a couple more positions once you jump back in the car later on.
I'll be in like an hour, so hopefully.
Yes, hopefully. Have a good one, mate. Thank you.
Yeah,
bye-bye. There we go, Lorenzo. Nice to have a chat to one of our drivers. That being one of the drivers of the car 340, which you managed to find his name. You went to SimGrid and found it, which is perfect. So Louis Johnson, there we go. I mean, it's quite bad that someone I speak to on a probably say weekly basis. I don't know his full name.
At least we didn't butcher his name.
True.
Oh, not again. Oh, not
no.
again. Oh.
I mean, that time he didn't take himself out. He took another one with him, and that was car 469, the next gen motorsports. But I think when you're going side by side in Maggots and Beckett's and you make a mistake, what else could you expect?
Yeah, it was bound to have a little bit of that here and there. But yeah, it's just rough. Nothing much you can do about it. Was that Caleb driving in the car again? Caleb is not having the best days in that GT4, man. I've driven against Caleb in other leagues, but obviously he wasn't driving a GT4, he was driving an LMP3, so it's a little bit different for No Limit. So it's a little bit awkward for us to see that as Constantine. I call him Rygor because I know that's his Discord name handle. So Constantine just puts a lap on Rhett as if we could actually accept bribes and put bribes into race control and get a lap down and make sure WSR goes a lap down, that would have been a battle for the lead in GT4.
I mean, that'd be a great battle, wouldn't it? You'd have the top two, then you had P3 and P4 not that far behind. That would be a superb battle, but I don't think that race control are going to take our bribes. So I don't think we get a very nice message from Mr. Paul Crawford, would we? But no, yes, Konstantin Stolzenberg, I hope I pronounced that correctly. He's doing a superb job out front for car 223. Then, of course, we've got the R8's Esports Britcar 24 car in P2. Of course, that's Alex Jenkins taking to the track in that one. And then Satellite Racing GT4 sitting third with Alex Ellis in car 64. So I think the top four in GT4 are very, very stable for now. I don't think we'll see many changes there. Depending on the pit stop cycles, I think we could still see a battle between car 91 in second and car 48 in third. I'm sure that battle can definitely increase once again. And then in terms of positions, there's a few little battles forming. We've got Project Not Last and 150 Motorsport close together. They're 5 seconds apart. Further down, we've got the Armed Forces Sim Racing GT4 and the Split Strat Esports car around 6 seconds away, and a similar gap for Lion GP Esports Academy and No Limits Sim Racing Academy. Of course, that's the car with Caleb Koski. So lots of little battles starting to form, and we either get one or two things when it comes to a night stint, or at least a night stint in the UK for me. You either get a chaotic, night and everything goes chaos, or you get a very boring and dull night stint and nothing goes on. And I'm kind of hoping that we get a very chaotic one, because we're seeing little battles are starting to form, but we need them to be a little bit closer than 5 seconds to each other.
And yeah, it's gonna be. I hope it is interesting. Because on my first day was eventful, even though my second hour of me and Brad Dalton were basically discussing top 10, and I also had to listen to a nearly blasphemy from Ron Moss saying that the Philly steak is not better than chicken parmesan. But his logic was very sound, though, like I said it, and I have no problems with Ron's Mon's logic of putting chicken parmesan in 1 and 2, even though it's just different types of food that would make it into 1 and 2, than the Philly steak in number 3. But anyway, I saw that someone posted on our broadcast chat that about those things about hearing loss that I said earlier, that there was a good chance of hearing loss while listening to Green Day on 1000 Club. As an individual who went to see like Swedish House Mafia and stuff like that, and disco shows and electronic shows, I kind of understand where he's coming from.
I mean, I've never been to a proper concert or a gig, but when I hear Green Day and I hear hearing loss, I can certainly pin them together. From the music I've heard of Green Day on Spotify, they are a very, very loud band. So
did you do your rap this year?
Say it again.
Did you do your rap this year for Spotify? After this battle, we can talk about the rap.
Indeed. So we have here Alejandro Ulate Alfaro in car 390, looking to get past car number 16, I believe, as they head their way in towards turn 3. It's very close, and the Aztec Racing car does get ahead. Of course, this isn't for position, but for some reason that car behind made it very difficult for Alejandro to go past. But as we were talking about Spotify Wrapped. I don't understand it because my top artist, I listen to one of his songs and it's 5th on my thing. So I don't understand how he's my top artist. I know one song of his, so I don't understand it.
How many minutes on Spotify did you get?
23,000. I thought it'd be higher than that.
Oh, I'll be very honest. I got 38,611 minutes. I thought I would get less, but my most shocking. And there are two things that were kind of like shocking to me, and my wife still picks me after I kind of like curse myself. First was the fact that my listening age was 39 years old.
Oh, mine was 60.
Right? What?
Yeah.
Yours is 60.
Yeah, I don't know how my listening age was 60, considering I'm 39 years younger than 60.
You know what the most shocking for me is, Nathan? So I said mine is 39. My wife listens to a lot of gospel and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. I picked on her that I was going to say, oh, you listen to a lot of gospel, and I think gospel is something more, culture people would listen to,
Yeah.
or religious people. So it's something that I think the more aged people would listen to. And I put her into the 40s. First mistake. I called my wife old.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, she is 1 year older than me, but straight for calling in her face that he's actually old was a problem. Then she actually did her rap, and her listening age was 34 years old.
Oh,
she's
younger than you?
Yeah, she was younger than me, and she's 35. I'm 34. I had to listen to the death of me that I cursed myself into that one. The second thing that shocked me about Spotify on my was, which album made number 5 in my most listened albums?
Let's hear it.
The Sims original soundtrack, The Sims 1. Not even kidding.
Brilliant.
I'm not even
Absolutely
kidding.
brilliant.
I get bullied because The Sims is on my top 5. My wife bullies me because The Sims is in the top 5.
Oh, dear me. I mean, I don't think I've heard much more crazy songs in the top 5 there. I can't think of many, but valid. I don't mind the Sims soundtrack from any of the Sims games, actually. They're quite nice soundtracks. But here we see Eden Carter, car number 7 in 7th, Fry Guys Motorsports. We saw them a minute ago make a couple of very, very brave moves in towards Maggots and Beckett's ahead some of our GT4s. So we'll see here what Eden Carter can do. Looking to get ahead of one of the other GT3s. I think this might be the GT3 in P4. I think this will be 131 ahead of them. So we'll see what happens here. Of course, with Eden Carter being a lap down, or more than a lap down to this car, the 131's not obliged in any way to move. So Eden Carter's got to make the move themselves, and it's Mercedes versus Mercedes, so there's no sort of advantage there for anybody as we head down towards Brooklands Corner. And then here's Chris Liddell making a mistake in car number 10, that being driving Miss Daisy. Unfortunately, that car is down in 27th, head to 28 GT3, so they are certainly not having a good day out there on track.
No, definitely not. I think they had a mistake earlier that I don't know who, I cannot remember who's actually driven the car into the wall at Maggots. He wasn't driving Miss Daisy, he was driving Daisy for sure, but I think it was for the car's funeral or something like that back then. But yeah, not sometimes it's all a hard day's night.
Indeed, as we do see our leader heading to the pit lane. So Alexander Davidson for WSR Esports, car 123, is going to head into the pits, and this will now be a crucial moment. Of course, if you make a slight miscorrection in your braking too early or braking too late, it can cost you time. And I know, given they have such a big gap over car 91, they still don't want to lose those crucial couple of seconds. So into the pits for Davidson, and we'll of course see how long this pit stop is. They'll be potentially changing tyres, of course, getting that fuel nice and filled up, and we also might see a driver change. We'll have to wait and see with that one. But we also see car 422 in the pits, 92, and car 25. So a few cars making their stops as we have 10 hours and 20 minutes to go in the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. So, of course, a big hello to everybody in the chat. If you are just joining us now, it's a pleasure to have you with us. And if you've been here the whole time, thank you for staying with us. It's a pleasure, as always. There's a couple of other cars now are making their way into the pits. And I think one thing we're going to see here all race long is, even though we've got a few different strategies here, Lorenzo, you're still going to have, like, P1 and P19, for example, the exact same strategy. So you are going to see groups coming in together. It doesn't mean they're fighting for the same positions. It just means that they're together on track in terms of their strategy.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we have these different strategies, but of course, some of them could have been, aided with the incidents, or the incidents, as I mean, hinted out by race control, or maybe overloading your 120 incident limit point that you can get first and foremost, and it's 25 incident points that you get your another drive through and then onwards. So things can shift just like that, and maybe because of an incident you kind of have to go into the pit lane and kind of like reset your car of sorts. You gather lots of fast repairs in here, but you gotta use them wisely. You cannot waste 6 fast repairs in a tool in a matter of 24 hours within the first hour. It doesn't work like that. As we're probably gonna see another incident. No, it's a battle for 20th first between Project Not Last and the 150 Motorsport.
Indeed, as they make their way down towards Brooklands and Luffield. Of course, this BMW we've seen spin around 3 or 4 times in the past hour, unfortunately. They've not had the greatest time out on track as we make our way out of Luffield in towards Woodcote. Of course, this being Project Not Last. Behind them is 150 Motorsport with Chris McIntosh. There we go, I'll get my words out. I should be able to say an English name. Oh dear me, I'm stuffed otherwise. There we go. So car 19 and car 11 in their battle for 21st. Of course, they are very low down in their class, but they're the only actual battle we have on track at the moment in the GT3s. We've got some gaps starting to close up, like P8 and P9. We've got P10, P11 as well, but of course we need to wait for those gaps to come down even more before we can see them actually have a battle on track as we continue our way on. And let's see his remove on the cards, as of course this is one of the GT4s in the way here of car 19. The BMW powers through, and they have a big power graphic on the side of their car. And I think, ooh, that's not good at all. 150 Motorsport have been slightly held up there by that GT4, and of course, one thing that is key in this race, and will be key all race, Lorenzo, is choosing your moves at the right time. If you choose to go for a move and it's maybe a corner too late, you can sometimes lose a second when you've got a slow car ahead.
Yeah, it could be an issue moving forward, as if there's one thing that is hard to do at night is follow procedures thoroughly, with traffic and all, and this is why nighttime racing can be difficult. We were having the discussion of which. And I'll go back to my point and ask you, as Armed Forces Sim Racing have another issue at Brooklands, what is hardest for you? Do your first stint? You do your first ever stint in the car, do a night stint, or do the last stint of your car, or the last stint of the race for you?
It's probably boring, but I'd say the first stint, just because you've got to get yourself set into the car, you've got a long race ahead, and you've got to just kind of get into the groove early. And I think that's the most challenging part. Once you know how the car works, and once you're settled into the race, once you come back for your later stints, and if you come back for the final stint, for example, you should be a little bit more inclined with the car. But of course, that first stint, when you go out on track for the first time, and on many occasions you have some shaky legs for the first couple of laps, I think that's the hardest stint. That first one, getting dialed in, and also you kind of put yourself under more pressure because in your first stint, the last thing you want to do is throw it into a barrier in your first stint, or maybe get into contact with somebody or make a big mistake. Whereas in the last stints, if you've proven yourself in the first couple, it doesn't matter as much. It's just one of those. But the last thing you want to do is head into the car for the first time and make a big, grave mistake. So for me, first stint easily is the hardest.
All right, so I agree with you on that statement, right? I said it to I think it was Brad.
Brad, yeah.
No, it wasn't Brad. It was before Brad. I have to. It was Dara. I think, yeah, it was Dara. I told him about this. For me, my heartbeat when I was monitoring it was about 120 to 140 max at my first 2 stints. During the night stints, and I drove at Spa, so Spa is hard. It'd be a hard track for you to drive at night with traffic and all, especially with GTPs and stuff. My heartbeat was much lower. It was about 20 at least beats per minute, 20 BPM lower than my average of within the first stint.
Yeah, no, I think night stints are easier. I prefer a night stint. I did the 24 Hours of Daytona last year, 2024, and I did a couple of night stints and day stints. Night stints I felt more comfortable. I was just chilling in the car, had some music on, had a couple of friends talking with me, and it was just getting through the stint and enjoying myself. Whereas in my first stint I was off the track everywhere, I got into contact, I ended up in the barrier, but night stint I was perfectly fine. You see, we see car 21, car in P21 and P22, that's car 19 and 11. They're still closing down in that battle. So 150 Motorsport now, they're about 5 tenths back down towards Stowe Corner. And every time we go on board here, 150 Motorsport closes in, but then as soon as the GT3s arrive, they make mistakes.
Yeah, but I think he was setting up to come to the pit lane, but I think he just overcooked the corner, I think, way too much for me. And now he's come into the pit lane and he's gonna do his service. So this battle for P21 is off for now, unfortunately. But who knows? Can be revived in a few laps. Just checking right here how many laps Project Not last lap. So Miles has still 21 laps to do in his stint.
Certainly. And the one thing I want to know as well is rain. Is that ever going to happen in this race? Is rain ever on the forecast?
If it happens, it's towards the end of the race.
Oh, okay. Oh, so I'll probably miss that then. Damn it. I still want to commentate over rain racing in iRace, and I've never been able to do that yet. So never mind, it's not going to happen today. Unless maybe when I'm back on later on for a couple of hours, the rain miraculously appears. As here is car 80, Zane Smith for the DWR ex-Sim Coach Setups team. They're currently doing a great job in P10 currently. They've got a 12-second gap to Next Gen Motorsports in the 469, so they've got to start bringing that gap down as soon as possible, and of course that means they've got to try and fight their way through some of these laps, GT3s and GT4s. But of course I think with the fact there's 28 cars in the GT3 class, a top 10, despite being 5 laps back, I'd be pretty impressed with that. I think a top 10 in this grid is perfect because we do have a very diverse grid, don't get me wrong. I mean, the top drivers are the top. I mean, Alexander Davidson, I think he's around 9 or 10k. I'm sure he is. I've commentated over him a lot in the GT categories. He's very good. And then, of course, we're going to have some of our drivers a little bit further down who might be 2 or 3k R rating. There is a big difference, but it doesn't really matter that much because everybody's here just for a bit of fun, aren't they? I mean, when I do a 24-hour, the last thing I think of is winning. I just think about having fun and taking part because I know for a fact if you think about winning and it doesn't go your way, you've ruined your next 23 hours if it all ends down on lap 1.
Yeah, I think for these kind of events, you have to think about good stuff, good vibes and everything, and just do whatever you are supposed to do. Don't overstretch yourself with anything. And I was just taking a quick look. I think Zaruta has crashed from this server.
Oh, that
No, I might be tripping. Because like the Team Benix Team Racing is now in P2, but I cannot see Zaruta in the car. We can see on the tower screen.
Yeah.
But it says that he's towed back into the pit lane.
Oh, so well, maybe. Oh dear me! Oh no, that's full wide. Oh no, that might not end well. It does somehow, and Zane Smith gets past 3 of them there. I think he would have been very scared for a split second there. There was 3 GT4s and a GT3, and when you have 3 GT4s ganging up on you, it's not always the best time at all. As car 91 is in the pit lane, so I'm not sure if there was some sort of incident there for car 91 or if there was some sort of issue and they've had to resort to the pit lane.
I think it's an issue. I took a quick look on, sorry for breaking you up. I had a quick look on Zaruta's laps. He had 19 laps on the car, so he still had 11 laps left for him to deliver on that Project 91 car.
Yeah, Matt Cromon is back in the car after leaving it about an hour ago. So he's, I think, probably been caught off guard there, and he's back into the car. And well, he too could potentially be a gift for Car 48 Team Benix Sim Racing. I mean, they'd love to hear that there's been an issue for the car running third. I mean, I wouldn't love to hear that, but they certainly do. As we do have a battle here for 14th in the GT3 category. This is the Cup D Motorsports team versus the Phoenix Sim Racing team. Car 9 and Car 2. So we'll have to see how these guys can get on as they make their way through Maggots and Beckett's once again. And of course, this section here, you've got no chance ever of making a move. So there's no point really trying to really catch up or go for a ascent here. It's all about getting your exit perfect now down towards Stowe Corner if you ever want to go for a move in this race.
Yeah, what surprised me is cars is that 4 wide right out of Stowe.
Ordeal. Car 340's been given a black flag, and of course that was Louis Johnson we spoke to earlier on. It's not him in the car, but it is his team, and they were saying, oh, you know, we can try and get that lap back and go to P4. Well, that's another what? Is it around 40 seconds for a drive-through normally? Ish?
Drive-through is 26 seconds.
26. So, I mean, that is a lot of time lost, considering where they are. They must have made a mistake because they're now in P6, actually. Oh, no, dear me. That's Alex Jenkins. That's P2 in the GT4 class. So that has also cost them time. And that could also give a little bit of a chance here for Satellite Racing to close up.
What is the gap standing right now? It's still far. 55 seconds is still a lengthy gap for Alice to work on. And this is why the Thomas Enga team had received a penalty. I was wondering who had the missing bumper at the exit of the loop. We saw that on the broadcast. I just couldn't make out who was it exactly.
Well, that is not ideal. And here is Jack Trumwitz, who's had another mistake in car 23. The Armed Forces Sim Racing GT car. He's gone around at Brooklands Corner, which is a very difficult corner. I'll sit there and say that because it's one that you can kind of overturn the car in and you lose the car and you've got no way to collect it. And of course you then get presented by grass either side, and of course that then makes you very slippery, and yeah, it's just not a good time if you make a mistake at Brooklands Corner. It's here we see the leader of the GT4 category, Konstantin Stolzenberg for the WSR Esports team, car 223, with a 1 lap lead still over Arete Esports Britcar 24. I mean, they are dominant so far, car 223. And I think just say they make a mistake now and they have to go back in the pit lane for something, or they have to make an extra start, they're still probably going to be fine, which is insane to think. And surely as a team, the confidence and the momentum in your pace is going to be so high when you know you've not really got much to lose at this specific moment.
If you jinx them, it's not on me, just to let you know.
I mean, we'll both say that because the commentator's curse, I don't know if it gets, I don't know if it affects you a lot, Lorenzo, but I mean, in one league, it was on the F1 game, I actually decided a championship with the commentator's curse.
It wasn't
was leading by
PGS.
15.
It wasn't PSGL, right?
It wasn't. No, it wasn't in PSGL actually. It was in a different league. The guy was leading by 16 seconds to win the championship. I'm like, oh, here we go, final lap. What a season it's been, bloody blah. It was a 12-race season. Bins it at the final corner. What track was it now? I think it was Mexico. Very old tyres. Put his foot down, spun and hit the pit lane wall. And I was like, oh no, oh dear. That was not a fun moment at all. So the commentator's curse has hit me a lot as his team heaped together. Car 338 going off the track at Brooklands, and I think we've seen an incident there every 2 minutes. And that is not a safe rejoin at all, is it, Lorenzo?
Yeah, not the most blatant rejoin though. That was not the best, but not the most blatant rejoin to see.
We've seen worse, I think, haven't we? I mean, we've seen some criminal rejoins so far. There was one earlier on, I think it was when you and Ron were on stream, and it was at Maggots and Beckett's. I mean, yes, rejoining there, like, of all places, no, not there, wait until the cars go past. And I think that we had about 4 cars get collected on the exit of Chapel, which would have had a lot of angry faces indeed, as we do see the car in third, number 64, going to the pit lane. So they'll be making their next pit stop in this race, that being the Satellite Racing GT4 team. And of course, with the mistake that the car 180 had earlier on, they are definitely going to be eyeing up a chance to try and bring that gap down. As here we see car 91 Matt Caruana. What's happened here?
When it rains, it pours, dude.
He's been sent round, and that is not good for Matt Caruana and the Project 91 racing team. There was in P2, and there was an issue for one of their previous stints. They've gone in, switched to Caruana, who's made a mistake, or been hit, I suppose, and they've lost another minute now to car 48. Of course, that being with Kieran Harding. So, oh dear me, this has fell apart in the past half an hour for car 91.
Yeah, that is just gut-wrenching. It's kind of like adding, you know, salt to wind. You're rubbing the wound with salt.
I suppose that's a fair analogy. And well, I mean, it depends. They might be able to get rid of the salt if they could recuperate over the next 10 hours. I mean, we're only just over halfway through. They've got a lot of time to kind of recoup and go again, pretty much. As oh dear me, what happened there? A bit of a lag for a moment, and I was hoping that wasn't Matt Caruana disconnecting, because that would have made that night even worse. But no, Matt Caruana is still there with us, and he's still racing as he heads down towards Brooklands in that Lamborghini. Battling wise around the field, the gaps are very high at the moment. There's nobody within 10 seconds of each other currently. The closest gap being between Line GP and No Limit Sim Racing Academy, and that gap being 17 seconds. That's with Stein Hangraf and Kalabakowski. That's with P7 and 8 in their class. So not ideal in terms of battling on track, but of course, once we start to close up these stints again, that's when drivers start to get close to each other, and that's when you get to see some battles. And hopefully we're going to see some battles for the top 3, because I think that's what everybody wants to see.
Yeah, I think there's a realm that could happen at some point in this race, in my point of view. But yeah, the race has come down. I think we can safely say we've reached that hour of the day, as I think we have another DNF with the Toon Motorsport, one of the real life Britcar teams. So I listened earlier about Scorpio in P4 with the number 38, right? This team is actually a real life team. Doesn't run in Britcar. It ran at GB4 and Radicals and some other leagues. So in the UK. So it's another real life team. I was trying to take other looks into racing teams that are probably involved in the real life stuff, but couldn't find any. But then again, usually I get a lot of things wrong. I know we had Team Brit in the past, and the Team Brit has always been involved with the Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. I think this might be the first year they're not involved with this at all.
No, I think it's great when you see some of the, the hashtag real life teams take part. It's lovely to see that. And of course, I just did a little bit more reading up on Scorpio Esports, and they have taken some drivers from sim racing, so R Racing and GT7 mainly. There's some real racing with GT3s I saw on their page, and I also saw some of Formula cars. So brilliant to see esports drivers now making their way into the real world of racing even more. And of course, Silverstone, for many of our British drivers that are trying to get into real life racing, because of all the different club events we have and all the different Formula events and the junior series, Silverstone is actually used quite a lot for these drivers. So for some of them, this actually is potentially a bit of practice for their future, which is quite mad to say, as we see Conor Benai, Coupe D Motorsports, receive a black flag and they stopped. Oh.
Please don't tell me you've went for the easy way out. Unless that is actually legal. If that is legal for you to park the car then tow it back into the pit lane because it's actually faster, then maybe you might get a lap or something like that, but that was a little bit awkward.
Indeed. I don't think it's quicker to serve a drive-through doing that. As here we see Jacob Jenner in the car, so I think they have had a driver swap as well. I'm sure I didn't see Jacob Jenner pop up a minute ago. So they're now in the pit lane, serving their pit stop, and of course they'll head back out onto track. They're currently 17th at the moment, and they still have their black flag, so I don't know if it's even served. We'll have to see. Say exit the pit lane. Then of course, just having a quick overview of the top 5 of each class. It's WSR Esports who lead the way with a 1.5-minute gap to Team Benic Sim Racing. Third, it's Project 91 with Matt Caruana. Fourth, it's Simcash Racing Team UK with Adam Watson. And then the top 5, it's rounded off by the 421 of Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing. And then in the GT4 category, it's WSR again who win. This time they have a lap over Arete Esports Britcar 24 with Satellite Racing GT4 rounding off the top 3. And then we have, as discussed, Scorpio Esports in 4th, and then the Fury Simsport Green Team rounding off the top 5 in car 312. As a fellow friend of mine, Tom Roberts, races a lot in the F1 team, actually part of I think he was actually at some point part of the Veloce team. I can't remember if he's there still or not, in car 52, and that would be Student Loan Racing, and that would make sense being as he recently started university.
When you get into the real life, man, it's that thing. It's complicated.
I mean, uni's expensive, I'll put it that way. I started this year. I'm taking a relevant topic. I'm doing sports journalism, but dear me, it's a lot of money. It's £9,000 a year.
You're doing that at the Uni of Birmingham?
Well, I wish it was, because that's a red brick uni, but no, I'm doing it at Birmingham City Uni. I'm doing it the normal one. I'm not quite clever enough to be at the red brick uni, Lauren, so I don't know what you think of me, but no, I'm not that highly standard in.
To be fair, if you told me that was like the top tier, I probably wouldn't even notice, because like my knowledge about British universities is very low.
I think Uni Birmingham is like 5th in the UK or something, which is like 20th in the world.
Really? I didn't know that.
Then my uni's like 180th in the UK or something. It's nowhere near that level. Oh, and their delivery, I love that. It's very, you can tell they've made it on the fly very quickly, can't you? But I love it.
Yeah. No, I'm not mad at that at all. It's like, if you gotta keep it original, do something original.
Exactly.
You know?
I mean, if I ever made a team and did one of these events, I'd love to try making my own livery. But what I'd do actually, I'd get all the people I'm driving with and I'd say, right, you design this part of the livery, I design that part, and we see what we come up with. I mean, that would be, it'd be a monstrosity, but it'd be brilliant.
It would be great. I'd say, as Driving Miss Daisy goes for a spinneroo at Brooklands.
I mean, Miss Daisy, I hope he's not a person in that car, because she certainly will not be enjoying that ride. It's been a very, very topsy-turvy race for Driving Miss Daisy, who sit P26 in their class out of 28.
Yeah. You actually say that. I said before, I manage a sim racing team in Brazil, so when we saw there were GT4 openings, the only reason we didn't pick one of the GT4 is because I couldn't field drivers into this.
Oh.
But I had the interest of doing this event this year. I wanted to do it with Brazilian commentators because, oddly enough, I do some commentary for Brazilian Portal, like for IRL commentary.
Very nice.
And they actually commentate the Britcar. They actually commentate Britcar.
That's really
so like, yeah. So it's like, oh, you guys might get the opportunity of doing the virtual one, but the problem is there's not enough drivers. As Armed Forces goes for they arm the wall.
Indeed, and it's not been the best race at all for both of the Armed Forces teams. But of course, you know, for most of these teams here that know they're not the most competitive, it's just about having a bit of fun. It's a 24-hour race. Like I said, I alluded to earlier when I did the 24 hours of Daytona last year. We did finish 77 laps behind the leader. But I mean,
hey, you finished.
I mean, I wasn't even that annoyed. At first I was like, oh, you know, because we qualified P1. We had someone that was absolutely cooking for our team. He was like 3KR rating, so I thought, right, here we go, we're gonna fly. He got us on pole, we had a big lead, and then it all fell apart. And we went 5 laps down by like the first hour. So at that point I'm like, right guys, don't moan, don't cry, we're gonna call the race off here, just drive and get to the end. We've still got like 22 hours to go. We got to the end after about 500 incident points, after being accused of ramming into someone on purpose just because my teammate accidentally hit him twice, and then also me hitting a barrier because my pedal stopped working. But we got to the end, and that's what matters. So for anybody out there, you're not going to have as much chaotic race as me.
Basically, you met Barry R.
I'm going to need more context. I not have a clue what you just said.
You never listened to the meme that Super GT does about Barry R. The barrier, Barry R.
Barry R. I've never heard that meme, as you can tell in my voice.
Yeah. Oh, fair. I've got noticed that in the Lion GP, I think Academy car, just looking at they also have a GT3. No, they don't. It's just a GT4. There will be there is a partnership rolling with the Brazilian outing of Bravo's No Schaden, so one of their drivers is going to hop in the car. Basically, Lion and Bravo, they race in other leagues in that ESCC, which is kind of like a league that mimics what the LMS does. So good to see, you know, these partnerships with other teams and drivers being given the opportunity to drive for them and maybe enhance the racecraft in other cars that are, of course, not GT3 or something like that are kind of offer something different in terms of, you know, driving. I would say driving standards, but you know, the drivability of the car.
Yes, I mean, something I struggle with. If I don't have a car that is planted to the ground and can drive perfectly, I'm done for. I mean, GT3 wise, iRacing, I don't race GT3s that much, but if I'm thinking of a game where I do, like ACC for example, for me, give me McLaren, it's the most planted car in the game. It works perfectly fine. You give me a Mercedes, I'm done for. I need a car that is planted to the ground, which, I mean, I could probably do that with most cars in our racing as long as I had the right setup. But do you think I know how to make setups? No, I do not.
I don't
I
either.
have to go with what I get.
I can barely do any setups nowadays. As Project 91 in the 92 have another moment at the at club. They had another moment earlier. Then we saw the DWT by Sim Coach, which definitely did a Sim Coach. And Pineapple decided to think, a red is going to go around the outside. A little bit of a dodgy merge right there into Beckett's, but luckily for our red, in that P2 car driven by Alex Jenkins didn't accrue any mechanical damage.
No, and that is the last thing you want. Mechanical damage, not auto. You spend how many minutes in the pit lane, and that is just, it's a race and your moment at that point. As we do see Andy Chell for the Quartermass Motorsport team. They sit 23rd in the GT3 category. Into the pits they go. Oh, they disconnect. Oh, no, they haven't.
Oh, okay,
okay, there we go. See, I've done iRacing, I've done special events, but there's still things I sit there and I think, what are they doing? Because I completely forget what all these different things mean and what they do.
I still have like a pipe dream of, you know, full animated. I know this is never going to happen, right? But bear with me. Bury my copium dream, okay, Nathan? Full grids of drivers and everything as team heaped together. Does heap into the wall nearly. Do they avoid it? They did. Nice. But all right, coming back to my dream. Fully animated crews for all the teams that are driving, and the drivers actually run around and get into the race car, and they actually do the proper driver swap. So it's kind of like first person view. You get into the car, remove the other driver, get into the car. Yeah, like I said, pipe dream. Is that ever going to happen in a sim racing? No. Whether it's going to be iRacing or Project Motor Racing? Oh, wait, that is not a racing. That is not a racing sim. It's anyway. It's or even F1 or something like that. I don't think it is likely. You know, I think it's going to be very difficult. But hey, you can give it a try if you want to. I just think it's very difficult with current technology nowadays.
Yeah, definitely. I can't see it happening, but we never know. We never know. Things can change very quickly. As we did see there, a driver swap and a pit stop for car 48. Team Benick Sim Racing. Remy Gilbert has jumped into the car, a very prolific driver in the world of sim racing. So we'll see what he can do over the course of their stint. And they are 1.9 seconds back from Project 91, that being Matt Caruana. So two very, very quick drivers will be closing together. And I don't think that this battle means much anyway, because I do assume that Matt Caruana will have to go to the pits later on anyway, just because of that very weird moment they had earlier on with one of their drivers having what we believe is a disconnection. But either way, we'd still love to see a battle here between our P2 and P3 cars, as I presume that's a black flag given to one of the GT4s a little bit further down the field, and that being Jordan Heppel of Split Straight Esports.
Yeah, couldn't see because I don't have the sheet with me here in hand. I was trying to find the race control decision to see if there was something spicy going on.
I think here Remy Gilbert's taken a bit of time to get settled into the car, because that gap has shot up between himself and Matt Caruana. It's now 4.1 seconds. So I think here Team Benick had just taken a moment to get themselves settled in. This here is car 91 of Matt Caruana. Jordan Heppel is back in the pit lane for car 40. They was in the pit lane earlier on, but they're back in again. And then also car 23 making another pit stop, that being, as we do see on board here with car 91, they make their way in towards turn 3. Matt Caruana has just made his way past a couple of the lapped cars as we continue our way on. And of course now, I mean, what do you really do if you're Project 91 racing team here? Because they're in a very sticky situation. I mean, they qualified P2, they've done a brilliant job in qualifying, but the race isn't going to plan with what happened when I think it was when Christian had a disconnection. So, I mean, what can they do to recoup? Do they have to just go on this odd strategy, or do they have to try and force it to what it was before?
I think I was getting a quick thought right here. The only upside to their issue was they had an incident about 9 minutes away from the hour, right? So if you think about, if you try to draw back laps and everything, that is actually doable. You can kind of mitigate that as you go through your stint. So that might not be much of a damage at all in your whole stint, as we see Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing coming into the pit lane. Also Luca Munro in the United sim team in as he's gonna do his pit stop. Already doing it. There will be no driver swap for Luca. But coming back, I think they can kind of like neutralize this time potential disadvantage they have towards other teams, because they would have to pit a little bit earlier and maybe remove that deficit at the very end of their race. So I think they're fine-ish, despite the 11 lap delta that it has to Remy Gilbert and the Team Bennett car.
Yeah, certainly. I think Luca Monroe, we was on board with him actually, wasn't we, when we first came on air about an hour and a half ago, and he was having that battle for P9 and P10. They currently sit P10, and they've made their pit stop. So I think once Joe Harrison for the Sim Dynamics with Sunoco race law goes in, I think yet again they'll probably be relatively close to each other. So this battle for P9 and P10 will probably still rage on for the next few laps in this race. And then also a black flag being awarded to Aztec Racing at 390. That's Alejandro Ulate Alfaro. I hope I pronounced that right. I think I did there. I said it confidently, so that surely means I'm right. They have been given a black flag, and here's a battle for P10 in the GT3 class. It's Next Gen Motorsports and DWR X Sim Coach setups. They're having their battle as they head into turn number 1.
Yeah, they were praying that they were saying that for us on our broadcast chat that we should curse the other teams, do a commentator curse on the other teams.
I mean, if they pay us, sure. No, I'm not. For the record, no, I'm not giving people commentator curses. I mean, what would that make? Would that make us psychics?
I mean, if we had a yellow flags on this in this race, that was a good potential. I could throw it out. I could kind of call it out something due to my track record. I self-proclaim the emperor of yellow flags at RaceSpot.
I can't think of many races that I've had yellow flags in. Actually, they're not that common. I don't think. Well, not for me at least. I've barely seen any. Do an Ivor race.
Is that full of them? That will change quite quickly.
So yeah, is that the plan? I need to start doing more series then, don't I? I mean, there's so many things that are happening in this race, and I'm like, I've commentated dry racing for a year and a half. I've never seen this happen before, so I seem I need to diversify my commentary on our race into some of the random series that I never look into that much. As we head our way back down towards turn 16 at Stowe, and of course P16 is holding off P10 and P11. Of course, one of the cars is involved in the battle, the other one is not, as we head our way down towards turn 19 at Valen Club. And here's Matt High in the Fry Guys Motorsport team. Oh dear me, and that is not ideal. And that is two GT3s, well, a GT3 and a GT4 off the road, and that's an engine gone for DKS Motorsport.
That's a costly repair.
I'd say I agree. I'm inclined to agree there. That is definitely a costly repair. And a bit of a silly mistake. I think it was blamed on the Fry Guys Motorsport car there, because they kind of just turned out the corner and just went straight. They didn't carry on turning with the corner. So it was always going to happen, wasn't it?
I know DKS has a penalty, but I don't know if that was for incident points or if they actually were the ones to blame right there. So this is the one that is a little bit awkward for me. But yeah, near contact between the Next Gen and DWR. I nearly thought for a second that the DWR car actually gave the Porsche a bump coming into Brooklands, but that was just optics. It wasn't anything else but that.
So here we go. P10 and P11 closing in ever more close up. Let's keep an eye on this, as here's the Pineapple Racing Club car. They've had a spin again, not being their best, so they've had a couple of spins throughout the duration of this race. But of course, we still have that battle there between 469 and 80. Being Next Gen Motorsports and DWR X Sim Coach setups, of course. It's David Schilling in the DWR. We'll have to see what he could do. Of course, he would have only just came out of the pit lane. He would have just jumped into the car, so it's his first stint, or at least his next stint beginning. So, of course, give him a few minutes to settle in, and then he can go all out for it and try and take that P10 away from Ryan Merriam as they head down towards the Val Chicane, then in towards Club Corner. We have 9 hours and 40 minutes to go in this race. It's been a very interesting last couple of hours. We've had high points of battling, then we have a bit of a lull, then we have high points of battling, so it's just always chopping and changing here with the action around Silverstone. And I've got to say, even though I've seen this track a million times and I've commentated over hours of Silverstone, I can never seem to get to the grips of night racing in terms of I always end up not knowing where we are on track, and I don't know why that is. I never understand it, or I can never figure out where we are. I mean, maybe I need to become nocturnal for some time.
Right.
You're saying I don't have a clue what you're on about, because it doesn't happen to me. Am I right?
Oh, all right, back it up. What was your mindset going into this?
My mindset?
Yeah.
Fun racing. I don't know what my mindset was.
No, it's because like maybe I spaced out a little bit. Then it's again 25 in the morning, people. As we see the issue for DKS again. I think they broke their engine when they had the issue and broke their engine. I don't know. Now you got me thinking.
So here we go again. P10, of course, it's been Next Gen Motorsports. They've got their main battling car behind, but of course they've got to get through in this traffic here and make their way past car 19. That's Project Not Last. And then they'll be looking to make another move as well shortly ahead of Purple Sector Racing. That's car 43 with Justin Hembury. And then, of course, the more traffic that the car behind has, that, of course, being the DWR-X SimCoach Setups car, this just helps Next Gen even more in terms of just moving forward in this race. As car 340, Louis Johnson has jumped in, so they've made their pit stops in this race. And, of course, after a black flag and losing out to that P5 spot about an hour and a half ago, it's now down to Louis, who we had in the interview room earlier, to try and recoup the race for Thomas Schenk Sim Racing, which, if you're sitting here thinking, what is Thomas Schenk Sim Racing? Well, Thomas Schenk used to actually be a Formula 1 driver.
Oh my God.
Took part in 2001 for a couple of races. We're not going to talk about what happened next, but he got into a bit of trouble, and now he's quite a profilient, whatever the word is, a rally driver over in the Czech Republic.
Yeah. As Thomas Critchell, his teammate in the car, was saying that he was the driver who put the car in P3 at a certain moment in the race, so he expects him to make up for those 5 laps they are down, as he together has a little of an issue. Just to let you know, to blame if they try to find you where you live. It's if they find you where you live, it's not my fault. It's your take on saying it's nice to see English people driving out getting caught behind, because I really want to believe that was a Hamilton take.
Oh.
Than anything else.
Dear me.
But I could be, you know, talking bollocks out of my mind, and that happens 9 out of 10 times.
Oh, dear me. No, we'll see what David's referring to later on. But battling wise, we've got still this battle for P10 and P11. We've got the Pineapple Racing Club again making a mistake. Yes, it's the same as what we see every single time a car goes off at Brooklands. Too much on the entry, and of course that means you are going to spin off into the runoff area. As here's car 422 also making a mistake. Plastic Racing. Yeah.
Oh, no, that was actually that loop.
The loop and I think the loop and Brooklands are the two main killers in this race so far. We've seen a couple of cars go off in towards Maggots and Beckett's, but that's not often the case. You normally have enough balance to just pull the car through there. And if you make a mistake, you can catch it. But Brooklands, once the car goes, it goes, and the same happens at the loop and Aintree. As DKS Motorsport is serving their black flag they received. That's car 49 in the GT4 class. So they've been up to some more trouble, I think, on track.
Oh, okay. I've only seen the bet. But Thomas actually corrected me, is the fact that David is picking on the English team who got smoked in Australia. Well,
I don't watch cricket, but all I know is that England are very bad.
At cricket?
Yeah.
The English are bad at cricket.
Well, I mean, normally we're quite good, but we're just doing bad in this tournament.
Oh, okay.
I don't watch it. I don't know the rules of cricket. I don't know the players in cricket. All I know is that fans are very annoyed with our performances.
I was gonna say I could be very wrong because my cricket knowledge is below. It's kind of like -0. It's not even 0. It's -0. I don't even know a single player from cricket coming out of the UK nowadays.
I know what Joe Root, and that's only because he's been on the news.
Yeah, the only one I know is Freddie Flintoff, and he doesn't even play anymore.
Freddie Flintoff. Was he like a good cricketer? I know he was one, but I don't know how he was.
He was arguably one of the best players ever for the English team, I think, for the 20s.
Ah, okay. So he's a very good cricketer.
Yeah, but then again,
Ben Stokes, and that's it. Ben Stokes, Joe Root, Freddie Flintoff.
I'm a footy guy. I'm a football guy, not a cricket.
Who do you support team-wise?
Do you really want to know?
Yeah, why not?
Why do you think I actually made this question? If I made this question, which team do you think I support?
Clue. I don't have a clue what team.
It's in the Prem.
Oh, Liverpool.
Oh, hell no.
Manchester City.
I'd rather die than become
United
a Man City. Of course.
I mean,
since 1996.
Not doing a bad job at the moment. So.
Please, we drew against West Ham at the Old Trafford, giving a go, parking the bus with 30 minutes left in the play, and we let them score in the 86th minute, if I remember, 81st minute.
That's not ideal.
That's not ideal. Jesus, the 3 wins in a row we had earlier in the season. That's why we're the only thing that gives me a little bit of joy is number 1, we are ahead of Liverpool, and second, and most importantly, Liverpool actually is in a deep pile of bad stuff, which I will not call it right now, but it makes me very happy.
Yeah, Liverpool are in a spot of bother, I think is the safe way to put it. Not doing too well for those guys at the moment, but back on board here with car number 7 in 7th. It's Frigos Motorsport. They've been 7th for a very long time in this race, with Matt High now taking to the helm of that car. Of course, they'll be looking to try and see what they can do to move up the field. Their gap currently to P6 of Team Loose X Spurwing is 48 seconds, so that's definitely doable to bring down in the next couple of hours, but of course you've got to hope you don't make any mistakes yourself, as here we have a battle for P11 in the GT4 class. It's Iron Apex Esports versus UK Sim Racing, so we'll have to see how this one can go. The car 22 in the Mercedes leading, I think it's a BMW, if I can just about see in the background, as they make their way into the final couple of corners. And of course this is a crucial move on the cards here for UK Sim Racing, and I believe they're not in a BMW, they are in... Oh no, they are in a BMW. Dear me, that's what I get about nights. I can't tell what car's what until you can see a clear picture. As they make their way to turn 1, they continue on in their battle, and here, ooh, that's off at Cop's corner for Chris Boland, and that is going to be a barrier. No, it's not, just about missing them for Armed Forces Sim Racing.
Just a scary moment as Iron Apex is going to have, it's that car actually, we're just seeing on screen.
Oh, yeah,
heavy moment at Brooklands.
Oh dear man, that is not ideal for car 22. Of course, now they've lost out that position to car 17. as they continue there. No, they haven't. They've kept ahead of car 17. That must have happened earlier on then, because that must have happened way earlier on in this race. As further ahead though, we have got a pit stop. It's car 131, Simcast Racing Team UK, Adam Watson. They're into the pit lane from 4th place, so they might temporarily lose out to P5, but they'll get it back once P5 has made their pit stop. And here's a decent run from UK Sim Racing into Copse Corner. A brilliant rear view of the Iron Apex Esports car. As they make their way out of Copse, a little bit of time has been gained for 22. But of course, the main overtaking point here now for car 17 is down to Stowe. They've got to keep with the Mercedes all the way through Maggots and Beckett's and then go for it down that straight in towards Stowe Corner.
You got to commit. But I'll give you a little bit of a tip regarding the BMW and the Mustang. If you see it's a big boy, it's a Mustang. If you see a potential threat of a big boy with a very bad nose, you know it's a BMW.
There we go.
And yes, I still pick on people, and I still pick on BMW with that hideous nose. Whoever designed that,
the horrible grill, isn't it?
No, if you weren't fired already from BMW, you should be in the list.
Yes, I mean, they're nice cars. I prefer them than the new ones, though. I'll put it that way. I don't like the new BMWs at all. I prefer the older gen. I prefer the really old gen, actually, like the 2000 and the E91, 2007 era. That's the BMWs I like, the older ones.
Yeah, for me, from the E86 above, from the E86 I think to the E92, I'm okay with that. After that, it's like here it's a hit or miss here and there. Another spinner at Brooklands. At this point, I think we need to have Ramiro starting to have a little bit of a race spot counter for spins at Brooklands, and then we can have our own drinking game.
I mean, we'd have a lot of shots taken down, that's for sure, because there's a lot of spinning going on at Brooklands. This week, continue our way on. Of course, car 22 in that battle for 11th in the GT4 class as we go to the student loan racing team. Black flag for car 52. That's for Michel Mari, and that is not good for those at all. DKS Motorsport as well with another black flag.
Question about that. What is the black flag for? Incident points? Contact with another car? Or missed the monthly payment?
I think it was for incident points, because I was speaking with the other driver of that team, Tom Roberts, a minute ago in Discord, and he told me that, well, this was about 15 minutes ago, they're on 316 incident points.
Okay.
I think that sums it up, probably what they're on at the moment. Look at the front. So things have changed, and now WSR have a 1 lap lead. Of course, I'll have to pit, and that'll come back down. But at any point in a race, they have a 1 lap lead. That is something, isn't it? That is insane. Both WSR cars are in the lead by a lap.
Yeah, it's a show the force, basically.
Oh, dear me, a couple of cars.
Car. That is a Thomas Enga car. What happened?
I don't know, but it looks scary.
Ramiro, bring us a replay from that 340 car.
Yes, we'll get a replay, hopefully, from Ramiro of what happened to 340. But considering they're trying to work their way back up the field, don't fancy going off there is really a good idea, is it?
No.
We carry our way on down towards Brooklands Corner. Still following on with car 22. The Iron Apex Esports car still ahead of UK Sim Racing. As here's what happened to car 340. As we head through in towards Vale, then in towards Club, the BMW goes past. Do they get tapped by the other one? Oh, dear me. They do indeed. Oh, and they slow down heavily through there. Oh, my. That could have ended a lot worse than it did. Car number 2 hitting the back of them. I mean, how did 340 not go around there? What? That would have been Phoenix Sim Racing, Billy Wright. Dear me, that was some quick reaction from car 2.
Yeah, insane reactions.
I mean, I'd love to see an onboard from Billy Wright. I mean, that's the main thing I want to see. So he gets hit here. Oh, he goes into the... Oh, what's happened? He's hit the pit speed limiter.
Oh dear.
I think there's a big issue there for Louis Johnson. And of course, that's what led Billy Wright into hitting him. Oh no, that's a wheel disconnect, isn't it?
Yeah, wheel failure.
Oh dear me. Well, I'll just send him a message. What happened? I think that's what I want to know. It's well, I think it looks like it is some sort of wheel failure or issue, but specifically, I'd love to know what. But that is not good at all for Louis Johnson and car 340. I mean, that could be their race ender, couldn't it?
Yeah.
If things don't go their way now. They're 7th in class, and they're going to drop down below the No Limit Sim Racing Academy team. They're now down to 8th. Very, very poor last couple of hours for the team, as here we have the battle for 20th again between car 19 and car 11, that being Project Not Last and 150 Motorsport. These guys, we saw them around an hour ago having this same battle. They're back there again going for it. So we make our way out of Woodcote Corner and back down towards Cops again, and we'll have to see when can 150 Motorsport get the move done, because whenever we watched them, they was always close, but never quite close enough.
Yeah, I think the Ferrari over here is struggling with the power of the BMW to try to get through and go around. Maybe counting on the mistake of the favorite dancer of Mr. C on the cha-cha slide, which is the car number 19 of Project Not Last. So unfortunately not going to happen, that overtake opportunity over here.
No, certainly not. So we'll have to see what 150 can do on the next couple of laps, pit stop wise, or at least strategy wise. Yeah, but so one of them, so Project Not Last are 2 laps into their stint, whereas 150 Motorsport are 23 laps in. So chances are that we'll see 150 Motorsport in the pits in around 7 laps time, whereas Alfie Bevan in Project Not Last will still be out for another 25 laps. So the battle, I think, is relevant for now, but in 7 laps time it will become irrelevant again. Like it has done for the past an hour and a half. As we continue our way on, of course we do see car 25, that being the Luna Road Sim Racing powered by Algar Racing team, have been also given a black flag. That's Daniel Kennard in their car. And then also Pineapple Racing Club, no, they've also been given a black flag, and it's Daniel Marshall, number 8 in that car currently. And here is car 25. They're 23rd at moments in the class. They'll head into the pit lane, serve that drive-through penalty, and with a two-lap lead ahead of car 338 in 24th, they'll soon be safe to stay in that 23rd spot. As here is car 33, Pineapple Racing Club. They've also been given that black flag.
Yeah, soon the dominoes are starting to fall right here on the racetrack, right? Lots of cars getting more cars falling.
Well, information from Louis Johnson, his wheel is not working at all still. It won't turn back on. Oh dear me. I mean, I don't think this is the kind of moment where you want to end up saying, right, Mum, Dad, can you buy me a new £600 wheel?
Oh mate, don't. This is a topic. I was like talking to my wife.
That's some avoidance. You know what? Hats off to Daniel Marshall there. That was perfect. I'd love to see an onboard of that view at turn 5 there. Sorry, Lorenzo, carry on.
No, it's all right, and that actually happened also in front of the P2 car in the Project 91. So things could have ended badly to Matt Caruana right there, but it is just like that. It's insane, you know. I was having this conversation with the wife. Nowadays I have a G29 wheel, as we're gonna look what happened.
I mean, this was insane reaction from Daniel Marshall. Car spins. Oh, that was going to be one of the best avoidances I've seen in my stint so far. Perfect.
Yeah,
Hats
that
off.
was great. That was crisp. But coming back, I was telling my wife, oh, I have a G29, I downgraded and stuff like that. I really want to try to have a better wheel. So I was like, okay, let me get my PC first. Let me get a new PC. Once I get the new PC, can I work on getting myself a wheel and stuff like that? I thought my wife was going to explode. Oh, how much is it going to be? Oh, maybe about 600, 800 euros.
That's a lot of money.
An R9. Yeah, I'm getting myself an R9 package. So I thought my wife was going to explode. She was chill.
It's a perfect reaction. But
Yeah.
as we saw there, DWR ex-Simcoe Setups got the move done. They moved up into 10th ahead of Next Gen Motorsports. That was the move they've been looking for a very long time. They've got that move complete, so they now move up into the top 10. Brilliant job by those guys as we head back down towards Cops Corner again. And we'll see if there's anything that need to fight this one back as they head in towards Maggotts and Beckett's. There's a couple of GT4s in the way, and hopefully they move out the way, because this is a very tight place to catch a GT4, isn't it indeed? So they go through, that's a BW on the left, through goes DWR, and they continue their way and back down towards Stoke Corner, where they can get past these two GT4s, regroup and battle once again on track.
Yeah, good stuff.
Be close, and that's move complete anyway. So these two, they regroup again. They're a second apart now, and that move that DWR made was a crucial move they needed to make. They were looking for it earlier on, they couldn't make it, and they finally have. But back to the lead. Alexander Davidson now is heading into the pit lane, and he will be making his next stop in this race. And he's been in the car for a very long time this evening, so I'm starting to wonder if we're going to see any sort of driver swap here for WSR Esports, because Davidson has been doing a superb job in just keeping that lead to still over a lap.
I think he's gonna remain in the car maybe for an hour, another stint, and then maybe hand it off to. As soon as I said that, he decides to give the car to Adam State. I was gonna say he was gonna maybe hand this out to Critch, as to Ethan Critchley, but not quite. He hands out to Adam State, so State now is in the car.
Indeed. So we'll see what Adam State can do. He can try and still keep that heavy lead that WSR have over Project 91 Racing Team. Like I said before, I'm sure once Matt Caruana comes back in, Remy Gilbert's going to be very comfortable in that P2 spot, just because there's a good 9-lap difference in stint at the moment for those two. Of course, Project 91 will pit in around 3 laps time, as Team Bennick still have another 13 laps before they have to come into the pit lane. So this should be in Remy Gilbert's favour, but of course still anything can happen, and maybe go for that very unorthodox strategy due to an issue for Car 91. You never know, sometimes the silly things actually work.
Yeah, agree on that.
As there's Adam State getting past one of the lapped cars, who I think goes back ahead of him. That
Yeah,
being,
same cast.
yeah, so I think he's just trying to settle into the car, isn't he? There's no point fighting. Might as well settle in and, you know, get a couple of laps under your belt, and then you can start putting down your pace. There's Noah Osbalderston for car 38, that being 4th in the GT4 class. Scorpio Esports, into the pits they go, and they're making another one of their pit stops.
Hold up. I just saw, I think, Noah coming into the car. His second name is something amazing. It's 2:47 a.m. and I'm looking at his name. Noah Osbaldiston. So
Osbaldiston, yeah. I only know that because I've commentated on him before. Otherwise, I'd be stuck.
Yeah, a very interesting name. And I say this in a good way. It's kind of like a very unique name. I was looking at like some of the names earlier on in the real life Britcar. Oh, the leader spun around. Oh, that's fun.
Oh dear me, that's WSR. They've gone around, heading into the final corner, and that is not good at all for Adam State. He's first up in the car, and he's sent it spinning round at the Vale chicane. Of course, they've still got a very comfortable gap. They've lost maybe a 20th of the gap they've had. But that is not good signs for Adam State, jumping into the car and already making a bit of a grave mistake. So he's just got to kind of calm down, settle back down, and look to go again. Because that's what happened here. So as I head into the chicane, did he get tapped? He did. He got tapped, and I can't quite see what car that is. They disappeared quickly.
I think that was Louis Johnson in the Thomas Enga Sim Racing GT4.
Oh, that would be ideal. Yes. Well, he's gone from... No, it can't because his wheel's not turning back on. They're still in the pit lane, I think. No, they've changed drive. They've got Matej Prochaska back in the car now in car 340. Yeah. They've also got another black flag. So, yes, their race has gone from bad to worse. As looking in the GT4 category, Line GP are doing a brilliant job of moving their way up the field. They're now up into P6 with Henrique Gomez in that Line GP car. Of course, they was then in P10 earlier on, so they've had a very good resurgence due to other cars around them making those big, grave mistakes. As also we see Pineapple Racing Club as well into the pits, along with Tomaszyn Sim Racing, car number 50, that being to the wheel of Kevin Muller at the moment. And here is car 340, and it was, oh dear me, Tomaszyn Sim Racing is not going to be too happy, WSR is not going to be too happy with Tomaszyn Sim Racing, it seems.
Yeah, unfortunate that got cost, but it happens.
I suppose it does, and I think it's one of those where sometimes both cars are in a situation where one of them's quicker than the other, of course, so which way do you kind of go? You know, do you have to kind of... does a GT3 try and leave a bit more space and lose time? Or does a GT4 brake early and then lose time? That's the thing they both don't want to do. They don't want to cost them race time. So, of course, sometimes those things happen, and that is not good for the leaders of this race. But, like I said, they lost, what, 10 seconds there, if that. So it's not going to harm their race whatsoever in terms of leading the way in that car 1, 2, 3. And then of course it's still Caruana and Gilbert running off second and third. But I'm very sure that Matt Caruana will be in the pits quite shortly to begin the next stint for the Project 91 racing team.
Beyond the joke, I totally repudiate this type of play. Miraculous.
Now, luckily for State is that the gap has stabilized between him and Caruana, and that is actually going to extend to a full lap whenever Caruana goes into the pit lane, I think at the end of this lap. So it is like just minor losses in a very dominated race from the WSR Esports team.
Certainly, as we do see driving Mastasi in the pit lane. That's car number 10 with Patrick Nadazinski. So they've gone into the pits, making their next pit stop in this race, and they now dropped into 25th in their class out of a total of 30 drivers. It's not been their best day, and they've also had a couple of driver swaps as well. I think they've had 3 different drivers since we've been here, so they're also chopping and changing quite a lot. As here is car 43, purple sets a racing in towards turn 1. Dear me, that is not ideal. And of course their span ended up in the middle of the road. Luckily avoid cars going through, and that could have been a big moment in the race there for those guys. As he is Iron Apex Esports, car 22 through Luffield. They've also spun around and I think don't catch anyone again. Luckily rejoined without anybody being in the way. And I mean, yet again, that could have been a very scary moment for car 22, who we did see earlier on having a great battle for position. As here is Jose Manuel Montegado. I hope I've said that correctly.
Monteagudo.
Monteagudo, there we go. That's a mouthful for me. Especially at this time in the morning.
It's alright, like I said, it's nearly 3 a.m. in the morning. And I'm not gonna reference the Matchbox 20 song. Or whenever I come back, it's gonna say it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm not Lily Allen as well. And I know Ron is gonna be like, "Hey Lorenzo, what's your top 10 songs?" Because I know he's about to take over from us in about 10 minutes. So it's just like that, you know. It's interesting. Some of these names, they are quite tricky for you to talk and mention too.
Yeah, I mean, oh dear me, that is car 92 off the road. Not ideal at all for the Lamborghini. And of course, they were having a great battle for position. Not anymore. They go off at Brooklands and they'll rejoin as they head through Luffield. And here's what happened to the Project 91 Racing Team Green. I think they carried a bit too much speed there in towards Brooklands corner. And then, of course, that cost them a lot of time. And not ideal at all there for Jose. As we did see as well, Project 91 Racing Team, they've gone into the pit lane. And then they dropped into third behind Team Benick Sim Racing. So, of course, as we said, because of the incident or whatever happened to their car earlier on, they've had to go out of sync compared to Team Benick, and that is certainly going to lose them some time in this race. As we head our way in the pit team with Caruana. Still watching along, and we'll see what happens here for him. We'll see if they've got a driver swap. I don't think they do. And of course, once we see, we'll say. As looking further down in the GT4 category, so it's WSR Esports that still lead this one ahead of Arete Esports Britcar 24, and then still Satellite Racing GT4 bringing that gap down. It was over a minute earlier on. Last pit stop time, it come round to around 50 seconds. It's now down to 48. So still, it seems like Satellite Racing GT4 have a lot of pace to give here, and they certainly do look a slight bit quicker compared to Aiden Matayish. I hope I said that name correctly as well. As we also see car 469 heading to the pit lane, that's Ryan Merriam. That's going to be dropping them down to 9th place. They could drop down to 10th due to their position and where they are in the pits at the moment, so we'll see what happens there. But of course, they should jump back up to where they were before once others also make their initial pit stops. And here, back on track, is going to be Matt Caruana in that Project 91 Racing Team car. As here is what happens at car 25. And that, Lorenzo, looks like a very, very damaged front end.
Yeah, no bonnet, no front end grille, no headlights. Truly, Luna Rose is the Luna Rose team is blended in with the Luna. In the
yes, they've disappeared. They disappear and reappear again. Car 25. As we go back here to our P3 sit at currently, Project 91. Of course, the Matt Caruana at the helm of that car for now. Because I think we actually had a battle for position further below with P10. Yes, it was Tomashing Sim Racing coming out just ahead of Next Gen Motorsports. As that's contact there for Fry Guys Motorsports again down at Brooklands. That's happened a couple of times for those guys. And then we also see here black flag to Quartermass Motorsport down the pit lane, car 37. They're 23rd at the moment, so it's not gone too good for those either. And yeah, they should. Well, they're still rejoining 23rd because they're a lap ahead of Team Heat together. And here, of course, is our leader of the GT4 category, Aidan Young, in the WSR Esports car, 1 lap ahead of car 180. It is a very, very dominant race so far by WSR.
Yeah, and now they got a very prominent young driver in the GT4 car. We've seen Aiden drive GT3s in other leagues, but I think GT4 is why I think he feels home at most. being a former Fiercely Forward driver, drove for other teams as well. Now in WSR, I think he has a really good environment to work with and grow even more as a GT driver. Maybe pick up more pace and all, but good to see the young American driving over here and putting some good laps in that Ford Mustang.
Yeah, certainly. We've got quite a few American drivers at the moment in the race, but of course it's more, it'd be more ideal for most teams to have their American drivers in now, as it'll be more evening time for them, whereas for some of our European drivers and drivers from the UK, it's pretty much, 3-4 a.m. in the morning, so they'll be wanting to try and get some rest, ready for their morning stints, as we do see a black flag there for Quartermaster Motorsport. I thought they served that. I guess they haven't, so they'll have to go back in the pits again and get that penalty served. Of course, that's Ian Chambers in that car at the moment. You see we still follow on with Aidan Young in car 223. So they make their way through towards this first sector. And also we see Jordan Heppel in the pits as well. That's for car 40. They're 14th in class, of course, in the GT4 category, and that being split Strat Esports. I think there was one of the cars earlier on involved with some of the big contacts, and they're now 14th in class. They was up in the top 10. Not been too ideal for them either, has it, Lorenzo?
Yeah, no, it has not. It's just been complicated, as Aiden has a little bit of an off moment in Brooklands, but didn't lose control. I think he's just going to lose about a second or so over that. And resume back on track, while Fury Simsport, which is standing right in front of them, will get his lap back despite being 3 laps down.
Indeed, and I think that's a good thing when you have such a lead. You can sometimes afford to make mistakes, which is not something you want to do. You never want to be in a position where you make a mistake, but you can always afford to make one when you've got such a lead. 80 in front, of course. They've got a 1-lap lead over car 180 in second, so it is a very comfortable ride at the moment for WSR Esports, as they're all clustering through Mackett's and Beckett's again, and I think they all made it through unscathed, as here we make our way with, oh, that's a name I can't pronounce very well. We'll go for it. Gabriel Papakostantino, I think. ASEC Racing. It's too late in the day for that. I mean, too early in the morning for that.
Yeah, I'm trying to see quickly.
Papakostantino. I don't think that.
There you go. That was not hard.
Boom, there we go.
Not hard. Boom. A good way to nearly to wrap up our hour at least, which is wrapping about 3 minutes and a half.
Yes, indeed. 3.5 minutes to go. Of course, you'll be back around 5 a.m.
Yeah.
I think 6 a.m. your time. Obviously, I'll be back at around 8.
5 a.m.
5 a.m. your time. Okay. And then I get a bit of a rest. Luckily, I have 5 hours. I can go and have a nap, come back early in the morning, and then, of course, we'll see what goes on there. But, of course, we have got returning Ewan O'Leary and Ron Moores. Of course, these two were here earlier on. They've had a couple of hours break, and they are back. So, Lorenzo, before we go off, anything you want to quickly end off by saying for our stint?
It's been great. It's been fun, talking about a lot of stuff while paying attention to the race. I think a few things have developed. For example, I think I forgot to see the Project 91. I forgot to mention that there's still open race. It's gonna be hard. Don't get me wrong. I know Matt Caruana is a very fast driver, former Williams Academy driver, so has the credentials to try to back it up. But Team Benek doing a really good job, and it's gonna take something else maybe at the end of things to try to get there into P2, while we see Alex Ellis going to the pit lane and waiting to see if how big of a gap will be this GT4 top 3 as it stands right now between at the moment Aiden Young, Aiden Mai Tice, and Alex, who's still in the car.
Certainly, and of course, in terms of the top 3, there's only been one position change over both of the classes, and of course that being Team Benek now sitting ahead of Project 91 with WSR 1, 2, 3 in the lead, and then over in the GT4 category, no changes there, with it being WSR, Arete Esports, Britcar 24, and then Satellite Racing GT sitting in third currently. But of course, as all of them mind, that is a big contact into the wall there for the Ferrari of Project 91 Racing Team Green, who we saw have a big off earlier on as well. That's 2 big offs in the space of half an hour. Not good for those guys. But yes, I suppose that's a perfect way to end off, with a big boom incident for car 92. But of course, me and Lorenzo will be back later on. I'll be back in around 5 hours' time. Lorenzo will be back in a couple of hours, as we now hand over to Uno Leary and Ron Morris.
Thanks very much. Myself and Ron will be here for the next couple of hours of this 2025 Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 hours of Silverstone. And yeah, changes at the front of the field since the last time we were here anyway. And suddenly, WSR Esports in an even more comfortable position at the front of the field, which is good to see for them. We're very, very pleased. Nearly a minute 20 their advantage, although it has been coming down in the last few moments. Good to be back, Ron, alongside you for another couple of hours. Still no sunlight, and indeed there still won't be any sunlight when you leave this commentary box. Anyway, there might be by the time I've left, with only 5 hours to go. But there should be another long stint of darkness for us, and it's becoming attritional. We've seen number 91 now a lot further away from the lead than when we were last on the commentary.
You see, now I'm wondering whether or not there's going to be sunlight for you or sunlight for the racetrack by the time we get back up and rolling here and you get out of the commentary booth in a couple hours' time. But no, I'm really intrigued by how this race has developed. Of course, WSR Esports really going from strength to strength in both of the categories, even with that off-track moment we saw from Aiden Young not too long ago. That's still a 1-lap advantage in the GT4 category, and it seems like things have not been going too well for the entirety of the Project 91 team. We just saw the number 92 car have that off-track moment a couple of moments ago, right as we were getting back into the broadcast booth here. Macarona, meanwhile, things have kind of fallen apart with that effort. You know, we were talking about them maybe being a big thorn in the side for the WSR Esports leading 1-2-3 car driven by Adam State, but it just hasn't really developed. I'm a little bit surprised about that.
Yeah, let's see how this race continues to develop over the next couple of hours. As the battle for ninth spices up a little bit here. There's all sorts of cars in this group at the moment, by the way. So you see the 7th place car of Matt High here, putting a lap on Dale Jackson, who's only just in front of Kevin Muller. And this is all at the moment for 9th position. On board we go with Kevin Muller. Closing in for Thomas Engerson Racing, but always difficult to know what to do when there's a car putting a lap on you, but you might be faster than them. Well, do I try and go past, or do I stick behind and save myself for a little bit later on? Well, it's about being lapped here. Oh, and never mind. Well, it's not going to be a battle for much longer, is it? Number 16, the Pineapple Racing Club, have a black flag, and they go in to serve that, so it'll be a very short-lived battle. Again, comments about staying out of trouble and staying out of the penalty box, as it were, staying out of the steward's room, have fallen on deaf ears for some who are still getting penalties, it looks like, up and down the field.
Yeah, unfortunately for that entire Pineapple Racing stable between the 16 and the 33 car, we've seen so much bit of drama in our time here in the broadcast booth. This is coming up to my 5th hour. Well, it'll be... I've already done 5 hours on this show, so this will be my 6th hour. And I feel like in every single one of them, I've seen something bad go on with that team. You get to the point where you do genuinely have to wonder whether or not the team is just outright cursed here in this event. Out and away after that drive-through penalty, but that will leave a mark. Now that we're in the single digits amount of hours left to go in this race, it's going to feel like a quick sprint through to the end, even though we've still got about 9 hours of action to look forward to here.
Yeah, absolutely. It always does at this stage, doesn't it? A 24-hour race, when you're over 15 hours complete, suddenly the last 9 hours don't seem like such a long distance at all. As Pineapple Racing Club make their way back out onto the circuit. They're outside the top 10 now, by the way, as a result of that penalty. They had a couple of moments ago. What stage of this race do you think that everyone will properly believe that the end is in sight? I always say it's sunrise, but actually, in a lot of races around the world, with just about 9 hours to go, sometimes more, that's the stage at which we see sunrise. Sometimes earlier in the race with longer to go, and I still see that as the run to the flag. Somehow 10 hours to go with sunrise feels like shorter distance than 9 hours to go with still pitch black darkness like what we're seeing here. I mean, it's still only 3 a.m. and we're tearing towards the end of this race.
Yeah, here's the thing when it comes to that. If you are racing in the sunlight, racing under the sun, and still have a lot of racing action left to go, it'll feel like there is light at the end of the tunnel because the light will be with you. Here, however, we have still got the entire sunrise period. We've still got 8 hours and 55 minutes left of racing. So certainly a lot of stuff left to go between now and the checkered flag. But with the sunrise yet to be dealt with, we're going to see a complete evolution of this racetrack. I was here for my first hour on this show when we went from day to night. In that transitional period of time, the track temperatures completely evolved. Night and day difference, literally. So when we get into the sunrise, you're going to see so many things change. You're going to see the track conditions completely change, virtually on their head. And you're also going to see the varied level of aggression begin to shift here as well. So we're really interested to see the kind of mental side of things, how these teams are going to be feeling getting to the end of this race. I think if there's one thing to be said about the mental state for these teams is the fact that even going from driver to driver, even within the same organization, they're going to feel like there's a different point where you should start thinking about the very end. For me, usually in an endurance race, I think about how the end's going to work out in the last 2 hours to an hour and a half. However, that's just from my perspective as a viewer and a broadcaster. For these drivers and teams, that may be completely different.
Yes, to be fair, they'll have strategies planned out for the whole of the period, and maybe that 2 hours and a half period is only really going to be with one driver. And there's going to be one left with a run to the end, but even that still feels like a very long time away at the moment, with the sunrise still a long way away. We're only just past 3 a.m. here, as I say, in September, so should be a good 4 hours away from sunrise just yet. The last 5 hours, only been sunrise is when it's properly light, to be fair. It does get a little bit lighter than that beforehand, so expecting maybe the next 3 hours or so the sun to come up, or at least some light start to illuminate the sky, because for a long time now it has not been in this race. There's Matt Caruana working his way through these GT4s. He's back at the wheel of that car in Project 91 Racing Team, and he's been doing a lot of the driving. Christian Zurcher did a stint, but I'm afraid that during that stint they've dropped a long way back. Remy Gilt's about to come into the pit lane in the next few moments and get a bit closer to Caruana as a result, but I still think with a minute over that third place team, they should have enough to stay in front there, even with their next pit stop.
Yeah, so as these drivers still worry about pit stops and everything to do with that, the Sim Dynamics and Thomas Angus Sim Racing battle for 8th in GT4 is still intensifying. A swap route once again hang down into Abbey, but seeing two very different race cars duke it out in this battle here. That low slung in comparison 718 Porsche versus that Mustang. The Mustang GT4 car, an interesting case. That Mustang, I think you can only clump it in terms of both the GT3s and the GT4s for that matter. There's only one equal to it in a sense, and that is the BMW. And we talked about that BMW M4 enough during our last stint on the show, the 4 hours, where we were talking about some of the ugliest cars on iRacing. But it feels like those two cars are kind of part of the, I don't know, the ugly ducklings club, so to speak. It's just, there's nothing really like the Mercedes, or nothing really like the Mustang or the BMW, I should say, in either the GT4 or the GT3 class.
Good morning, by the way, to Richard Simner, who's got himself into the YouTube chat. Ramiro, our producer, says that it's just past midnight over in Argentina at the moment. I thought Argentina was 4 hours behind the UK, but apparently they're just 3. So maybe the clocks don't change or something through the winter, maybe they're sensible. But anyway, we're not, so we go back for the winter in Claudia. I do get why. I mean, on the shortest day, sunrise would be at 9 a.m. If we didn't put the clocks back, I suppose. So that's probably the reason. But still, I find, because I'm a night owl, I find that more miserable seeing sunset at 3 p.m. To be honest with you, I find that much worse. But there you go. What do you have any opinions on daylight savings? Should we keep it? No? Yes?
So I would say I have a multitude of opinions surrounding daylight savings time. I think when we shift the clocks back, I guess is what we did. I see they always say, oh yeah, we're shifting the clocks back, we're shifting the clocks forward. I always get lost in this, albeit this is coming from me. I definitely have a bit of dyslexia. I can't even remember how to properly tie my shoes, which is the reason I just have slip-in shoes instead of regular tie-up shoes, like most people. However, I like this time of year when we're changing the clocks. Come time for spring, when the clock change pretty much just takes an hour of sleep away. When I was in school, I despised it, and I think all three of us can kind of speak onto this because we're all in different time zones. I believe for Ramiro in Argentina, that time zone usually is that is just about the norm, considering that Argentina is actually farther east than I am on the east coast of the U.S. It's always a little bit surprising how far east South America is compared to most of North America, with the country of Ecuador pretty much in tune with, I don't know, like West Virginia, North Carolina. It's kind of odd when you think about that case, because you don't usually think about it that way, but it's actually true. But all three of us are in different time zones. I'm sure all three of us, in our varied experience in this broadcasting stuff, have at least one horror story of time zones, either falling victim to them ourselves or having somebody around us fall victim to it. Back in the time swap a couple of weeks ago, I had been on another broadcast here on RaceSpot, and then immediately had to go over and do a Formula V race broadcast. My regular producer and co-commentator is on the west coast of Canada. I did not realize the fact that the series was changing the start time of the show until it was like 5 o'clock in the morning for him, and he wasn't going to wake up as Aiden Young got sent off into a spin. Oh, that is big at the front of GT4. Right as I'm going on my little ramble about the daylight savings time, Aiden Young gets pitched off heading down to Cops.
Not the first time we've seen that in the last half an hour for Aiden Young. So he goes around and well, Aiden Young is just having a difficult opening to this stint. He's on the same strategy as the Esports car behind, although he's much better in terms of fuel than Aiden Matesh, but the gap is only just over a minute now at the front of that class. So that's worth keeping an eye on, as is this battle between Kevin Muller and David Schilling. Both well ahead now at the Pineapple Racing Club, who've been in again for another black flag here. And they are decidedly down to 11th after dropping behind both of these two in the last few moments. But yeah, we do all have a story like that. You are right. I must admit, I prefer my favourite 4 weeks of the year are the weeks of the year where you are 4 hours behind me, and therefore the American time broadcasts that I do are an hour earlier than normal. Anything American, in fact, that you want to watch or that I have to work for, obviously. An hour earlier than normal, and that, I've got to say, is a fantastic thing that I would like to keep for the rest of the year, but I only get to enjoy it for a month.
You know, I can fully understand that. Just to wrap up on the story, yeah, so my regular producer and co-commentator didn't realize that the show was meant to start an hour earlier than it did, which, considering it was about like 10, 11 o'clock in the morning for him, and I know that he does not have the best sleep schedule in the world. I kind of, the writing was on the wall in my book, so I had to set everything up to produce and commentate that broadcast by myself, which did come to pass. So that was fun. I have done that before, though, so it wasn't exactly the worst experience in the world, but still always a little bit entertaining regardless. Speaking of entertainment, that's a Project 91 racing team effort. The number 91 still behind the wheel of that is Matt Carana, and he just got moved on Remy Gilbert. Saw that number 48 Mustang come down pit lane not too long ago, and Swaparoo go on for second in GT3.
They're still over a lap behind Adam State now, who legitimately holds a lap over the rest of the field, but Matt Caruana is at least past Remy Gilbert for second. So a change has been made there. And the Lamborghini again on the chase. Well, Project 91 Racing Team have their teammates down on pit lane, repairing a meatball. They have been for over 15 minutes. Their other car is out front in second place. Getting past Team Bennett Sim Racing. And they'll stay in front on the way towards Copse Corner as well. By the way, while Lorenzo and Nathan were here, there was a lot of retirements, considering the lack of retirements we saw so far in the first part. We saw 6 retirements just in those 2 hours. So we've had TSRC Esports from GT3, as well as Fulcrum Motorsports, Datum Motorsport, and Chicken Kebab Track Setups, which were running second, even when we started commentating just before halfway. They're out of the race now completely. And in GT4, Pineapple Racing Club and DKS Motorsport have been added to the list. So that's 10 teams out of the race now, which is a shame to see, really, because we were doing very well for attrition so far, but it's that time of night where people are going to have an incident, and they're more likely to give up, because the prospect of a bit of sleep is enticing at this time in the morning.
See, I'm going to be totally honest and say that I kind of doomed myself. So to those who tuned in to this broadcast on RaceSpot a little bit earlier on, it was about 6 hours ago when you and I first hopped into the broadcast booth for our 4-hour stint earlier. Started the discussion off with, my stint started, there's a little bit of overlap as you were looking to get here into the booth. You and they held you up in security, I think it was. They thought you were another guy who was caught stealing office supplies a couple of weeks ago. But we were having a conversation with our esteemed RaceSpotTV colleague, Brad Dalton. And I was going off on a very long, meandering tirade talking about my top 10 favorite foods. And I'd mentioned that chicken parm sandwich is one of my favorite foods. It's a comfort food for me. And during that stand of the show, my dad decided to treat me and order one of those as dinner. And as much as that was a fantastic prospect and very good food, that's comfort food for me. So after having that, what I immediately wanted to do was go to bed and take a nap. It also doesn't help the fact that I've been up since about 7 o'clock this morning, and I've been on the air since 1 with the 2-hour break leading into this stint. So yeah, I think that chicken parm sandwich may have slightly doomed me. I'm very happy about having that sandwich. It was very tasty, fantastic stuff, 10 out of 10, would recommend. However, it has necessitated me to drink a bit more sugary, zesty drink that has caffeine in it, that is of a brown color that I will not say the brand name of, because I would like to reserve that opportunity to say any companies that make a cola beverage. If you want to give us money on RaceSpot, then I'll name drop you. Otherwise, I'll leave that undetermined.
I also had one of those. I also had a sandwich with some gone-off lettuce in it, so that wasn't quite so... quite as nice.
Do you say god-awful lettuce, or was it...
I didn't fully realise. It looked a bit bad, but I didn't realise how it would taste.
Oh.
So well, it wasn't that bad, but it could have been nicer. Anyway, never mind. That's the risk you take, isn't it, with natural ingredients.
Welcome everybody to the spoiled lettuce hour on the air.
This commentary could be described as that, I suppose.
Oh, definitely mine.
Anyway, some conversation in the YouTube chat, by the way, about tiredness as well. Just I was talking about that teams more likely to drop out this time in the race because it is just gone 3 a.m. and it's a bit enticing to just go to bed if you have trouble. Adam Watson, who earlier was telling us that just 11 p.m. was having a monitor, and I was worried he would be going a bit too early. Wants the race to be red flagged so that he can go to bed. And is feeling a little bit tired after, I think, driving 9 hours at least of this race so far, of the 15. So that's a pretty good effort, to be fair. But he's going to have to push on for another 9 hours. That's quite a long time left in this race, to be fair, to be feeling like you want to go to bed. But this is winter 24-hour racing. You know, we're going to see this at Daytona and the officials in about a month and a half or so's time. And you know, this is what happens in winter 24-hour racing. That the night period is generally quite miserable because the end doesn't feel in sight. Even when we're in the second, we're nearly in the final third of this race, but it doesn't feel in sight. Still dark outside, still dark on the racetrack, and it's a demoralising feeling.
See, now I'm going to ask you this question, Ewan, and this kind of relates to this event, but I think just kind of relates to this period of time, generally speaking. Have you ever had the feeling, as we get off into the winter with the sun setting far, far earlier, that you feel like you're going to bed a lot earlier? Now, I feel a bit insensitive asking this because you work on just about as many North American time zone broadcasts as I do. The only difference for us is the fact that for me, it's kind of laid off into the night around dinner time and a little bit after. For you, it's in a ungodly hour of the morning. Do you ever get the feeling at this time of year where you go to bed a little bit earlier and you feel tired a little bit earlier just because that sun is below the horizon?
I know what you mean. I was reading about this actually the other day. That I haven't fully verified it with an actual source, but I think it is true that generally in winter you are more likely to get tired a bit earlier because of that kind of thing. I mean, if you think about it, if you're trying to go to bed at like 10 p.m. or so, which is something reasonable-ish, it's already been dark for 6 hours. At least in the UK, it's been dark for 6 hours. So that surely must make your brain feel, it's been nighttime for quite a long time.
See, this is probably the first time this has ever been discussed on an endurance race broadcast, but there was a French geologist, I think his name was Mikhail Srif, if my memory serves me correctly. He ran multiple experiments throughout his life where he would live in a cave, like he had living quarters in a cave, no source of outside light. So we didn't know when it was light outside, when it was dark. He had no time cues in there, so no clocks, nothing of the sorts. And it was mainly just to study the body's internal clock when there's no sort of like extenuating factors affecting when he may want to go to bed. He just went to bed whenever he was tired and did all that. And it like he figured, oh yeah, I spent this much time in the cave, and it turns out he ended up spending far more than that because he would be staying awake for like 25 hours and sleeping for 30 just because he won't have any sort of outside extenuating circumstances kind of affecting that. I know in my broadcast booth, which is just the fancy name that I give my own room, I've got a clock here, I've got one window which has blinds that don't really cover the view too much. So even with the blinds in the way, if I turn my head, I can very obviously tell that it's dark outside. I've also got a clock on the PC. I've got a clock on everything. But I always found that interesting, the fact that without external time cues, this guy stayed awake for 25 hours straight. So I wonder at certain points in time what my work schedule would be like if I had blackout curtains and no idea what time it was. Now, I would make it like running errands a bit of a pain in the butt, but you gotta crack a couple eggs to make an omelet.
That's part of the thing, though, about the whole timekeeping thing. That part of the reason why we go to sleep when we do and wake up when we do, with such, constraining sort of 8 hours, we generally try and get, or I do it, try and get 8 hours or so, or whatever it is that you try and get for yourself. As I and Apex Esports have a drive-through penalty here, they should stay in 11th in GT4. It's because we have work and we have things to do. If you were locked anywhere, it doesn't matter whether there was, whether you could see outside or you could see time passing. One of the reasons, we do sleep in the pattern that we do, surely as well, is because we have work and we have things to get up for. But if you're locked in a cave, you don't have any of those things either. So that's got to be another part of the whole timekeeping thing.
Yeah, I think I know from my perspective, for the longest time, my sleep schedule was a pretty strong reflection of the sleep schedule that I had for the longest time. I don't really talk about my time in school too much, just because there weren't too many highlights to kind of talk about there. I was focused on becoming an F1 driver when I was a kid. Instead, I ended up doing these broadcasts, which I much prefer. It's less toll on my body, and I enjoy covering these races a whole lot. So before the pandemic set in back in 2020, which was that set during my freshman year of high school. Before that happened, though, I actually went to a cyber school. Got out of the school district of Philadelphia, bad bullying problems, and just in my first, I think it was my first or second week when I was in high school, I got hip checked into a locker and bruised my kidney, which is not a pleasant experience. Doubly so off the back of bruising the other kidney in a kart crash a little bit earlier on that summer. But regardless, so for the longest time, when I was in middle and high school and I had to commute in to that, I had to wake up early in the morning, have breakfast, get all my ducks in a row, and then walk up to the bus stop. And it wasn't like a yellow school bus or anything that you think. No, it was public transportation, which in America is notoriously bad. So for my high school, I would have to get there at about 8 o'clock. And to get there, I would have to like wake up at about 7 to make sure I could get on the bus on time, get there for breakfast, and be good to go. And I wouldn't show up to school late because we also had to go through a metal detector. But that was my schedule for so long that I never really broke out of that. So even in cyber school, despite the fact that all I had to do was just turn around, go to my desk, and fire up my laptop, I still had this sleep schedule embedded into my head as if I was going to a brick and mortar high school, having to go on public transportation there. It was a nightmare for the longest time because I would just wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning for no obvious reason. And it screwed me up for a while, which is part of the reason why I always fell asleep like so early. It was a bit of a running joke in my friend circle that I had the sleep schedule of an old man. And it was just down to those environmental factors early on, growing up and knowing, okay, yeah, you need to go to bed this time because you got to wake up here. Remove those. Even in our situation, I think we have great freedom to be able to work from home. Of course, you know, we have our own fixed schedules, obviously, so we have to work around that. But I think from our perspective, we do have the freedom to kind of shift our schedules accordingly and not be locked into the same sort of groove that many others usually are.
Yeah, I must admit, personally, I prefer the scattered days I have when I'm up at different times all the time, and it is much better. But yeah, you will accidentally train yourself if you do that sometimes, too often. But the best way to do it, to get rid of it, is just to sort of make yourself stay awake for a while. I know that sounds quite difficult, but yeah, you can use a bit of caffeine or whatever. If you feel like you're getting tired, then go outside or whatever. Especially if it's still light, you can get a bit of new energy through that. Have a shower, something like that. If it's night time, you can just make yourself stay awake a bit early, and then 1 or 2 nights and you're fixed pretty much. Doesn't take too much. Obviously the opposite way around. You're trying to get rid of jet lag or whatever. Trying to go to sleep a little bit earlier. You're awake in the middle of the night. Then deprive yourself of sleep one day, and then you'll be suffering for one day, but then you'll be fixed after that. That's a solid shout.
That's a solid shout to be able to wake up, wake your body up and just jolt it a little bit. Ginger beer. That's a good idea. Actually, here's a good ginger beer related story. So my best friend and roommate has told me this story on several occasions. There's a brand of ginger beer. I think it's Reed's ginger beer that we have here in the U.S. And they have various levels of strength for it. And one of them is, I think it's extra strong. It is just very potent. I remember the first time I had ginger beer, it felt like I was drinking gasoline. So I can't even imagine how this stuff tastes. My best friend said that she saw it on the counter, thought it was apple juice, and unwillingly took a sip of this extra strong ginger beer that she thought was apple juice. I can't even imagine the shock that would do to someone's immune system. You know, I joke enough about like energy drinks being fed to, I don't know, like a starving medieval peasant, and seeing what would happen in the aftermath of that. Even just doing that to somebody nowadays, if I took a sip of something that I thought was apple juice and turned out to be extra strength ginger beer, I think I would at the very least burst a blood vessel in my eyeball.
Yeah, because there's a way that you drink those two things, aren't they, differently. Carefully, ideally, the strong stuff, and apple juice, well, you just neck that, obviously.
Yeah, but down the swig, down the hatch it goes.
Exactly, but obviously those two things, there's a bit of a mismatch there. wrong action for the wrong drink, and I can imagine that's a bit of a shock. But it'll make you stay awake, I suppose. So if you're there you go, more tips for staying awake if you want. It's that kind of time of night, actually, isn't it? Especially if you're one of the Americans. I mean, you're on the East Coast, only just past 10:30 at the moment, so you're not into the stage yet where you'd be struggling to stay awake. But if there are some Americans who are trying to stay awake all the way around to 7 Eastern to the end of this race, which comes at 7 a.m. Eastern time on Sunday morning, then take some tips from us if you like, and you might be able to stay up for the end of the race, because it's not an unreasonable thing actually for an American time zone. Actually, a 7 a.m. start, yes, it's a bit early, but if you can get a teammate to start this race like we did in the commentary box, we didn't have any Americans on for the first few hours until you turned up at Ron late morning, and yeah, we can share the workload and overnight have some Americans on, although not me, obviously, and not Nathan Richards either, or Lorenzo. So to be fair, you're the only one. But it's not unreasonable to say that some of those Americans, and we know Adam Watson and some of the Europeans, I'm sure, will be staying awake all the way through these 24 hours, and it's always a mammoth effort for everybody to get to the end of these races. As much as I know it feels like a very, very long shot at the moment to actually make it all the way, another 8.5 hours. Feels like a very long way away right now.
And for the longest time, my ultimate goal was to stay up for all 24 hours of the 24 hours of Daytona. I have yet to do it, and with my broadcast schedule, I've I think the past 2 runnings of the race, in fact, I've had to either have some other stuff going on in my life that took me away from that race, or I had to be on the air during that event, which it kind of disrupted the plan somewhat, because I could never really fully settle into a groove for a race that I either missed the start for or missed a decent chunk of amount, at least in terms of watching it. I just can't really. I want to be there for the whole thing, and that kind of even goes for these broadcasts as well. Now, granted, if I was around for this entire 24-hour-long broadcast, my tongue would be hanging out my mouth at the end of it. Although I have had the idea of self-broadcasting a 24-hour-long race, working both production and commentary for the whole thing. Now, I have thrown this idea around to my immediate circle, my aforementioned best friend and roommate, and also my dad, and pretty much everybody I've told this idea to has told me in no uncertain terms that I should not do that. So I think I may yield that advice and decide against doing that, because I do some stuff that was definitely questionable. The amount of ailments that I have on my body from bad decisions, either in my karting days or just general life decisions throughout most of my life. You can definitely tell. I don't think I'd be in the mood for producing what will probably end up being a 25-hour-long broadcast.
Project Not Last into the wall there, number 19. Wasn't too hard into the wall, but that is how they have got their latest bit of damage there. Now, are they coming into the pit lane? Well, Alfie Bevan's just actually on his way out the pit lane, so that might have been on cold tyres, actually, finding himself in the wall. By the way, of all the 24-hour races to try and stay up for the whole way through, Daytona, I mean, that's the one I think with the least reason of all of them to stay up for, because, there's safety cars that bring them back together. Sometimes you only need to really watch the last hour.
That is true. Very true, in fact. I think it's just down to the fact that of the 24-hour-long races, that is the one that I have the kind of like most integral memories about. It's the one I have the most nostalgia for. I think the only year that I don't remember too much from was 2018. And the story goes in 2018 that I think it was either a week after or maybe the day after. I can't really remember too much after the 2018 Daytona 24. I picked up a pretty nasty concussion, and my dad knew that I had been concussed when I couldn't even remember who won the race, which was Cadillac that year. But yeah, the Daytona 24 is just the one that I have the most nostalgia for. It's of all the major 24-hour-long races, that would probably be the one that I would have the closest hope and a prayer of ever attending as a fan. I don't know, maybe if I keep hacking at it with this broadcasting stuff. Maybe I'll work the broadcast on that one day. Who knows? Fingers crossed. A man can dream, but that is the closest like big 24-hour long race to me. So I always had the goal to stay up for that, but that was even in a period of time where I couldn't stay up to see the finish of the Sebring 12-hour or the Petit Le Mans, which are two of my all-time favorite sports car races here in the States.
I do forget that they do finish quite late in America. Obviously, finish very late here, but I don't watch them live, so that makes a difference. Both finishing in the darkness. Sash to Pollock going for a big spin here, and can't see where the wall is. There it is. Nowhere near where he's ended up, thankfully. No Limit Sim Racing Academy. Spin through Copse Corner. Hopefully you don't come back onto the road. No, they'll be okay. They'll get back onto the circuit without getting into anybody. But yeah, 2018, but was that the distance record year as well? Or was that a different, was that 17? I can't remember now. I think it was 18. But, there was one year around that time where there was about 4 cautions because they were really trying to get the distance record, I think. And they did get it in the end, but they wanted to sort of display how great the DPI class was and get a distance record. And I think they got it by having only 4 cautions in the whole race.
Yeah, I'm looking back on this now because I remember that was in a festive period of time for the event where I remember Fernando Alonso raced not too long later. Okay, yeah, so
maybe
here
it
we
was
go.
that year, actually. Maybe it was that year, yeah.
Yeah,
There was one year where there was a distance record and one year where there was the last 3 hours were rained off.
Yeah, I think 20, yeah, I'm looking through. 2018, they did run it through to the distance. 2019, I'm currently looking through the I'm looking through the Wikipedia article as we speak. So this is definitely an interesting way to go about that. See, I'm testing myself because it's tricky to try and maintain my professionalism on the air and read a Wikipedia article at the exact same time. After a third full course yellow, Alonso maintained his overall lead and handed the car back to Toyota.
You can't read it out.
Kobayashi.
He definitely did more than one. I mean, from what I remember. I can't really remember.
Oh, yeah, that was a year because the official time participated in the race was marked off as 21 hours, 59 minutes, and 13.350 seconds. So I remember that year was so unbelievably disappointing because I woke up and I was like, oh, yeah, let's get up and rolling. This is going to be fun. I heard that there's going to be some rain this morning. This is going to be fun. Oh, what do you mean it stopped?
Yeah.
That was so disappointing. Talk about childhood disappointment. I think I was less sad when I knew that Santa Claus wasn't real. Christmas spoilers.
Yeah, very topical, by the way.
I'm sorry to any kids that just had the Christmas bubble ruined.
20 to 4. It's fine.
Yeah.
No kids awake at this time of day.
Yeah, if they are awake, they're probably trying to find the chocolate cake.
Indeed, yeah. No, it's that time. Yeah, we've passed chocolate cake hours for sure.
I was gonna make a joke, but I thought better of it.
It's already been made. I'd imagine. A couple of battles on the circuit. We've been following this one for second in GT3, but Matt Caruana has been keeping Rami Gilbert behind quite nicely here. And less than a second between 8th and 9th in GT4 at the moment. Brian Saunders just in front of Matej Prochazka. And that's Thomas Enger Sim Racing chasing Sim Dynamics and Sunoco Fuels after Thomas Enger just were in the pit lane. So, and the battle for 6th place of only 2.5 seconds apart. So, a couple of battles for us to keep an eye on here with 8 hours 22 to go. By the way, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we will be changing the stream very soon into part 3 in this broadcast. So do be wary of that. Not yet. You don't have to switch over yet, but do be wary of the switch that's coming up very soon to part 3 of our stream. We will be doing that in about 20 minutes time in this race before we Get on to the final stretch, effectively. The run to the end in this year's 24 hours at Silverstone. And we've got a laps lead in both classes for WSR Esports. It's a very nice lead as well. As I was talking about previously, I mean, it's one of the shortest circuits that we really have regularly 24-hour races on. We don't often see them, other than at places like Spa and the Nürburgring, Nordschleife, but also we see them at Daytona as well, which is the only circuit really shorter than this one that I certainly see regularly, yearly, 24-hour races on. And so you can be a bit discouraged when you see one lap, but actually when you realise we've been racing for nearly 16 hours, one lap's actually not a very big gap at all.
See, I'm wondering now, is Daytona actually shorter than Silverstone? I mean, I wouldn't be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too surprised, but I also would be surprised. Yeah, 3.56 miles for the layout of Daytona, and you compare that to this Grand Prix layout of Silverstone that we're racing at here, and yeah, 3.66 miles. Wow, a tenth of a mile longer here. You know, I can't do this because we're a couple thousand miles apart, but I will give you a virtual handshake here, and thank you very much for that. I genuinely would have thought that this track was actually a little bit shorter than Daytona.
I mean, in terms of, I mean, I wasn't sure in terms of length, but I mean, this circuit is nearly 2 minutes in a GT3 car, and what can you do Daytona in a GT3? A minute and a half or something, minute 40? Don't know the exact numbers. But,
definitely the benefit Daytona has being mostly high banks and mostly flat. Even in the infield section, you're spending a decent chunk of that flat out.
Yeah, some decent flat out sections before you have to get on the brakes for the horseshoes, but that's pretty much it. Turn 1, turn 6 as well, and that's pretty much it. I must admit, it's not a very interesting circuit. Yeah, I always enjoy watching racing around there because it very often delivers, but it's not an interesting circuit at all, really. As we have a look at our favourite corner, Brooklands again. Rather narrow there, that entry from the number 10 car, and therefore you go spinning around again, and that's just the latest in a whole litany of spins we've seen through Brooklands over the over the whole race, really.
You know, on the subject of some interesting, bizarre, and not very good Roval configurations, have you ever driven any of the Have you ever driven any of the Roval configurations of Auto Club Speedway in Fontana?
No.
So, firstly, this is something that offended me on a deeply personal level. I'm just talking about the track. It's not that great, if I'm being completely honest. There are many Rovals here in the States that you can tell are essentially just ring roads around a parking lot to make it a little bit more interesting for traffic to drive around. The competition layout of Auto Club has 20 turns on it. It is a brutal road course. It has 20 turns packed into 2.8 miles with some sections of racetrack that are somewhat bewildering, I think is the best way I could sum it up. But the most offensive part about that in my book is the track cams. The iRacing based track cams for the Roval configurations of Auto Club. Now, this is somebody I don't think anybody has ever had to worry about, but if you ever get the opportunity to hot lap around there like I did unknowingly, and then you go onto the track cams, they may as well have shoved a camera into my bedroom. That would have shown just as much.
They do get weird sometimes, the cameras. It makes you, I'll tell you what it makes you appreciate when you see one of those. It makes you appreciate how well done the cameras are at circuits we do get to enjoy good cameras on, like this one, and pretty much most of the broadcasts we do. But some of those stranger circuits, when every now and again you're forced to broadcast them, they make you realise that the importance of a good set of cameras is absolutely, well, vital. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult because you just have a lot of camera shots of the backs of buildings and hillsides and things like that.
See, now I'm thinking of what other Roval configurations there may be. Here's one that could count on a technicality. I guess it's one of the newest Rovals added into the service. And this absolutely doesn't count, but I'm going to mark it anyways just because I'm bizarre. The oval stadium configuration of Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez down there in Mexico City. It runs the little NASCAR oval that they have that makes up a bulk of the Formula E circuit in the old final corner. And then they just have the dogleg detour through the stadium section that F1 uses. I guess on a technicality, that would be a Roval. It's nowhere near as... It's actually kind of similar to the Roval at IRP. Have you ever seen the Indianapolis Raceway Park Roval? It is pretty much just... You get to the end of the start-finish straightaway into turn 1 and 2 on the oval, and you make a 90-degree left onto the infield, and then you make a 90-degree right back towards the racetrack, and then you make a 90-degree left to be back on the oval. As that was a slick move for the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car. But yeah, that is... I guess the both of them do technically count as Rovals, even though they count as Rovals in the same way that I'm a supermodel. I'm not really, but I can lie.
I think those still count. I think any circuit that's anywhere near an oval really is it counts, but that's just me. Yeah, that was a great switch back there from Tanner Prater. Moves ahead of Henrique Gomez in the battle for 6th position. And the No Limits Sim Racing Academy car getting back in front of Line GP Esports Academy. So I think that was Prater getting back past Gomez after being passed not that long ago. And these two are still out here running at the moment, freshly from the pit lane. So they've got a long battle ahead of them. Some more GT3s go past. I must admit, now 11 cars out the race. The Coupe de Motorsports team are already out now. So 25 GT3s left and 16 GT4s. Now that we've lost about 20% of the field, it does feel slightly quieter, I must admit, than our first stint here.
Yeah, no, it kind of does. I think as the field has been cut down significantly to size, I think it's a mix of the field being a little bit smaller, so there's not nearly as much drama out there on the racetrack as there once was, as there's been a driver swap in the WSR Esports car. Ethan Critchley is down behind the wheel of the 123 effort at the front of GT3, but the field does feel quite a lot smaller. And I think also the racers out there on the track, they know that this is not the time to stuff it into the barriers. Once you make it to that halfway mark, there's a kind of a brief period of time where you do want to push. Then when you get from, I would say, probably 10 hours left through into the before the start of the final 2, that's the time where you pretty much just want to take it easy. There's no point running at 10/10 at that point in time, because if it does end in tears, you're just gonna make yourself out to look like a fool.
It looks like No Limit Sim Racing Academy car is just edging away slightly in 6th position. And we'll see whether that battle continues, because it is the closest on the circuit at the moment. David Schilling is catching Ryan Merriam a little bit, but Merriam very close to a pit stop there, some GT3, so not too much to watch there. Thomas Engers Sim Racing were indeed getting involved in a battle earlier as well. They were catching, much as Proschka, as I was saying, was catching Brian Saunders for 8th position, but that mistake there through turns 1 and 2 will put an end to that, as Ethan Critchley is now freshly out onto the circuit again for WSR Esports. Another new driver. They do have 5 of them. I think we've seen 3 or 4 of them now, even during the last 6 hours or so we've been here, and Critchley the latest of them to be there, and only with a minute's lead, but he has made a pit stop and some of the others behind him haven't.
And as we see the WSR Esports stable running around this track, I'm a bit fascinated to note the fact that in both the GT4s and the GT3s, running different cars, but it doesn't matter the fact that the GT4s are on the Mustangs and here in the GT3s are running in the Aston Martins. Should be noted that they're running in some of the newest cars added into this service. And now I wonder whether or not part of that reason could be down to just a matter of driver comfort, or maybe potentially, there is a bit of a trend, it must be noted, there is a bit of a trend of sports cars on iRacing before they get BOP'd being a little bit overpowered once they join the software. So maybe that's a reason why they decide to choose the Aston Martin here in the GT3s and choose the Mustang and the GT4, since they are just some of the newest cars added in. You know, this is pure speculation. I'm not saying anything about that team. I think it's very smart if they did decide to go with that idea that I said. I think that is some wise things to do if you are an esports organization trying to angle yourself for success in the best way imaginable. But it was just a little idea that popped into my head. Solely an idea, and again, not saying anything bad about the team. I think that is a good idea if they did decide to do it that way. As what in the world happened to the Sim Dynamics car? Brian Saunders behind the wheel of that effort. That had to have been some sort of hardware failure. That looked very strange.
Well, they've got a lot of damage now. They've got a meatball, in fact, and they've towed back to pit lane. No headlights anymore on that car, and big crash damage there for a car that was being caught for 8th position. In fact, Thomas Eng and Sim Racing, who are catching them, have got a black flag now, but it won't matter. They've gained a place and they won't lose it again, even despite their black flag. There it is, Black Cayman. But they will not lose any places despite that trip through pit lane, which is impending for them. But if you are watching along in the Part 2 YouTube stream, then do move along to Part 3 in about 10 minutes time. With 8 hours to go, we will be moving over to that stream, so make sure you click the link in the YouTube chat at the moment that's been posted, and you can join us again for the run to the end in the 2025 Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 Hours of Silverstone. As it approaches 4 AM here in the UK. Still no signs of light in the air, and there won't be for another couple of hours at least yet. Maybe a few hours yet before we start to see any signs of light up above us. And you can tell that it's getting demoralising for some, because it's a long night here in this race, a 12-hour long night. And maybe that has played a role in the amount of retirements we've seen. Hopefully that Sim Dynamics car we've just seen in the wall doesn't become another retirement.
Yeah, that was a rather significant hit, so I'll have to see. But I think the main issue was what caused that collision in the first place, because that was rather bizarre. Matt Carana behind the wheel of that number 91 car. He's been behind the wheel of that Project 91 effort for quite some time, so I would not be too shocked if there is a driver swap once he trundles his way down pit lane, stops in the pit stall, waiting to see if that car will blink in and out or not, looking like it will. And yes, will be a driver swap, it looks like, in that number 91 car. Who gets behind the wheel of it is the real question. But either way, getting farther along in this event, I think the term demoralized, I think, is one that can sum up a decent amount of the field. You know, it's a lot of drivers, a lot of teams like to play it cool and collected, to say, oh yeah, we're with it all the time. You can't be with one of these races for 24 hours straight. You will find yourself, even in the smallest of turbulence, thinking, okay, yeah, things are going to go wrong, things are going to go disastrous, this, and the third. Yes, there was a driver swap with that number 91 car, Christian Cesaruta behind the wheel of that effort, now currently holding on to P3 in the GT3 category. But if these drivers were being fully honest with us, I don't think there is a single team up and down the grid, either of the drivers who have retired or the ones that are still in it to win it, who have not felt at least slightly demoralized at one point in time.
This is Dexterous Motorsports. Out of the final chicane and just on the power too early for Ashley Brooks. We'll have to rejoin on the inside the final turn for the front straight. This is Ben Cullen as well on the way through some traffic. The Armed Forces Sim Racing team, again on the power. You think with traction control that these cars wouldn't have these kind of problems, but they do. You can still get into trouble if you're not too careful in the oh dear, in the traction zones, and this 21 car is really struggling to get back going again in live pictures off the third place car, number 91, in the gravel through Cops. And that is Christian Cesaruta, who is newly in that car. He's on his outlap, in fact. And Christian Cesaruta goes for a big spin, coming around Cops corner. mean, can we chalk that up as cold tyres or not? It's a massive spin through Cop's corner there, and he's lucky not to find the wall there at high speed.
Yeah, you know, that's the worst time to have a spin. That is such a bad moment, because not only is it a spin on your lap, so it's not a good way to get off to a stint in the first place. You spin in a turn on this racetrack where you probably need to have the most amount of confidence in yourself. Looking through this racetrack, it's turns like that. It's turns like Abbey, turn number 1 here on this racetrack. Stowe, turn number 15 at the end of the hangar straightaway. Turns where you need to feel confident in your car and need to feel confident in yourself. So if there's one way to start off a stint on the worst possible footing, it's a spin heading off through there. Things haven't been looking too good for that Project 91 stable as of late. We saw the drama that the 92 car was involved. They're still in the pits, I believe. The 91, meanwhile, things were looking all right for them, maybe contending for the lead in GT3, but things have kind of fallen apart in their challenge, and now it looks like they're just going to have to try and hold on to P3 for dear life.
Well, it should mean they stay in third at least. They will be fighting for second place generally in this race, but what if they keep having issues like that? Another 10 laps or so nearly until Remy Gilbert has to come into the pit lane. So not very big gaps here from 8th place on backwards. Kevin Muller is in 8th currently. Nathan Nickerson is 9th. Just recently taken over by Ryan Merriam, actually, just on this lap. Nickerson is out on the circuit. And Janis Shaltin is the Fry Guys Motorsport driver, 2.5 seconds further behind as well. So we mentioned earlier about there not really being a pit stop window, and that is kind of true, but look at the gaps from 6th place right the way down to 12th at the moment. Yes, there's 3 laps covering all of those guys, but all of them in the pit lane within the last 8 laps, and most of them but one in the pit lane the last 5 laps. So there is a bit of a cycle going there, and I think they're starting to even out a little bit as they start to point towards the end of the race. Everyone's just starting to even out a little bit in terms of their pit strategy.
Yeah, it's a bit fascinating to see that slow game of equaling out, a slow game of equilibrium. Everybody kind of getting back in the same cycle, because I mean everybody started off pretty much in the exact same kind of note, and then from there it just everything kind of, I wouldn't say derailed, but everybody went down so many different diverging paths that you couldn't really pin the tail on the donkey to figure out what strategy was going to work and which strategy wasn't. Now, however, although it most certainly isn't unified, it's a lot less broken up than it once was. I think the best way I could sum it up is when you're putting together a jigsaw puzzle and you got the edges filled in, it's going to make the job of putting the rest of it together a whole lot easier. A lot of the hard work has already been done, but there's still a lot more work that needs to be done before everything is all together.
Hearing that the Fry Guys team needed a tow because of forced feedback issues earlier on, by the way, so that's why they're down in 10th at the moment, and why they've been brought back onto this sort of uniform strategy that we're starting to see across the piece. But it is slightly unusual to see anyway. I'll just do a quick run through of the top 10 before we switch streams here. Again, make sure you click the link in the YouTube chat if you want to keep watching us for part 3 here, the final 8 hours of the 2025 Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 Hours of Silverstone will be coming your way through that link on RaceSpotTV this afternoon, so make sure you join us for that. Quick run through the top 5 of the GT3s before we go to that. WSR Esports leading the way by a minute over Team Bennick Sim Racing. Though they're expected to make a drop, they'll still be second in front of Project 91 Racing Team, with Simcast Racing Team UK 4th and Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstech Racing rounding out the top 5 in GT3. In GT4, WSR Esports are leading by a lap here as well, although they will be next into the pit lane. They'll still be leading Arete Esports Britcar 24, then Satellite Racing rounding off the podium for now. Scorpio Esports are 4th, and Fury Simsport Green are in the 5th position. We'll take a short moment here on RaceSpotTV as we switch the streams over to part number 3. We'll leave you in part 2 with some onboard footage of these guys. First of all, with the race leader, car 123, Ethan Critchley. Make sure you click the link in the YouTube chat to join us in part 3 of this 24-hour race at Silverstone, the 2025 Cosworth Britcar Esports 24 Hours of Silverstone, part 3 coming up next.